Of the council as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Matt Davis, guest of Council Member Mary Carolyn Roberts.
Lord.
Hang on. It's not turning on.
Good. I think we're good.
You're good.
Lord, we are blessed and grateful to be here tonight. We appreciate those who give their time to serve and to lead this great community and city forward. We understand that the decisions made here tonight, and potentially early into this morning, hopefully not too early, will have a lasting impact on people. We ask for the ability to listen and hear the voices of those who will be impacted by these decisions, along with the strength to understand even those with whom we may disagree on how to do it. To be present here now means we are fortunate. We acknowledge that it is a gift to be here in this country, this state, and this city, and with that gift comes responsibility. A responsibility that we all have a chance to be the best version of ourselves we can be. Anyone that's ever gone camping knows it's the duty of the camper to leave the campsite better than you found it when you first got there. Whether we are elected officials or concerned citizens, we recognize our responsibility to this community is the same. We ask that we have the strength, wisdom, and humility to accept that responsibility and continue to make Nashville a beacon in this world for years to come. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Without objection, we're going to suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting of June 12th? Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Madam President, there are no messages from the mayor.
So what did we have? Okay, I think we got it. Council Lady Haywood, I believe you have a presentation.
Thank you, darling. At this time, I would like to call Coach Doug Newman and the Franklin Road Academy wrestling team and all the affiliates. We have a resolution. Council Lady Virtue, would you please come up? Please, please. I want you all to know that Coach Doug Newman and I, we talked together for several years. He's one of my favorite people, and he's a dynamic coach. And at this time, I'm going to ask Council Lady Virtue and Council Lady Henderson to help me read this along with other council people because it's somewhat lengthy, okay? So if you just come over so we can just play tag team. All right. At this time, Resolution RS 2018-1218, a resolution honoring and congratulating the Franklin Road Academy wrestling team and their coach, none other than Doug Newman. Whereas Doug Newman, the exceptional wrestling coach at Franklin Road Academy in Nashville, Tennessee, earned a listing in the prestigious National Federation of State High School Associations record book for the sport of wrestling, and whereas wrestling is a challenging sport and being a successful wrestler requires desire, dedication, determination, decisiveness, and discipline. And whereas coaching wrestling is a demanding profession and requires the ability to encourage and motivate athletes to excel under physical and mentally challenging circumstances, and whereas Coach Doug Newman is a member of the National Wrestling Hall of Fame and an excellent role model for sure, for wrestlers and wrestling coaches, and whereas
the Franklin Road Academy wrestling team in District 34 scored 616 takedowns during the 2017-2018 season, earning the team a listing in the NFHS record book and replacing Park Ridge Main Township East High School of Illinois, which had 599 takedowns and held this record for the past 39 years. And whereas, utilizing his expertise and guidance, Coach Newman led two other Nashville public school wrestling teams, Hunters Lane and Stratford STEM Magnet, to earn a total of 19 team listings and 5 individual listings in the NFHS record book for the sport of wrestling, aka wrestling. And whereas Franklin Road Academy is the first Division II school from the state of Tennessee to earn a team listing in the National Federation of State High School Association's National Record Book in the sport of wrestling. And whereas Franklin Road Academy is the third school wrestling team under Doug Newman's leadership to earn a total of 20 team and 5 individual listings in the NFHS National Record Book for the sport of wrestling. And whereas the only wrestling teams in the state of Tennessee that have earned a team listing in the NFHS record book have all had Doug Newman as their head wrestling coach. And whereas Coach Newman has 341 dual meet wins and is one of the few wrestling coaches in Tennessee to have won over 300 dual meets in his career, and
Go Panthers. Yeah. And whereas the Franklin Road Academy team has earned the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association's TSSAA Highest Academic Award given to teams with a cumulative GPA of 3.25 or higher. And whereas the 2017-2018 Franklin Road Academy wrestling team is the youngest team Coach Newman has ever coached, consisting of 2 8th graders, Thatcher Frankfather, Nora Perot, 4 freshmen, Harris Brin, Sam Kopic, William Roberts, Stephen Vickers, 5 sophomores, Caden Frankfather, Ethan Roden, Kendon Warpool, Will Willer, Drew White, 3 juniors, William Brooms, Timon Mitchell, Jonathan Stocksell-Diggs, and 1 senior, Mark Austin.
Whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council recognize and congratulate the Franklin Road Academy wrestling team and Coach Doug Newman for their hard work and achievements. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Section 1, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as congratulating the Franklin Road Academy wrestling team and their coach, Doug Newman. The Metropolitan Council office is directed to, well, we've done all of that. And at this time, we would like for our councilman to pass a resolution to everyone, and we'd like for Coach Doug Newman to come up and have a word. You give out those over there.
Well, thank y'all. And I learned several years ago that it's not about the X's and the O's, it's about the Jimmys and the Joes. And at Franklin Road, we had a group of young people that bought into what I was selling, and they did a fantastic job. And it's all about them. They're the ones that deserve all the honor and the glory, along with our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Every time I push, we get that. Every time I push to toggle somebody, we're getting the bar that says error toggling. Every time. Marlene, every time I go to push anybody's button, I'm getting a red bar across the top that says error toggling the mic, and it's freezing the screen. Watch. Come here and watch. Okay, so hey guys, bear with us a minute. The screen for a change is behaving badly. Councilmember Pardue, can you tell me if your microphone is active? I'm just talking to your mic a minute. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, guys, bear with us. We're having screen problems. I'm going to go ahead and move through the meeting as best I can. If it looks like we've got to take a break to let the software company reboot it, I'll let you guys know. But for the meantime, bear with me because every time I go to push a button, we freeze. So just bear with us. Councilmember Bednay, do you have an announcement, please?
Yes. I Do I sing or just make the announcement? Just,
I think you can just make the announcement. That'd be good.
all right. So we elected to hire a new chief of the planning department, and I just wanted to thank Berkeley Allen because she was involved in the selection process. As always, Council Lady Allen does a good job when she gets involved in something. And they went through a lengthy process, and they gave us 3 candidates at the Planning Commission, and we elected the candidate that is sitting over there at the table. So I just wanted you guys to welcome her into her new position. And she's already told me she wants to meet with all of you and get to know each one of your districts. So welcome to your new role in the department.
Okay, we are now going to move to elections and confirmations. Council Lady Haywood.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Vice Mayor. First, we have the Industrial Development Board, the election to fill 1 vacancy for an unexpired term ending August the 23rd of 2021. And our nominees are Tequila Johnson and Quinn E. Siegel. And we took it to a vote, and for both of these young ladies, we had 7 for and 0 against.
Thank you.
Yes.
So what we're going to do with our 2 nominees, I'm going to call on Councilmember Pulley and Councilmember Elrod to enter their names, and then we will take the vote. And I'll explain that in just a moment. So Councilmember Pulley, you can go first.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, let me formally place the name of Quinn Siegel into nomination with a brief comment. And let me acknowledge the fact that we do have 2 fine nominees for this position. My remarks will be confined to Quinn Siegel as I'm advocating on her behalf. First of all, Quinn, I heard about Quinn and her desire for this position, and I don't want to just put somebody up for a position just because it's available and they want it. It was important to me to get to know her and to get to know her qualifications for this. So I went over to her residence, met with her, visited with her for about an hour and a half, talked with her and looked at her resume, and found her to be exceptionally well qualified for this. She's got somewhat of a rare background. So she's got a background in public finance in addition to her background in commercial real estate. She's been an attorney for over 10 years serving in these capacities, 7 of which was spent in public finance, and she's a Creve Hall native. She currently resides in District 18, Council Lady Allen's district, with her husband and 2 children. And Quinn's not only one of the most well-qualified nominees we've ever had for this position, she's just right for this moment for us. She stands for the ideals and the principles for which this body stands. Government needs to build trust. No better way to unify our government than a commitment to transparency, for which Quinn is a staunch advocate. Deals should tangibly benefit citizens of Nashville, and often the public benefit of corporate incentives is not clear. Quinn has seen many big deals in her days. She has the experience to differentiate between a deal that benefits the public and those which shortchange us. Finally, Quinn has a desire also to spend her energy finding ways to help small business and entrepreneurs and minority-owned businesses flourish. Growing up, working in her family's small business, Quinn experienced firsthand the unique and important needs of small businesses and entrepreneurs. So I would ask you all to join me in supporting Quinn Siegel for this position on the Industrial Development Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to formally put into nomination Tequila Johnson. She's someone that I've gotten to know recently, but that's been my loss. She's somebody who's been working tirelessly in Nashville recently, and let me talk, I guess, a little bit about her. She's the co-founder and vice president of the Equality Alliance, which is doing work here in Nashville, engaging people that aren't necessarily involved in the political conversations in Nashville, but need to be. It's a grassroots organization, a nonprofit, and she's a strong champion of equality and political engagement of everyone, and particularly ethnic minority organizations. She's a founder and CEO at TM Strategic Management Group, and she's also works at TSU as the Assistant Director of Outreach and Student Engagement, where she's responsible for connecting students, staff, and faculty to various outreach opportunities and managing civic engagement initiatives. Tequila is also an active member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. Okay, all right. Did I do that right? Okay, good. Council Lady Hurt taught me that. All right, to get it right. She also serves on the HBCU Community Action and Development Coalition. She's an assistant troop leader for a Girl Scout troop. She's a graduate at TSU and master's, and is currently pursuing her PhD in industrial and organizational psychology. And she's certified in project management and holds a graduate certificate in grant writing and nonprofit management. Oftentimes I think many of us know, folks that serve on our boards and commissions do so tirelessly. They do so without pay, but many of them are of the same kinds of people. And I think it's incumbent upon us as the Metro Council and as Nashville's leadership to make sure that we put into nomination different kind of folks, particularly ones that are qualified and don't often get an opportunity. So I ask for your support and for your vote for Tequila Johnson. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So we have our two nominees, and what we're going to do is vote on each one. If you want to vote for Tequila Johnson, press green. If you want to vote for Quinn Siegel, press red. Oh, their names will be on there. Okay. So the one with the most votes wins. Madam Clerk, please. Councilman Davis, are you looking for recognition to speak on behalf of one of these? Because we're not doing that tonight. Do you need recognition? Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Madam Clerk, close the machines, please. Hang on, it's hanging up. Okay, try it now.
13 votes for Tequila Johnson, 25 votes for Quinn Siegel.
Congratulations, Ms. Siegel. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, we thank you for your willingness to serve. Council Lady Haywood.
Next, we have the Emergency Communications District Board, and we have the appointment of Mr. Richard G. Cowan, Jr. for a term expiring February the 14th of 2020. Mr. Cowan will fill the unexpired term of Ms. Michelle Jernigan, and we took it to vote, and we voted 7-4 and 0 against.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Richard G. Cowan to the Emergency Communications District Board. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Next, we have the Board of Equalization, the appointment of Ms. Mara Thompson for a term expiring April the 1st of 2020. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mrs. Mara Thompson to the Board of Equalization. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Next, we have the Property Standards and Appeals Board, the reappointment of Ms. Peggy Coleman for a term expiring April the 7th of 2022. We took it to vote, and we voted 8 for and 0 against.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Peggy Coleman to the Property Standards and Appeals Boards. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Next, we have the appointment of Ms. Erica Mayo for a term expiring April the 7th of 2022 for the Property Standards and Appeals Board. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Erica Mayo to the Property Standards and Appeals Board. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Next, we have the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board and the appointment of Ms. Leneva Head for a term expiring October the 7th of 2020. We took it to vote, and we voted 8 in favor of, 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Leneva Head to the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
The Tourism and Convention Commission, the appointment of Mr. Mark Hayes for a term expiring June the 20th of 2020. Mr. Hayes will fill the unexpired term of Ms. Brittany Chandler, and we voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Mark Hayes to the Tourism and Convention Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
The Traffic and Parking Commission, the appointment of Pastor Marvin Neal for a term expiring April the 3rd of 2023. We took it to vote, and we voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Pastor Marvin Neal to the Traffic and Parking Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Next, for the Parking and Traffic Commission, we have the appointment of Ms. Karen Robbins for a term expiring April the 3rd of 2023. We took it to vote, and we voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Karen Robbins to the Traffic and Parking Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady.
The Transit Authority, the reappointment of Mr. Walter T. Searcy III for a term expiring May the 18th of 2023. We voted 8 in favor of, 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Walter T. Searcy to the Transit Authority. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Transportation Licensing Commission, the reappointment of Mr. Freddie Carr for a term expiring April the 20th of 2020. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Freddie Carr to the Transportation Licensing Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Transportation Licensing Commission, the reappointment of Mr. Sal Hernandez for a term expiring April the 20th of 2020. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Sal Hernandez to the Transportation Licensing Commission for a term expiring April 30th, 2020. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Councillady Haywood.
Thank you. Work Release Commission, nominees of Sheriff Darren Hall, the appointment of Mr. Dwight Beard for a term expiring January the 1st of 2022. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Dwight Beard to the Work Release Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Council Lady Haywood.
For the same board, we have the appointment of Ms. Sheila Stratman Hodge for a term expiring January the 1st of 2022. We voted 8 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Sheila Stratman Hodge to the Work Release Commission. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. If you would, please stand as I call your name. Emergency Communications District Board, Mr. Richard G. Cowan, Jr. Board of Equalization, Ms. Mara Thompson. Property Standards and Appeals Board, Ms. Peggy Coleman and Ms. Erica Mayo. Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board, Ms. Leneva Head. Tourism and Convention Commission, Mr. Mark Hayes. Traffic and Parking Commission, Pastor Marvin Neal and Ms. Karen Robbins. Transit Authority, Mr. Walter T. Searcy. Transportation Licensing Commission, Mr. Freddie Carr and Mr. Sal Hernandez. Work Release Commission, Mr. Dwight Beard and Ms. Sheila Stratman Hodge. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, we thank you for your willingness to serve and to volunteer your time and your expertise. Thank you. Council members, we have a long night ahead of us. Okay, we're going to move to bills on public hearing. We're happy to hear from the public on each bill. You'll be given 3 minutes, during which time we ask that you begin by sharing your name and address. We do ask that you not repeat what others have said, and please be respectful to all parties. The first item is Resolution 2018-1250, sponsor Councilmember Sledge, exempts the Falcon and Flamingo located at 509 Houston Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilman Sledge.
And thank you, Madam President. I always get mixed up. Do I need committee report or open the public hearing first?
We need a committee report first.
Committee report, please.
Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Council. Thank you. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd open the public hearing.
Would anyone in support please raise your hand? Anyone in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing none on either side, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I move approval.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. RS 2018-1251, sponsor Scott Davis, exempts folk located at 823 Meridian Street from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a beer permit. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's open up the public hearing, please.
And we need to get a committee report. Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up public hearing, please.
Would anyone in favor please raise your hand? Anyone in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing no one in opposition, would anyone in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis.
Can we please move for approval, Vice Mayor?
All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. RS 2018-1252, sponsor Anthony Davis. Exempts Nine Tail located at 1601A Riverside Drive from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I still need committee report on this?
Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted 5 in favor, 0 against to defer by rule.
Thank you. I'm still going to open the public hearing. Thank you.
Would anyone in favor please raise your hand? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Council member.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Very excited about this one. We're not in a rush, so I will move it through next meeting, and I'll defer one meeting, please.
There's a motion to defer one meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. It'll be deferred one meeting. We now move to consent agenda. The following resolutions are on the consent agenda. RS 2018-1186, RS 2018-1255, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 1264. Is there a motion for approval? No, let me back up. Committee reports. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against for RS 2018, 1255, 1256, 1257, 1258, 59, and 60.
Thank you. Council Lady Gilmore. Okay. We'll come back to that one. Councilman Roten.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Resolution 2018-1260 was approved, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. And Council Lady Haywood.
Resolution 2018-1263?
64.
64. Okay, we voted 8 in favor of and 0 against.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Council Lady Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for a resolution on behalf of the committee report for the health, hospitals, and social services, Resolution 2018-1248 was approved 5-4, 0 against, and 0 non-voted. It was recommended to the full body for approval.
1248 isn't on the consent agenda.
Oh, it's not? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, give me, is it 1261 that is?
1261.
Okay, thank you. I expected Councilman to do
That's
it.
okay.
Okay, thank you. So Resolution 1261 was approved 5-4, 0 against, 0 not voting, and it was recommended for approval to the full body. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady Haywood.
Resolution 1263?
No, I just want you to move approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, I'd like to move for approval for the entire consent agenda because I think all committee reports are in.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're going to go to the items that are not on the consent agenda. Bear with me just a minute. Resolution 2018-1244, Councilmember Schulman requests the General Services Department and all departments of the metropolitan government that display flags to fly Metro government flags at half-staff for a period of 1 year in honor and memory of students killed as a result of gun violence and as a reminder of the urgency of gun violence solutions. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee report, please.
Hang on. Council Lady Haywood.
Yes, the Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections Committee voted to defer 1 meeting. We voted 8 in favor of 1 meeting deferral and 0 against.
Councilman.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to defer 1 meeting.
There's a motion to defer one meeting, properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, on RS 2018-1247, 1248, and 1249, if there are no objections, we're going to move this to the heel of the agenda to be considered once we have approved one of the budgets. Any objections? We'll move those to the heel. That takes us to RS 2018-1253. Councillady Vercher amends Resolution RS 2015-1417 to extend the duration of the Water and Sewer Extendable Commercial Paper Program. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended a one-meeting deferral, 8-4-0 against, and I move for deferral.
There's a motion for one meeting deferral, having been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. RS 2018-1254, Councillady Vercher authorizes the issuance and sale of water and sewer revenue bond anticipation notes in an amount not to exceed $200 million at any one time in the form of commercial paper, and authorizes one or more dealer agreements, issuing and paying agreements, and credit facility agreements. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended a one-meeting deferral, 8-4-0 against, and I move for deferral.
There's a motion to defer, and it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. RS 2018-1262, Councillady Vercher sponsors, appropriates $3.5 million to accounts for the Metro Nashville Public Schools. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4-0 against, and I need a committee report.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Education Committee discussed the bill, but the resolution, but did not have a quorum, so we didn't vote.
Thank you. Councillady Vercher.
I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution RS 2018-1263, Councillady Blaylock, requests the Tennessee General Assembly to enact legislation to allow for online publication instead of newspaper publication when public notices are required. Councillady Blaylock.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Councillady Haywood.
Yes, the Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections. We discussed this particular resolution, and we disapproved it. 8 against and 0 in favor of.
Thank you. Councillady Blaylock.
I move to an indefinite deferral, please.
There's been a motion that's properly moved and seconded for indefinite deferral. All in favor? Opposed? Motion will be deferred indefinitely. That takes us to a late filed resolution. Councillady Vercher accepts a Micro-Enterprise Loan Fund Program grant from the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development to the Mayor's Office to establish a partnership with Kiva Lending to support capital access for existing local business with operations in Nashville's Promise Zone. Councillady, need a suspension of the rules.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to suspend the rules.
Councillady Haywood, committee report.
Yes, the Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections, we entertained this particular late file, and we voted 8 in favor of and 0 against.
Thank you. Councillady Vercher, committee report.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4-0 against, and I move for approval.
Is there a second? Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. That takes us to bills on first reading, and if there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinance on first reading in one vote at this time. Is there a motion? Let me go through and... Okay. All righty, having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? First reading passes. That will take us to a late filed ordinance. Councilman Cooper approves the plans for a construction and demolition solid waste processing facility to be located at 4638 Ashland City Highway. Council members, suspension of the rules?
Yes, suspension of the rules and committee report.
Councillady Haywood.
Yes, the Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections entertained this particular ordinance, and we voted to approve it. 8 for, and 0 against.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move for approval. There's a grant attached to the back of this ordinance that apparently needs to be approved by August. And so if we have the first reading now, we can have 2 readings in July, and it will be with the new council person from District 1. So this is just being teed up for our new council representative to handle as their first act of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Having been properly moved and seconded, we have Council Lady Gilmore in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know what was the nature of the suspension. We suspended the rules, or we did not? Did we? I didn't
We
hear
did
what
because it was a late filed.
Okay. And that's just the reason, it was just late filed?
Councilman Cooper, would you explain the reason for the late filed?
The reason for the late file is this is a late finding really from TDEC to apply the Jackson Law to this recycling center. And there had been a disagreement about whether the Jackson Law applied. Ultimately, in an abundance of caution, it's determined that the Jackson Law will apply here or is going to be applied here. But in the meantime, there's a grant for the recipient that is hanging out there that I believe will expire in August unless this application is submitted. So I renew my request to suspend the rules and pass this on first reading.
Is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. That takes us to bills on second reading. BL 2018-1189, Councilman Scott Davis and Councillady Hurt, amends the Metro Code pertaining to the Procurement Non-Discrimination Program. Councilman Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer for 1 meeting.
Okay, we need to get a committee report. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended 1 meeting deferral, 13 for, 0 against.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for the deferral for 1 meeting, please.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1198, Councilman Vercher and O'Connell approves a partnership agreement between the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund and Metro government pertaining to the support of financial empowerment centers. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13 for, 0 against, and I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1199, Councilman O'Connell, Gilmore, and others, amends the Metro Code, dissolving the Metro Homelessness Commission, repealing ordinance number BL 2005-582, ordinance number BL 2011-917, and ordinance number BL 2014-777, and creating a Continuum of Care Homelessness Planning Council to serve as the governance board. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councillady Vercher.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13 for, 0 against.
Councillady Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services recommended 5 for, 0 against, and 0 non-voting.
Thank you. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval of the brief comment, please.
The floor is yours.
I just want to acknowledge the long journey we've traveled that began under Will Connolly's leadership of the Metro Homelessness Commission when I first joined as a representative of the Metro Council. Mr. Connolly oversaw a report from Focus Solutions that offered a clear point of guidance that we should streamline the governance of our approach to preventing and ending homelessness. And then from there, MDHA took the lead on ensuring we would benefit from HUD technical assistance via Cloudburst, another organization that has expertise in this subject. So under the leadership of Judy Tackett, the new executive director of the Homelessness Commission, Commission Chair Liz Allen Fay, Angie Hubbard at MDHA, Eric Cole at the Mayor's Office of Resiliency, and multiple stakeholders, we did a lot of work. By way of background, there were more than 134 active participants in community continuum of care meetings representing government, providers, people with lived experience, advocates, and others. The conversation about governance occurred across 10 COC membership meetings, 9 Metro Homelessness Commission meetings, 13 MHC and COC governance work group meetings, and a series of COC charter committee meetings. This level of community participation should result in long-term alignment and transparency in the governance of Nashville's approach to mitigating the impact of homelessness on those experiencing it, like to thank my co-sponsors in particular and encourage colleagues to support it. Thank you very much. I'd like to renew my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Bednar, you wish to be recognized.
Yeah, I have a question for Councilman O'Connell. Somebody reached out to me before the meeting about an issue. I was in between things, so I didn't understand exactly the extent of it, but I was wondering if that's something that you can address before third reading with this person?
Potentially, depending on what the issue is and, and whether it's able to be addressed.
I'll be happy to connect you with him later.
Sure.
It'll be, I mean, I'm not questioning the work you all have done. I just wanted to make sure that we are transparent. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that, Councilman Bednar. And Madam President, I'll be happy to work with Councilman Bednar on addressing any concerns or issues that have arisen.
Thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1200, Councilmember Hastings and O'Connell amends the Metro Code regarding hotels and rooming houses. Councilmember O'Connell, would you take this one?
I'd be happy to. I would like to request committee reports, please.
Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Safety didn't consider the bill.
Didn't consider the bill or considered it and didn't vote?
We did not consider it because it wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, hold that thought. All right, you can move approval because we'll just refer it back to the committee for third.
For third, okay. Then how about, yeah, I'll make that a specific part of my motion. I guess there were some issues with that committee agenda this afternoon. Let's move to approve and re-refer to public safety, please.
There's a motion to move and re-refer. Is there a second? Council Lady Allen. Hang on, you just went off. Hold on. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just ask one brief question, and maybe we can deal with this offline if it's not appropriate to discuss it here. But my understanding is that what this does is simply requires that if someone pays to stay in one of these establishments by cash, that there needs to be evidence or some kind of documentation of who they were, which I think is a good thing to require. One of the requirements seems to be that if they pay by cash, they also have to pay by some other means. And I question if there are people who have other means and if perhaps that would be an obstruction. So perhaps if we could just go back to the receipt requirement, I would ask for that as a possible amendment at the appropriate time, which may be second reading. So if that can be clarified before we move on to third reading, I'd like to know that.
Yeah, since with the lead sponsor of the room, I would personally be content to defer one meeting and re-refer so that we could potentially resolve that. Because Mr. James, am I correct that if we defer while this is on second before passing, we can still amend? Why don't we do that then? I'd like to update the motion to defer one meeting and re-refer to public safety.
Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. I had the same concerns, and that I'm hoping in either our analysis for next time or that we can be directed for more information on some of the definitions of who would be covered under this. Because right now we just have hotels, motels, and rooming houses. And so if we could have that in our analysis or further explained in some way.
Thank you. So we have a motion to defer one meeting and then re-refer to public safety, beer, and regulated beverages. Is there a second? Second. Having been moved and properly seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. We're on BL 2018-1201. Sponsor Councilman Shulman amends the Metro Code regarding animal control regulations. Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee report, please.
Council Lady Gilmore.
I can tell you what the committee report was.
Council Lady Hurt, can you read that for me, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Hospital Health and Social Services voted on Bill 2018-1201, 5 for and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilman
Shulman. Oh, no, this is the animal control. I'm sorry. They voted 5 to defer for one meeting.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to defer one meeting.
There's a motion and properly seconded to move to defer one meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1202, Councilman Elrod, Anthony Davis, and others, amends the Metro Code to regulate dockless bicycle and scooter operators and to establish a permitting system. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Hager, hang on, it's sticking. Hold on. Councilman Hager, you're on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The bill number 2018-1202, there was a proposed substitute that was approved 4-0, but sponsor requested a deferral of one meeting, which was passed 4-0.
Okay. Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against to defer for one meeting.
Thank you. Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Works recommended approval of the substitute ordinance, 9 in favor, 0 against. And a one meeting deferral to July 3rd. So I would make that motion now with an explanation.
Hang on a minute, we're frozen. Council Lady Allen.
Thank you. Again, just want to check if we do it this way, will it still be on second reading and will it still be amendable? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you want to move the substitute and then we'll defer. You should be on.
I am.
Okay, so we're going to move the substitute. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now there's a motion to defer one meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1203, Councilmember Rosenberg and O'Connell, amends the Metro Code relating to scooters, inline skates, and roller skates by removing the requirement for wrist guards, elbow pads, and knee pads, and updating audio device references. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Safety voted 5 in favor and 0 against, and we really appreciated Councilman Rosenberg coming to our meeting.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, as substituted. And I was also there, and I'm not getting the same recognition as Councilman Rose. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. It was an absolute pleasure being before Council Lady Roberts' committee today. I'd like to move to substitute, please.
There's a motion to move the substitute. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Madam President. As substituted, this bill will pertain only to non-motorized scooters and delete some safety requirements that aren't congruent with what we do on bicycles. Public Works ultimately moved to defer a meeting, so I'd like to defer one meeting, please.
There's a motion to defer one meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1204, Council Members Allen, Sledge, and others, requires the Metro Department of Codes Administration to publish an ongoing compilation of the number of demolition permits, residential building and occupancy permits issued for residential property during the preceding calendar year. Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee reports, please.
Councilman Swope.
Codes Committee passed as amended, 6-4-0 against.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment that I would like to move with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. The amendment simply adds a provision to this bill, which is part of a pair of bills that will create a housing scorecard that has been requested by the affordable housing advocacy community for some time, and we're excited to be having this moving along. In discussions with the Codes Department, who will be part of this, they requested this amendment simply to acknowledge the fact that they do already very helpfully provide this information on the Open Government website And so the language is just to make it clear that that information is already out there and just requesting that they continue to provide it and not asking them to compile it into reports, but simply to make it available. So that's the amendment, and I would request your support for the amendment.
Thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. And now I would like to move the bill as amended.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1207, Councilman O'Connell directs the termination of project management services agreement between Commonwealth Development Group and the Metro government. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move to withdraw with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Having been properly moved and seconded, the floor is yours.
Thank you. After speaking with the administration, I recognize that pursuing this bill now is not actually a matter of urgency. The contract in question has less than a year remaining, so I will withdraw it. I did want to make a comment about why I filed it, as several colleagues have asked me that. I didn't file it as a specific comment about the performance of the vendor named in the bill, about whom I've heard very favorable things. I filed it primarily as a comment on our dire need to restore trust between the general public of Nashville and Metro. Restoring trust will include improvements in interdepartmental communication about the use of funds. It will include improvements to both the process of procurement, but also the ongoing transparency related to vendors, their access to and usage of public space and staff, their performance and their results. It will include a clear rationale for how and when procurement from third-party vendors offers a significant advantage over in-house skills and talent, and it will include generally demonstrating a clear advantage to taxpayers. At this time, I do not think it's necessary to pass this bill to make progress toward restoration of trust, but I do think we need to understand that trust has been broken. Filing this bill was part of my own recognition of that broken trust, and with that, I renew my motion to withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Just out of curiosity, how much money was left on this particular contract? Is there anyone who can tell us that?
Hang on. I'm going to open the table for y'all. Go ahead.
Councilman, we don't have that information before us, but we can get it to you.
Okay, well then my second question, and I'll stop at this. Are they still housed inside of the Music City Center for free rent?
I also do not have that information, but we will get that to you as well.
Okay, the reason I asked the question is because, and Councilman, thank you, but the trust factor is eroded, and I think that we need to be aware of these aspects of it in order to understand exactly how our dollars are being spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Bednay. Councilman Bednay.
I actually, I think we should, and this is a request for the mayor's office, to look at all the departments and to look at all the people we subcontract. We tend to hire agencies as contractors for us when we have a workforce that gets benefits and pension with us. When we actually replace that with a contract services agency, we are somehow getting around that, and that's something that has always made me uncomfortable from the time we replaced the janitors at the public school system. So I would like to take this, I mean, the school board did that years ago. So I would like to take this opportunity that Councilmember O'Connell brought this up to ask the administration to review all the, I know you guys are overworked and we're getting ready to cut your salaries, I mean your budget, but to look at all these contracts and make sure that we get away from hiring contractors to do our work and instead focus on building long-term employee people. I don't know how to say it better. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, O'Connell.
Thank you. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to continue with the motion as renewed.
There's a motion to withdraw. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1208, Councilman Withers, O'Connell, and Elrod approves 3 license agreements between Metro Government and Verizon Wireless to install in-building radio distribution devices to enhance wireless reception on or within the historic courthouse, the Justice A.A. Birch Building, and the Nashville Public Library. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. Could I get committee reports, please?
You want to give yours first?
I'd be delighted to do that. The Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations, and Housing Committee met this afternoon and considered this bill and recommended approval in favor, 5-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilman Elrod?
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Withers?
With all committee reports being in, I would like to request approval.
Thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1209, Council Members Vercher and Roten, grants the purchasing agent the authority to extend the term of contract number 318415 for the Centennial Park Master Plan Design and Engineering Services. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4-0 against. I need committee report.
Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Parks, Library, and Arts Committee moved to defer this for 2 meetings.
Council Lady Vercher.
I move for approval.
That's a committee deferral.
Hang on. In Rule 24, there was a committee deferral, so it will be deferred by rule 2 meetings. One meeting. I'm sorry, 1 meeting. BL 2018-1210.
Point of order.
Yes.
The motion was for a 2-meeting deferral.
Rule 24.
But Rule 24 is 1 meeting deferral. When it's deferred in committee, it's only deferred by 1 meeting.
Point of order. Since there are 2 sponsors on this bill and we have one requesting a deferral for 2 meetings and one having it done by rule for 1 meeting, what is the outcome of that?
Rule 24 provides that if it's deferred by a committee, it shall automatically be deferred for 1 council meeting, so that trumps.
BL 2018-1210, Council Members Van Rees, Vercher, and others, authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for the Dickerson Pike sidewalk improvements. Council Lady Van Rees.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Vercher.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4-0 against.
Councilman Bednay.
The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee was very excited to recommend this for approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Van Rees.
Thank you. This is for sidewalks on from Gordon to Delway, and with that, I move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1211, Council Members Withers, Vercher, and Elrod, authorizes the acquisition of certain rights-of-way of easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for purposes of the Eastland Avenue sidewalk improvements. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. Could I get committee reports, please?
Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4-0 against.
Councilman Bednay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Planning Committee was delighted to recommend this for approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Works Committee was somewhat enthusiastic about recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move approval with a very brief comment.
The floor is yours.
I just want to thank the property owners there along Eastland Avenue between 16th and 17th who have been working with the staff to look at how we can accommodate sidewalks that meet the current standards for a collector, or rather an arterial boulevard there on Eastland. It is a little bit different than some of the sidewalks that exist on other parts of Eastland that have been in place for many, many decades. I have worked with those property owners based on feedback from our community meeting. I've worked with the planning department staff, MTA, and other affected bodies. We have listened to the constituents with regard to the width of the planting strip, and we're able to get an approval for a reduction in that planting strip so that it's a little bit less jarring for those 2 blocks and minimizes the impact on their yards there. So just want to thank everyone for their feedback and their continuing support of the project, and all the staff who worked on considering that variance. And with that, I would like to renew my motion to approve.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1212. Councilmembers Vercher, Bedney, and Elrod authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for purposes of the Lindbar Drive sidewalk improvements. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against. I need committee reports.
Hang on, it's frozen again, y'all. Okay, Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, the Planning Committee thoughtfully recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Elrod.
The Public Works Committee carefully considered and recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Vercher.
I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1213, Councilmembers Vercher, Bedney, and Elrod authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for purposes of the Tusculum Road sidewalk improvements. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against. I need committee reports.
Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, the Planning Committee was inspired and it recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Elrod, top that.
I can't. Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against. I'm not as inspired as Councilman Bedney.
Council Lady Vercher.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1214, Council Lady Vercher, Councilmembers Bedney and Elrod authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for the purposes of the Brick Church Pike sidewalk improvements. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against. I need committee reports.
Councilmember Bedney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee humbly recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Elrod.
I would just like to note it's a second language and he's outspeaking me. Public Works recommended 9 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Vercher.
I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. BL 2018-1215, Councilmembers Vercher, Bedney, and others authorizes the Director of Public Property Administration to execute a quitclaim deed for property interests Metro government may have in a portion of the right-of-way adjacent to 610 McGavock Pike and accepts the amount of $102,750. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Bedney.
The Planning Committee just recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Council Lady Vercher.
Did we get all committee reports?
No, I missed one, sorry. Councilman Elrod, I wasn't slighting you on purpose.
Public Works with moderate enthusiasm recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
How could we have missed that? Council Lady Vercher.
I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. BL 2018-1216, Councilmembers O'Connell, Vercher, and others approves an agreement between Metro Government and Capital View Joint Venture concerning the construction of public park improvements and the donation of a parcel of property. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Council Lady Vercher.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against.
Councilman Roten.
Arts, Library, and Arts approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, the Planning Committee proudly recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. BL 2018-1217, sponsors O'Connell, Bedney, and Elrod. Authorizes Ryman Hospitality Properties, Inc. to install, construct, and maintain aerial and underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 300 Broadway. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councilman Bedney.
In solidarity, the Planning Committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Well, also in solidarity, we recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman
Solidarity.
O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. With all that unity, I'd like to move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1218, Council Members Sledge, Bedney, and Elrod authorizes City View 1 LLC to install, construct, and maintain an underground encroachment in the right-of-way located at 2305 Klein Avenue. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports.
In a minute. Councilman Bedney.
The committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1219, Council Members O'Connell, Bedney, and Elrod authorizes LC Sobro, LLC, to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 706, 713, 717, 721, and 723 2nd Avenue South. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councilman Bedney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Without haste, the committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
With haste, Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. At just the right speed, I'd like to move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1220 authorizes and sponsors O'Connell, Bedney, and Elrod, authorizes LC Sobro, LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 702, 706, 710, 716, and 718 3rd Avenue South. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councilman Bedney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1221, Council Members Roten, Bedney, and Elrod abandons existing sanitary sewer main and easement and to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, fire hydrants, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 6 properties located on Lebanon Pike and Walcott Drive. Councilmember Roten.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Bedney.
Yeah, the committee, in a very sanitary way, recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Having been properly, Councilman Roten, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Move approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. BL 2018-1222, Council Members Roten, Bedney, and Elrod abandons existing water main and easements and to accept new water mains, fire hydrants, and easements for 7 properties located on Hoggett Ford Road. Councilman Roten.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Bedney.
The committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Roten.
For all those that have been on the council prior to this, I just wanted to let y'all know that we're discussing Hoggett Ford Road again. And if you don't, and Bruce Stanley used to love Hoggett Ford Road, so he still loves Hoggett Ford Road. So I'm bringing it back up. So with that, I move approval. Hoggett Ford Road, woo!
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1223, Council Members Bedney and Elrod abandons existing water main and easement and to accept new water main, a fire hydrant, and any easement for properties located at 3208 Long Boulevard and 203 Burns Avenue. Councilmember Bedney.
I move to approve and request committee reports.
Committee report.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll give it mine then. 11-4-0 against.
Councilmember Elrod,
Reluctantly, we approve, 9 in favor, 0 against.
having been properly moved. Oh, Councilmember Bedney, I'm getting ahead of myself.
I move to approve this
Having been
important
properly-
legislation.
Okay, having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1224. Council members Bedney and Elrod abandons existing easement rights and remove abandoned pipe for properties located at 330 Cartwright Street and East Cedar Street, unnumbered. Councilmember Bedney.
Committee report, planning recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilmember Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Bedney.
I move to approve, please.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1225, Council members O'Connell, Bedney, and Elrod abandons portions of alley number 235 right-of-way. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councilman Bedney.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Today is my son's birthday, so happy birthday, Gabriel, if you're watching. And the Planning Committee recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
He's watching us. That's a horrible birthday. Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Hager. Hang on, it's frozen. All right, Councilman Hager, you're on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Traffic and parking approved, 4-4-0 against.
Councilman O'Connell.
I hope he is watching. I've been waiting all year to give him this gift. With all committee reports in, I'd like to move approval, please.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. We are now on bills on third reading. BL 2018-1139, Councilmember Syracuse approves a substitute for the Donaldson Transit-Oriented Redevelopment Plan. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to defer 2 meetings.
There's a motion to defer 2 meetings, having been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. We're on BL 2018-1172. Councilmembers Hurt, Syracuse, and Vercher amends the Metro Code to set requirements for the Event and Marketing Fund Committee and to require annual financial statements from the committee. Council Lady Hurt. Would somebody go grab Council Lady Hurt?
Here we go.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're going to move to the consideration of the operating budget now. Here's how we're going to work this. I'm going to call on Council Lady Vercher first. As sponsor of the operating budget ordinance, she will likely move her substitute operating budget. We will then take up the amendments, and we will vote on each amendment upon conclusion of its discussion. If a majority of those voting to approve introduction of her substitute, I will then call on Councilman Mendez to introduce his second substitute operating budget and allow full discussion by all members. Then we will vote on it upon its conclusion of discussion. If adopted by a majority of those voting, it will replace Councilmember Vercher's substitute. Here are the scenarios and outcomes possible, and I'll repeat these again when it's time to vote. If you vote to approve Councilmember Mendez's substitute by a majority of the votes cast, Councilmember Vercher's substitute as amended is no longer an option, and we cannot go back and consider it. We will then ask Councilmember Mendez to move the budget ordinance as substituted, and 21 votes will be required. If Councilmember Mendez's motion to approve the operating budget as substitute fails, 21 votes would have been required, and you previously approved his substitute, the mayor's budget prevails. If you vote Councilmember Mendez's substitute down less than a majority of the votes cast, we will then vote on Councilmember Vercher's substitute as amended. 21 votes will be required. If Councilmember Vercher's substitute fails to get 21 votes, then the mayor's budget prevails. So I am now going to call on Council Lady Vercher to move her substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I move my substitute with a brief comment?
Yes.
First, I'd like to thank the hard work of the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as the other members of the council who have spent countless hours in budget hearings and meetings trying to reach a conclusion on the best operating budget for fiscal year 19, specifically COLA and schools. This year's budget is far more challenging than prior years as we started with a significant revenue gap, not a budget crisis. As a city, we're still meeting our debt service, we're making payroll, there's no Metro employee layoffs, and no reduction in services to our citizens. Again, no budget crisis. To our Metro employees, I wish I was working from a better recommended budget that included a cost of living adjustment, but that simply was not the case. It breaks my heart that an expectation was set without consideration of long-term fiscal sustainability. That era is ours to own, and for that, I'm truly sorry. We did not seek out to let you down. We did not seek out to not fulfill our commitment. I want you to know that we tried, many of us tried, and will continue to work to honor the cost of living adjustment. We know that you are the true public servants of our city. It's without saying, a lot of effort and time and thought has gone into this substitute budget. It was clear from our overall budget discussions that reaching a consensus was going to be extremely difficult. After our budget work sessions and the consideration of various options, I concluded that we could not tax our way out of this issue to offset revenue gaps. This moment does not require us rushing into to solve a complex problem, but rather a thorough and robust conversation regarding revenue and growth forecasting. This substitute budget, while it's from ideal, it does reduce some expenditures to allow us to provide an additional $2 million to Metro schools, specifically for paraprofessionals and for the AP testing, while not raising the property tax rate. There's strong positions of significantly reducing expenditures and positions in favor of raising taxes. As budget chair, I respected both positions, but it would have left many worse off. Loss of jobs or exacerbating displacement. In this decision, I reflected upon the Kenetha Pattersons and the Sally Dows, where they were displaced or still struggling to maintain their homes. Still, we know the adoption of this substitute, our work is not done. We must continue to work with Metro Finance to hold the line on expenditures so that we are in a better position in the future to recognize the work of our dedicated, hard-working employees through a cost of living adjustment. Again, I want to thank Council and especially the Budget and Finance Committee members for the countless hours and the support that you've shown me as chair and the time spent on this budget. This substitute does not do everything that I wanted it to do, but it does not burden our citizens. And with that, I'd like to move my substitute, Madam President.
Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. This has been a challenge, and I had 717, 718, and 719 copied along with our votes last year. And I certainly don't want to chastise or anything else. But here's the challenge that I've faced throughout the entire process. We gave our word. We promised we would do something. We promised that we would provide a COLA, which we did last year, and we promised we would give it to them on July 1st of this year and July 1st of 2019. As we're about to unveil, I have a feeling we're going to break our promise, and that concerns me. The challenge I face is that we rely upon the administration to give us leadership, to tell us what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. I don't ever remember us not following most of those recommendations. However, this year, we're following virtually none of the recommendations because the entire core, the entire center of this was the cost of living adjustments. You know, guys, I'm a conservative. I think we've got to make sure we pay our way as we go. And that's important to me. The thing that has challenged me the most with this is I did feel like we could cut some things that would not be detrimental to the overall operating budget of Metro Nashville. Once again, let me emphasize, I'm not chastising, I'm really trying not to preach. But 364 days ago, we voted 34 of us said this is what we were going to do. And so therefore, I hope as we debate this tonight on the floor, we'll remember what we did 364 days ago, less than 1 year ago, and the promise we made to our employees, the commitment we have to our citizens, and understand the magnitude of what we're about to do tonight, because lives will be impacted however we do it. So with that, Madam Pro Tem, thank you for indulging me.
Okay, I'm going to go through the amendments one at a time. I will call on you, ask if you wish to move your amendment. I will then call on Council Lady Bircher for a committee report on that amendment. And then Mr. Jameson will give a brief description of that amendment, and then I'll open the floor for discussion. Amendment A, Council Lady Allen, has been withdrawn. Amendment B, Councilmember John Cooper. Do you wish to move your amendment?
Madam President Pro Tem, I would like to move the amendment and ask for a committee report.
Council Lady Bircher. Council Lady Murphy.
The amendment pack on my desk, I'm assuming, has different letters than what you're announcing? Where are we starting? Thank you. It'd be great if we had that ahead.
Council Lady Bircher. Committee report, please. Amendment B.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against for Amendment B.
Councilmember Cooper.
Well, I would move for approval. As the committee discussed yesterday at some length, we clearly, cutting spending in the government is a difficult thing to do and requires ideally time, expertise, attention, care, and with the communication with the administration today, I think they're willing partners in going forward. And this is an effort to harness Nashville's business community to come up with suggestions that have to be approved by the council with a target of identifying budget savings that are reasonable and sensible, and that the private sector, with all of its expertise in contracting and in benefits and asset management, can hopefully make good suggestions, that we can always benefit from good suggestions. And I will say, I make a prediction going forward that we're gonna want that money. And here's a source of carefully, most savings are really available only to us with care and planning and working with the departments and going forward. None of this is being forced on the council. This is ideas, to provide ideas, and I am sure we can use the money if we agree and everybody is satisfied that it's a reasonable and prudent business suggestion. So with that, I move for approval.
Mr. Jameson, would you give a brief description?
Amendment A would establish a blue ribbon commission primarily for identifying inefficiencies and cost-saving possibilities with a stated goal of $20 million to be established by September 30th of this year, and any of the savings would be applied to the cost of living pay adjustments and the affordable housing initiatives.
Thank you. Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of questions, I guess, for Mr. Jameson. With these, all of these would have to be cut out of the budget and then have to have council approval when they're suggested, or could they, if say Public Works, is recommended that they can save $5 million by doing X, does that money automatically then go into the Barnes Fund or to the COLAs?
It would depend on the nature of the cut, what is specifically to be confirmed by the council of the appointments. There are 5 members that would be nominated by the mayor, confirmed by this council. In terms of the cost savings, my anticipation would be that they would simply be identified for finance. Finance would make the recommendation to the council, and the council would approve or not.
Okay, which overall I think this is a good idea, but I have a concern that COLAs are, of course, what we need to fund. Affordable housing initiatives, of course, but for instance, if would this limit us to not be able to send this money to MNPS?
No.
Thank you, Mr. James. I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Councilman Sledge. Councilor Gilmore.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask Councilmember Cooper, so whatever is not included or listed in terms of money being allocated, would the Blue Ribbon Committee not look at that? Are those areas, are those departments?
Councilman Cooper.
I believe the Blue Ribbon Commission would really be open to looking at all government practices and come up with suggestions. The commission suggests to the mayor reaching out to particular areas of expertise. We have a lot of businesses in Nashville that are very large that deal with budgets all the time, and you have a lot of practical knowledge. And this is a case of enlisting the talent of our community to help us with our problem. And our problem is to identify efficiencies and cost savings as a government going forward. They may not find that much, but then won't we feel good? You know? And that's a great validation too. And then if they make excellent suggestions and we feel that they've identified savings, then that's also good. So in either direction, I think it's just prudent for the council to avail ourselves of the resources of our community, particularly in relatively technical areas.
I had a follow-up question, if I may.
Floor's yours.
So I like the idea, and I think you always have great suggestions. And I heard you yesterday when you said that this was based on a model that came out of Atlanta. But the curiosity is, I know Atlanta's structure in terms of legislative, executive body is much different from the council. So they're smaller in terms of the legislative body. I'm just curious to know why the committee would make the suggestions to the mayor, since we seem to be at the deficit on the legislative body end, and we need more assistance in the expertise. We lack that in our particular
Well, I'm sorry. I think the committee would make the recommendation back to the council. It would be mayoral appointed, council approved, and then recommendation back to the council for the council's approval, but working with finance to do that. Glad you brought up the Atlanta example. Mayor Reed down there, they had a problem with funding infrastructure. They didn't have the money in the budget. They appointed the Blue Ribbon Commission. That Blue Ribbon Commission was able to get enough savings to fund a really large infrastructure program for Atlanta. And so again, it's the Harvard Kennedy School uses it as a case study in order to show cities how thoughtful cost-cutting and efficiencies can sometimes be found in government, but it takes a while, it takes a lot of expertise, and it takes a lot of conversation, frankly, with all of us. But it is a way of getting talented business people to come in and make suggestions. They may not be suggestions that we want to follow, but at least we have suggestions.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
No, I have a brief comment. I like the idea of the expertise. I don't necessarily like the idea of the structure, considering that the council's already a weak council, but I do appreciate everything else that the council member is offering up, and I do like that he's looked at other models and that it is something that they look at the executive school at Harvard.
Thank you. Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. So there was a very good discussion yesterday about this amendment in the Budget Committee. And I think, at least my feeling was, it's always helpful to always keep looking at the budget all the way through, even after we get through this, to keep looking at it starting as early as July 1st. And I think it's always helpful, and I appreciate what Councilman Cooper is doing, to have a fresh set of eyes look at it. This is a city budget, belongs to all of us. Fresh set of eyes can always help. And I think that's why the Budget Committee ended up approving this like 13-0. So thank you.
Sorry, y'all, hang on. Councilman Mendez.
Thanks. I might be repeating something that Councilman Elrod was asking about, but I just want to make sure. So, Mr. Jameson, this last sentence where it says how the money would be spent, I thought I was hearing yesterday that that's advisory, and if there were savings, we could decide to spend it on the things listed in that last sentence or not?
Right. The sentence says would be made available for employee cost of living pay adjustments. That, I believe, we could have MNPS participation. The suggestion yesterday was that we invite them to participate by a board resolution of their own invitation, and then otherwise divided, however they decide to do that, between cost of living adjustments with or without school board participation and Nashville Affordable Housing Initiatives.
I guess I was hearing it even more broadly that not on cost of living. Like, for example, if this commission meets and there's 5 months left in the fiscal year, trying to come up with a 5-month COLA is going to make people's heads explode on the administration end. Is it retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year? Is it, there's going to be a million questions that aren't covered here. So the question is whether this is going to make us do a COLA for a part year for an odd dollar amount, meaning an odd percentage, no matter how much brain damage it causes, or do we get to choose something else?
Because those last 5 words, as determined by the council, I think would give the council the flexibility to make broader determinations if it made that determination, is how I read it.
Legal Director Cooper, do you agree?
The council can do anything it can do by ordinance, it can change by ordinance. So to the extent there was language limiting how those funds could be spent, if the council passed another ordinance that changed that, that would be okay. This is language that typically would not be in a budget ordinance. It would typically be in separate legislation. But
don't we have special, what's the special rule for amending a budget ordinance?
There are no special rules for.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councilman Bednight.
I wonder if Councilman Cooper will agree to pull this out and make it into its own resolution to be discussed later. And this is why. The definition of waste or the definition of inefficiency, it can be a very partisan definition. For example, if I say that I believe that we should have cameras for the police, some people believe that to be wasteful. But for other people, that's a good idea to increase safety in the city. Some people believe the Metro Human Relations Commission, it's a wasteful agency. I believe that it does a lot to bring the city together. So the fact that you don't have a definition here of what waste or inefficiency is, it just means that you are asking a committee to go on a search without any limits of what we are asking them to look for. So I just was wondering if there is an opportunity you could bring it back later outside this. I mean, doing research when we give them very clear parameters, it seems that it will be more helpful than if we set them loose without any guidelines on what to be looking for. That's my concern about what you are proposing here, that it could become a very partisan political thing, pushing depending on what side of the aisle you are. Some people believe something to be wasteful, some people, I mean, I actually don't believe, like your definition here seems to imply that we are swimming in corruption. So what I would like to know is if you will agree to pull this out and just make it more precise, more surgical, to avoid getting into a witch hunt of sorts. With all due respect.
Oh, well, thank you, Councilman. I'm sure the mayor will appoint very value-added people, that it's a, that they will use this, that it will be used as a tool to create ideas. The ideas aren't useful to us. I'm sure we will not adopt them. But budget savings, particularly in the current environment, is going to be an all-year thing. And deep knowledge and expertise is going to be required to come up with the ideas that we need to let the public rest assured that we have done everything to have an efficient government. So with all due respect, Councilman, I would just as soon go ahead and have a vote on this amendment. I think the Budget and Finance Committee voted 13-4-0 against yesterday, and to let the amendment stand. I think there is enough language in it as determined by the council that obviously if it's not an appropriate suggestion, we will not be accepting it. But I think we should be in the business of asking our private sector to help make suggestions.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Jameson, help me. I want to make sure I recall the conversation correctly from yesterday. One of the reasons that the schools were not included in this because we actually have no authority on saying do this or do that. So the only thing I believe that was suggested yesterday was a separate resolution would be offered to ask the schools to kind of participate, and if they agree with it, fine. If they don't, then we really have no say-so. Am I remembering that correctly?
Only that the resolution would actually be a school board resolution. They would adopt the resolution to participate or not.
Okay. So the only thing we really could do is to ask them to consider it without any authority.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So, you know, one of the things when we talk about separate sides of the aisle, I mean, he and I are definitely on separate sides of the aisle, and I believe that we owe it to the taxpayers to look at every aspect before we talk about asking more money out of their pocket to make sure we've done everything we can with regards to the efficiencies inside of our government. And so therefore, I don't think that we're committing ourselves to saying we're going to do this or we're going to do that as far as cutting or making necessary revisions to our budget. We're simply asking to have an overview and understanding of our budget as a whole. And so therefore, I hope we will support this. As Councilman Cooper said yesterday, it was voted unanimously in Budget and Finance. I think it's a good idea, and I think the taxpayers deserve this to happen. Thank you.
Councilwoman Blaylock.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that this is going to be a voluntary commission. No, it's not a paid. Okay. And then what kind of authority are they going to have? Are they going to be able to look at like the credit cards from the department head, those type of things?
Do you want to?
Well, I don't anticipate any expenditure with this. I think frankly, the people that you would want to ask to this commission are all such that they would not expect to be compensated. And I think the work product of the commission will depend very much on the mayor's office and departmental cooperation, which I hope they get. And I would expect it because it's our shared project here of really being able to tell the public that we have looked into practices. Councilman yesterday had a detailed question about an HR benefits question. Well, it's beyond my scope to know the right answer for that, but I do know that there are experts in this community that would be a valuable resource to Metro. So part of this is when you get into a little bit of trouble, reach out to your neighbors. And in this case, this is reaching out to our community to help us have a better Metro.
Thank you.
Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, ma'am. I wasn't going to speak again, but I think Mr. Cooper, Legal Director Cooper said something. I don't have a problem about us attacking waste. I have a problem about the appointments. The question I think that was asked about MNPS participating, that was participating in the sense of the Blue Ribbon Commission being able to go into MNPS and look for savings. My concern is that because of the limited language in the last sentence, if we find $20 million, according to this, we would have to pass another ordinance undoing it so we could be able to send it to schools. So we only spend it on COLAs and only spend it on affordable housing, which of course is a dire need for us to take care of our employees and our city. But the way this is written, we could be limiting it to not be able to send it to MNPS, whatever savings we have, no matter where they are found. So am I reading that incorrectly?
No. To the extent you're talking about just dealing with the language in this ordinance, yes, you could change that by another ordinance. But if the government realizes cost savings and that money goes into the undesignated fund balance, the council can appropriate that by resolution. So you would not be limited to appropriating excess funds that the government has that we didn't know we would have.
Okay. I would just echo Councilman Bednay's request that this be brought back and cleaned up as a resolution. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Withers. Hang on, we're frozen.
Thank you, Madam President. I applaud Councilmember Cooper's efforts to put together a committee. I think that's a really great idea. I know Councilmember Cooper always is diligent in looking for savings and efficiency and good process, and I appreciate his work and expertise on that so much. I guess I'm a little bit in line with some of my colleagues that I believe that this is best done through a separate piece of legislation that could be put before the council very, very quickly. This is a great discussion to have. I guess my point is that while it's great that we're going to continue to look for savings, and I know we're all committed to doing that, this resolution does not change the fact that this substitute budget proposal does not meet our commitments to our employees and to MNPS. I just want that to be on the record, is that this substitute budget still fails to meet our commitments to our employees and to MNPS. Yes, it's great that we're going to say that we're going to do other things to keep looking for savings, but it doesn't change that fact, and I feel as though it would be best to pursue this as a separate piece of legislation, which I would wholeheartedly endorse. Thank you.
Council Lady Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this amendment, which, again, passed Budget and Finance, 13 in favor, 0 against. I think it provides us an opportunity at what is a pivotal moment. I certainly understand colleagues' concerns as to particular parts of the language, but I really do think where we find ourselves from the community's perspective, and for those of us who feel that the budget as proposed by Councilman Mendez is too much of a property tax increase, and with all due respect to Council Lady Vircher and the good work of the committee, that bill did not cut enough. I think this is a statement from us as a council that we recognize. Additionally, that our budget process is somewhat broken, that we do need fresh eyes. It does not absolve us, colleagues, of the need for us to use our committee structure and be very intentional about digging in more deeply to our budget. But I think the work that we as a council are committed to do in tandem with this commission would be worthwhile, and I encourage you to support this amendment.
Council Lady Mina Johnson. Hang on. Okay, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I will be supporting this amendment. I would like to first thank you introducing this ordinance, amendment rather, Councilman Cooper, and would like to thank all the Budget and Finance Committee members for your hard work. You stayed 4.5 hours and discussed every single detail. And also would like to shout out to Metro IT Director Keith Durbin, and also MNN, PEG and Television Division of Manager Chris Singleton, because after 2 hours after hard-working Budget and Finance Committee meeting finished their work, we are able to watch that work 2 hours later, and it is really helpful. And I was able to watch 4.5 hours hard work done by my colleague, and I really appreciate it. The reason I'm supporting this amendment is because we will be discussing 2 sets of substitute. And this amendment is applied to substitute introduced by Vircher, Councilmember, Budget Chair Vircher. So to me, it is like insurance policy, because if we cannot find, and I'm hoping we don't find any waste, that would be ideal, but any chance, if we find, some money, this will be a great insurance policy to, make where it needed to go. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a great insurance policy, so I encourage colleagues to support this amendment.
Councilman Scott Davis.
Just a quick question. Mr. Jameson, just getting some texts from folks back at home, the constituents. I like Mr. Cooper's bill. If we approve this on the amendment, okay, if we do not pass Councilor Verture's budget, then we can't use his amendment.
That is correct. It amends the currently pending substitute.
I am with you, Mr. Cooper, okay? So if we don't pass this, please bring this back. Thank you.
Councilman Sledge.
Previous question.
You were last in the queue. Seeing no one else in the queue, I am not even going to deal with that. Okay, the way the machine is structured stipulates that we are going to first approve the substitute. Doesn't mean we're passing it. It means we're approving it onto the floor. Then we will start voting on amendments. So.
You're voting to approve. What you're voting?
I know. I want you to go.
So the way the machines are structured, the first vote you will be taking is for approval of the substitute before any amendments can be added to it. The approval is not the adoption of the substitute. It merely places it on the floor for further discussion and the actual amendments. So that has to be the preceding vote before the vote on Amendment B.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the machines.
Councilman Bedney has a question.
Madam Clerk, close the machines.
Councilman Bedney has a question.
Councilman Bedney. Use your microphone. We're not on the amendment. Mr. Jameson, would you explain this one more time, please?
The way the machines are set up, before we can vote on amendments, we need to vote on the underlying substitute. This is for approval of the substitute. This is not the adoption of the substitute. A simple majority applies.
Hang on, it's frozen again. Okay, you're on.
31 in favor, 2 against, and 3 abstentions.
Okay. Council Lady, would you use your microphone, please?
I changed my vote, and the screens disappeared again. And so maybe we need to make sure everybody's voted or cast their vote, because I changed my vote, and then all my options disappeared before everybody else's did.
Okay, we can go by what the screen shows, and if it shows that people have voted one way or the other, then the
changed it on here. It changed it on
understand.
here and not up there.
I understand. Madam Clerk?
Do you want to open the machines again?
We're going to open the machines for the amendment.
Do you want to open the machines on this vote so that she can cast her?
We're going to open the machines on this vote so that Council Lady Murphy can change her vote. Hang on, y'all. Okay, because of the way the system is glitching on us tonight, we're going to go ahead and manually change her vote and record it as the opposite of what it was before, and we're going to move on. Okay?
trying to find her vote.
This one, and I need to change it to Cooper.
It needs to go to a no. It was a yes.
Okay. And you might ask. her to
Okay, so it's
confirm.
going to be 34, 3 no, 3 abstentions, 3 not voting.
Okay.
You might ask Councilor Murphy to confirm her yes.
Yeah.
or is that-
Council Lady, would you confirm that that was a no?
Abstention.
She was an abstention.
Okay.
Thank you. You got that? Okay. All right. So now we're going to move and open the machines on Amendment B. Councilmember Glover.
Sorry, Madam Pro Tem. Mr. Jameson referred to, or it was referred to as Amendment A a few moments ago. I assumed that once we dropped the other one, maybe we were changing the lettering here. So I just want to make sure that I'm voting on the one that I think I'm voting on.
We're on Amendment B.
All right,
Amendment A was withdrawn. Councilmember Cooper's Amendment B is the one we were voting on.
So then what I will ask is, we're not going to change the sequence of the lettering throughout
No,
our process, correct?
absolutely not.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you can open the machines. Because of the glitches, before we close the machines, I'm going to make sure that everybody is secure with their vote. Once I get an affirmative, I will ask the clerk to close the machines. That way we don't have this problem again, hopefully. Has everybody comfortably voted for Amendment B? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines.
Okay. 34 in favor, 4 against.
Motion passes. Or Amendment B passes, I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to move to Amendment C. Councilman Cooper, that one was withdrawn.
Should be it.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, Amendment D, withdrawn. Do you wish to move it, or?
No.
I've got it marked as
No,
withdrawn.
withdrawn.
Okay. Amendment E. Councilman Cooper, do you wish to move your amendment?
No, I also wish to withdraw this. The committee talked about it at length yesterday. We have, I want to just thank our hardworking chairman and the Budget and Finance Committee, and I think we should respect the committee's work on this and withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. Councilman Elrod, Amendment F, do you wish to move that amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Council Lady Virtue, we need a committee report, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 8 for disapproval, 4 against.
Mr. Jameson, would you explain that amendment, please?
Amendment F would move $103,000 from the Department of Finance to the Metropolitan Council. There is a slight typographical error that should be corrected. You will note in what is listed from $2,229,200 to $2 million should be $332,200.
Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move for approval of the amendment. And the reason I brought this is that, as Councilwoman Henderson just mentioned, is we're all responsible for our votes and how we do that, but we can only make decisions on the best information possible. And I think, as a council, we need better information, and more importantly, I think a second opinion. And a more of an informed second opinion. There are, in the Finance Department that don't work for the Treasury part of the Finance Department, there are 98 employees. And that's just to concentrate and to work solely on financial matters. I know all of them don't work on the budget, but there are 98 employees in the finance department. There are 9 employees to handle all the matters for the Metro Council, whether that's constituent issues, legal issues, planning, zoning, IT, scheduling meetings, those kinds of things. And we're already, I believe, understaffed in that area. One example that or I guess a couple of examples, is last year, one of the reasons that we're here as a council on the cost of living adjustments is that, from my understanding, and I'll admit that I could have gotten this information wrong, is that when the pay plan was suggested to the Civil Service Commission, there had to have been a certification that that money would be there in future years. Pardon? And that certification has to come from the Finance Department. So the Finance Department, I would assume, then had to have said, okay, yes, we think that the funding would be there. But there are certain things that we also knew that were coming. You know, we knew that our debt payments were going to go up this year and next year. Those are the kind of things, there could have been lower, the property tax revenue could have been lower than anticipated. But those are the kind of, so COLAs are going up and so were our debt payments. And just property tax reappraisals coming in lower than expected wouldn't have covered that. And that's the kind of information that we would need as a council. Also, as a councilman, last year, I'll admit that I could have missed a meeting, or it could have been said in a meeting, and I didn't catch it. But there was no one that told me that I heard that said that we regularly, when we do reappraisals, that we regularly raise up the rate above just to break even. To my knowledge, no one said that in a budget hearing, no one sent that in a document, no one told us that as a group. I'll admit I could be wrong, but I don't remember that being mentioned. Councilman Mendez may know that better than I do with his research on this. Those are just 2 instances where we need more information as a council, don't know we have more options. This is not to besmirch the integrity of anyone in Metro government or anyone in the Metro Finance Department. I absolutely believe they are doing the best of their ability and they're doing good, honest work. However, we need a second opinion. We need more information, because the Finance Department, the Finance Director is nominated by the mayor, confirmed by the council, but then he or she goes to work for the mayor. He or she answers to the mayor. They don't answer to us. We need just at least just a little bit more information and really a second opinion that spends all day on these issues. We as council members, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth that we have to look at all the different issues of Metro government. Even as chairs of committees over certain departments, we still only have a certain amount of bandwidth to go into those departments and look at what's going on. So as a council member, that wants to do better for our employees, for our citizens, I want more information, I want better information, and I want, just a second opinion on some of these issues. And we have right now 1 finance analyst in the Metro Council office. By adding 1 employee, we are just doubling it. By just adding 1 employee. Compared to what would then be 97 employees in the finance department. With that, I move approval.
Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is where it gets difficult on these budget items. So there's going to be, and this particularly very good idea by the councilman, by the sponsor. These are very, very good ideas. There's going to be some more good ideas coming along the path on these budget amendments. But unfortunately, with this type of budget, this is not the year to do it. The council, this amendment is actually giving the council total net increase of $103,000. The chair can obviously speak for herself, but we actually cut the council because we were cutting lots of different agencies and departments, so we actually cut the council's budget by a certain amount. Other people are going to take their share of cuts, so is the council. But this is going to put money back into the council budget. Again, a good idea, just not this year. And people may say, well, when is a good year? Well, unfortunately, this is a very difficult budget cycle, and this is not the year. So I would urge the council, again, good idea, but we need to hold together on the budget. This is where we all stick together and have to kind of keep that substitute in place as we go through. Thank you.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So, Mr. Jameson, I'm going to ask you to help me kind of remember our history. When we receive a budget from the mayor's office, and are we then assured that what is in the mayor's budget is fiscally sound based upon the recommendations from the finance department and the mayor's office?
Yes.
We are. Okay. So last year we received that recommendation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, this is challenging for me. And so I guess I will close with this final question. This is not any additions to spending additional money. This is merely moving it to where we have a greater understanding on what we physically are committing to. And so it would, so I understand we don't want to, quote, take away, but I also understand we're in the predicament we're in because we followed a path that we were assured was okay. So with that, I'm going to end up supporting this. Thank you.
Councilman Mendez.
Just to respond to where my name came up with Councilman Elrod, I do agree that I don't think it came up last year about the historic practice of resetting the property tax rate at the same time as the property value reassessment. It didn't. That's a fact. About the idea of not this year, you know, that's going to be a refrain we're going to hear a lot through this, and the reality is that we all need to know. I think we all do know that not this year means not really for several years. You know, the materials that we put out with the other substitute that we'll talk about, there's $150 million worth of undisputed documented need coming up over the next 3 fiscal years, and an extra 100,000 isn't going to come up. So don't vote on the idea of, well, not this year, because we shouldn't pretend that it's going to happen next year or the year after that. I do think it needs to go to the merits of, like, yeah, you know, we could use more resources for the 40 of us, 41 including the vice mayor, but are we going to swipe somebody from Metro Finance in order to make that happen? I'm frankly still torn on this one. I don't think it's a good look for the council to be making our staff bigger in the midst of this budget crisis, and being able to not fund everything we need to, and as Councilman Glover says, not honoring our promises that we committed to last year. I just want to make the point of the don't vote on not this year, because not this year, it's not going to be next year or the year after that either. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. What Councilman Mendez said, it's time to start fixing these problems, and, you know, if not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just, you know, in the past, and being in the position that Councilor Virtue's in several years ago, I could say without a doubt that I had, and I believe she'll echo this, that we have total, complete access to the finance department and to Director O'Neill and Lomax. And I've, in my tenure, I've never felt at any time that there was something that was amiss or something that we were missing, because with the 40 council members we have here, any one of them could bring up a request or inquiry as to anything within the finance department. And I believe they've always been very cooperative and assisted us in giving us the answers. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the councilman's thought process, but you know, they're a great resource. They've been a positive resource. I just don't think we need to be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I rise in support of this amendment. I think in line with what Councilman Elrod said and partially what Councilman Mendez said. You know, this is not to impugn the Department of Finance, but I think it's important for our citizens to know that we have one independent financial analyst serving the council body. And so while the Department of Finance serves all departments of Metro government, and we greatly appreciate them, you know, they serve at the privilege, or they serve, you know, primarily in concert with the mayor's office, you know, the former director of finance, also in the mayor's office. We need colleagues, as we look at how we can improve this process, to step out and show the community that we are really doing things to strengthen the council office, because we are supposed to be a separate and co-equal body to the executive. We are doing a disservice to our citizens if we do not have the ability to diligently dig into this budget and have an independent voice as it relates to finance. So with all due respect to the Department of Finance, truly, I do respect the folks who work there and appreciate them very much. I think this is an important statement for us at the place that we find ourselves, to show our citizens that we are serious about making the council office and the budget process work better. We need another financial analyst. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod, did you wish to speak? Your button has come and gone several times. No? Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other council members wishing to speak? If not, seeing no one in the queue, we will now vote on Amendment F. If the clerk can. Okay, there's a clerical error that needs to be amended. Councilman Murad, can you move your amendment?
Sorry, I thought I did at the beginning. I move adoption.
You need to move the amendment to your amendment, which was a clerical error with regard to, I think, some of the sums of money. Councilmember,
a typographical error from.
So move.
You're moving to correct a typographical error.
Second.
Okay. We are voting. We can do this by a show of hands, I'm hoping. Great. With a voice vote, all those in favor of the correction of the typographical error, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Bless you. Now, Councilmember Henderson, Elrod, you want to move your amendment as amended?
So move.
So I believe this will have to be a machine vote. Madam Clerk, this is a motion for Amendment F. Madam Clerk, can you close the machines?
17 in favor, 15 against, 3 abstentions.
We are now on Amendment G. Sorry, motion passes. Thank you very much. We are now on Amendment G. Councilmember Freeman, you're withdrawing. Okay, Amendment G is withdrawn. This brings us to Amendment H. Councilmember Glover. Hold on. How do I get back to that? Coming up. Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Jameson, yesterday in Budget and Finance, I think we amended this to remove the family leave portion of the bill? The paid family leave portion?
You could move to amend to delete section 1.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to ask to make sure that we're going to take it the proper way.
Right.
So then, therefore, I move to, and does it require a suspension of the rules, Mr. Jameson?
Because this is not a substantive addition, this is a deletion. It would be a timely filed correction to your amendment. So I would submit not a
All right.
suspension. Of the
So
rules.
therefore, I will ask that we amend this to remove that the family pay be removed from this particular amendment, and that it only deal with a particular cut in the %. And I don't know, Mr. Jameson, if we got the list of everything, but it also includes police, et cetera. I think I do have to ask to suspend the rules on this piece of it.
Why don't you take those one at a time, however? So your first motion would be to move to delete section 1 that would have terminated the family leave policy.
All right, so then I will ask us to delete that, please.
Is there a second? Okay, we are voting on the amendment to delete the family leave portion of this amendment. Yes, Madam Clerk. We are checking.
Right now you're logged in as Ms. Weiner, which means that you're voting as Ms. Weiner if they recorded as Ms. Weiner.
I will abstain from now on. Thank you. Okay, we are voice vote on this amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment. Councilmember Shulman, pardon me, coming up. On the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Do we have to suspend the rules to get to this point, or are we okay?
We're okay.
We're all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? Okay, so we are voting on the amendment to delete the family leave portion. All those in favor of this amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Amendment to the amendment passes. Councilmember Glover.
All right, now, Mr. Jameson, realizing we left some departments out because I felt like the family leave piece would help us accommodate the dollars that I felt like we were seeking, or I felt like we could seek and accommodate the cost of living adjustment with. I'm going to ask the co-sponsor of this bill to make sure that we don't forget a department that will now be excluded. So if you would, tell us how we move this, please.
This would require suspension because you're making a substantive change. I did not receive an additional list regarding the departments. If you have, you would need to make that reference on the floor.
Okay, well, then I'm sorry. We've all been extremely busy here lately, so I will ask to suspend the rules on that.
Is there any objection to a suspension of the rules?
There are two
I see 2 objections.
So he cannot make that second
He
amendment.
cannot make that second amendment.
Okay, well, then I'll just go ahead and say what I was going to say in the first place.
You're recognized.
I really don't know how we did not put the cost of living adjustment as our first priority. I really don't understand it because we clearly stated that was our objective. And as I began the process of looking at the overall budget, I specifically asked the question, what are our objectives? And it was the COLA, and it was funding schools. Several of us spent countless hours looking at the budget, extensively, and we came up with ideas on where we could possibly cut in order to formulate the possibility of doing the COLA. Again, I'm not going to chastise or preach. We received the budget from the mayor's office, and he specifically said in his state of Metro that we couldn't find places to cut. We could find places to cut. We've chosen not to. And then we also got an approval that the budget from last year, from Budget and Finance, or from Finance, was we could accommodate what we voted and we approved last year. So that being said, I looked at every aspect of the budget, talked with various department heads, et cetera, on ways that we could perhaps trim down. I'll ask you to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pick up where Councilman Glover just left off, if you don't mind. First off, thank you, Council Lady Vercher and Councilman Schulman, for an amazingly difficult finance budget season. I don't sit on this committee, but you welcomed me in at most of the hearings, both on the mayoral side and on the council side, and through, I lost track of how many meetings, workshops, and committee meetings that we've all been through. During the course of all this, as Councilman Glover, my co-sponsor, has already stated, the COLA was the #1 thing we were trying to fix, schools being second. We probably figured out early on that creating another $18 million out of thin air wasn't going to be possible. So you're not going to make a 3% COLA cut. However, $12 million out of this budget is not hard to get to. And that is what this amendment starts to do. If you take 0.5% from all non-critical services, you're basically creating about $2.5 million. Now, in most of our departments at $50 million, $60 million, $70 million, if you as a department head can't find 1% savings in your own department to cover the cost of a COLA increase for your employees, I begin to wonder, and I'm not putting blame on anybody, don't want to, we're all in a very, very difficult position. But being in that position, not doing anything just annoys me to no end. It's incredibly frustrating to know that we either don't cut anything and increase taxes to every constituent in Davidson County, or we don't do anything. Those are basically our choices right now. We were handed a rock, and we've created another rock and a third rock, and now we're sitting between 3 rocks, looking for a hard place. It's not a good place to be. It's not a good place to put the city, the people of this city either. It would be my suggestion that we take a 0.5% cut from every department, non-essential departments. Basically, and what we were trying to do was include emergency communications, emergency management, police, fire, and EMT. Those are what I'm going to consider critical departments in this city that cannot take a budget cut in any shape, form, or fashion. Everything else, take a 0.5%. That's another $2.5, $2.6 million. And if you take 10% from the administrative side of this, that adds another $1 million. Now, that might get close to a 1% COLA raise, but it's better than nothing. So I ask that you support this bill and the following 3 amendments in line here, because they all create that COLA increase for the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Devitt Blaylock.
Thank you. I would like to ask to exclude the police and the fire out of this. How can I do that?
Councilmember, you'll need to move to suspend the rules.
I move to suspend the rules.
Is there an objection to suspension of the rules?
Thank you.
I don't believe I see an objection to this. Councilmember Schulman, you're waving. What are you indicating?
I'm just trying to figure out, what are we suspending?
Councilmember Blaylock has moved to exclude fire and police on Councilmember Glover's amendment, and she has to suspend the rules to do that. I see 1 objection. I see 2 objections. Can't be done. You wish to speak? Councilmember Tanaka Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need Mr. Jamison, because I know we've gotten into the amendment of the amendment and the motion to suspend the rules. We had objections. So where are we at as it relates to Amendment H? If you can articulate that for the body before we take the vote.
As it stands now, Amendment H would do only one thing. That would reduce the operating budget for every department in Schedule 1, Section B, which is essentially every one, with the exception of 3 departments, the mayor's office, the council office, and the sheriff, making an across-the-board reduction of 0.5%.
Thank you. Other questions? So given that, Councilmember Glover.
Mr. Jamison, I realize that we're not able to amend this, and we've asked for a suspension of the rules. However, should this pass tonight, are we able to come back at a later date, let's just say the next meeting, and then amend it to where we do not ask the police the emergency communications and essential services to not be included in this? Is that a possibility?
To my knowledge, the council has never amended a budget ordinance after adoption. However, there is no prohibition against that in the charter explicitly. The finance director does have some unilateral authority to move monies around, but the answer to your question is that could be done. It would be the first in Metro's history that I'm aware of, but it could be done.
Well, we've got a number of firsts tonight, so anyway, I just want to make sure as we get ready to vote on this, I want us to understand we have that latitude in order to make sure we don't harm emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Jamison, will you explain again what we are voting on exactly now that this amendment has been amended?
If Amendment H were adopted, it would reduce the operating budget for every Metro department, with the exception of the mayor's office, the council office, and the sheriff's office, by 1/2%.
Thank you. Everyone clear on that? Councilmember Bob Mendez.
I guess I wanted to ask, one of the questions I asked at Finance yesterday, the use of department. There's a bunch of stuff in the budget that, like the community support line item is listed with department number 01, and then there's no number listed, but then there's about 20 items listed below that that all have specific numbers, and I guess I'm asking Mr. Jamison whether, as this is drafted, does this apply to do a 0.5% cut from those items?
I believe it was the sponsor's intent to actually address Metro departments, but I would defer to Mr. I see he's nodding his head, but that's what I believe was his intent.
So, again, looking for some clarity, in the budget, there's things that I guess are not departments that have a department number listed in them. So we're not talking about those. We're just talking about departments that is defined somewhere.
Correct.
Not today, but somewhere.
Just in terms of departments with operating and personnel and otherwise have directors and offices and other hallmarks of departments.
All right, and I want to be clear. I'm not really saying this is a good idea or bad idea. I mean, I think the idea of finding cuts is something that we need to do, and we sort of failed at that through the budget and finance process. So I think there's merit to the idea that my colleagues have come up with here. I am a little worried about whether it's clear to a reader through the course of next year, but I do think this is a good idea. Thanks.
Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Due to the length of this debate, can you remind me of the committee report on this?
Council Lady Vercher, would you give the committee report, please?
On Amendment H,
Yes, please.
Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 7 for disapproval, 5 for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Swope.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. In response to Councilman Mendez's questions, and just to clarify this even farther, there are certain departments, such as water and sewer, which are enterprise systems. They can't be touched. We couldn't take a 0.5% from their budget if we wanted to. Director Lomax O'Neill, as Councilman Mendez and Councilor Jamison have already said, has a little bit of latitude to administrate this 0.5% cut. Water and sewer can't be touched. Metro Action Commission can't be touched. The district energy system can't be touched. School systems are off the board. The Barnes Fund is off the board. There are certain things that the Finance Committee has already decided upon, and or they are enterprise and or grant-related systems or departments that we can't touch by law. So that's why if you really took a 0.5% from every department, you'd be saving about $10 million. but in reality, it's about 2.6. So I hope that clarifies things.
Thank you. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I just want to say again, these are tough decisions. I appreciate what Councilman Glover and Councilman Swope have done, because I actually really liked this idea when we were going through it. I thought it had real merit. But again, part of our responsibility tonight is we have a substitute in front of us. We have a budget that we've worked on, been proposed by the budget chair. We are trying to pass a budget tonight. So again, this is one of those things where if we want to keep our budget together, I don't know what this is going to do. We had heard that it was going to cut positions and things like that if we started going halfway across the board. That's what I think is going to happen. We don't know the consequences of it. We've looked at it. I know the budget chair has worked through this. It was not included in the substitute budget. And that way, we really need to hold it together, and we need to, even though they're good ideas, we need to reject these amendments so we can, so we know what we've got. We're protecting the budget. We're protecting employees, because we may start losing employees if we start making cuts that we don't know exactly what they're going to cost. Thank you.
Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to echo a couple of the comments of my colleagues, and I do appreciate the sponsor's intent here, and I think it's an intent that we all share. I did want to briefly state that a lot of times when we're talking about the budget, when we talk about cuts and amounts, the first way those are expressed are by FTE. And so when we talk about how we equate a 0.5% cut, and we talk about the funding and that, the easiest, the quickest, and unfortunately the most damaging cuts that happen are personnel. And so to echo some of Councilman Schulman's comments, while I think that this is well-intentioned, with departments having to make a 0.5% cut that they may not be expecting, my guess would be the first thing that they're going to have to look at is FTEs, is personnel, is people. And so I fear that with good intentions of giving raises to most, we might actually be putting some folks out of a job. So I can't vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. One thing I failed to mention when I began this process on these amendments that are being offered by Councilman Swope and myself is that every amendment would equal a 0.5% on the COLA. We have really a total of 4 here that we're looking at. So the overall goal is a 2% cost of living adjustment. That certainly is not what we told the employees last year. That's not what we promised. But it's better than nothing, which is exactly what we're offering in this substitute. And so therefore, that's the entire approach that I took. I don't want to speak on behalf of Councilman Swope. I believe that you had a very similar thought process in it. And so therefore, to me, it's better to say that we will help accommodate as much of the cost of living adjustment that we promised you a year ago, rather than giving you nothing. Now, the reason that I equated it to a 0.5% cut in the departments is because I tell you what, I couldn't walk in and say, all right, cut this, cut this, cut this. I think the department heads are much more capable than myself on determining where cuts may be made. Did I talk to every department head? Absolutely not. Did I talk to certain ones? Yes, in the time limit we had, which is one of the things that bothers me about our process and how we do this. We're rushed on trying to push everything through. And I appreciate all the work and the diligence that's gone into this. However, we have not accommodated what we said than less than a year ago. Tomorrow, it'll be a year. But as of right now, it hadn't been a year yet. So did we look at ways to accommodate and honor our word? Absolutely. Do we know the full extent of what it might be? I happen to believe that it may not. I'm going to use the word may not. And then I'll say, for me personally, I don't believe it would result in a loss of positions. That being said, I will simply renew, and I just want to reaffirm, Mr. Jameson, that, and I realize it hadn't been done before, but if this passes, then Councilman Swope and myself can come back and ask to amend and put in the emergency services departments that we accidentally left out, because until yesterday, I didn't realize we couldn't even look at the family leave section. So with that, I renew my motion to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to rise and echo some of the comments from my colleagues. Obviously, we all want to look for savings within our budget. As Mayor Briley himself stated, the recommended budget that he presented was a status quo budget that had already been combed pretty thoroughly for savings opportunities, as we determined through our extensive committee work sessions. We found that to be true. And so what this proposal does, it's well-intentioned, but what it does is it still leads to the very likelihood, as some other colleagues have mentioned, of cuts to personnel that are unplanned. And so we would, at some point, end up pitting employees against one another by giving COLAs to partial COLAs, not even our promised COLAs, but giving a partial COLA to some of our employees at the expense of other employees who will be receiving pink slips. And we don't know how that would be structured. We still would not be funding our schools and our teachers. We still, I believe, would be selling properties on a one-time basis to fund recurring expenses. And so as the Personnel Committee Chair, I appreciate the efforts of everyone on this council to find a way to give our employees something. I really do appreciate that. But I feel like we have gone through this extensively through our committee system. We really just need to make sure that we are fully funding our employees in our schools, and these cuts this time may not be necessarily all that bad, but we're just going down a path where it's going to get worse and worse each year. We need to fund our schools and our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. I had to, I want to speak on this particular amendment, and I do commend the work from Councilman Glover and for Councilman Swope, and I know the spirit of this amendment. This proposal across the board cuts was seriously considered. So I want the viewing audience to know that, one, COLA was the priority, but to put it in perspective, for every 1% is $6 million. So for a 3% COLA is $18 million. Could we have done across the board cuts to get to that $18 million? Absolutely. But it would have caused many Metro employees to lose their jobs. I did not want the substitute budget to do that. That would have been even a more greater disservice to Metro employees, as opposed to us not being able to honor the request or the 3% COLA. And just so that the council members that was not part of the budget sessions also, we explored a one-time bonus also. Again, where we are as it relates to the budget constraints, for every 1% is $6 million. In addition to our prior commitments as it relates to our debt service and so forth. I commend Councilman Glover, Councilman Swope. I know you put in a lot of work as it relates to trying to get us there for COLA, but the employees need to know that the work was done. The work was done. And the work doesn't end tonight. We are still working to see if we can honor the commitment as it relates to COLA. But as it relates for this substitute budget, we did not want to cause Metro employees to lose their jobs to honor the COLA commitment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
I'll keep it brief. there's been a lot of talk about good intentions. I mean, there are good intentions, but this amendment reflects the hard choices we've got in front of us. Doing some hand-wringing about losing jobs, like we are absolutely on a path with this budget to lose an extensive number of jobs next year, and the baseline facts about that are not in dispute. We've heard from Metro Finance through the course of the budget season, and I think the mayor said in the media in early May that there are expected to be across-the-board cutbacks next year. And so the question is whether we're going to kick the can down the road to have people lose their jobs next year, take the chance that the 0.5% now in this amendment does it, or fix it. I'm going to support this amendment.
Councilor Vercher, are you seeking recognition again? Okay.
Madam President, I think we do the public a disservice to have the Chicken Little syndrome. The sky is not falling. Again, we are meeting our debt service, we're paying our bills, and no Metro employees are losing their jobs. We're not reducing any services to the city. So I would respect for colleagues to not paint that picture for our city. We still have a strong economy. We're just faced with some budgetary constraints this budgetary cycle.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to the vote. We will be voting on Amendment H as amended. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Has everyone that wants to vote voted? Everybody's tablet working? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines. Okay.
There we go.
Colors.
Bear with us, we're having a technical issue again. For a change.
Do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, that would show that it's got everybody's name. Is there a reason not to?
I'd give them a minute.
Well, I'm just. Okay. Good.
Madam Clerk, you can close the machines. Hang on, I'm trying to get you turned on. Okay. Hang on, it's not going.
Yeah, we had to do it manually.
Okay, you're good.
12 in favor, 23 against, and 3 abstentions.
Motion fails. We are now on Amendment I. Councilman Glover, do you wish to move Amendment I?
Yes, I do.
Councilor Vercher, would you please give us a committee report?
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended a disapproval, 7 for disapproval, 4 against.
Mr. Jamison, would you please give us a brief description?
This amendment would cut from various programs, essentially the smaller chambers, the subsidy to the hospital authority and mayor's office for a combined total of $664,500 to be allocated to the COLA.
Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So the thing I've wrestled with is language I've heard here. This is a status quo budget, but yet we added new expenditures. So therefore, in my mind, it's not status quo. We've decided we're going to spend money on new stuff. And as opposed, once again, to looking at what our priorities were. We said that we were going to honor the cost of living adjustments. We didn't say that we're going to add new expenditures to the budget. We said last year, even after various warnings, that this is what we're going to do. And so for us to say this is a status quo budget, let's not kid ourselves, it's not. If nothing else, this one should not pass. I mean, it should not be allowed to we must pass this one, excuse me, because this is not, if you go back and you look at every item in this, with the exception of perhaps the mayor's office, every item in this is greater than what the budget was last year. So status quo, in my mind, and perhaps I don't understand the English language, but status quo in my mind is something that everything stays even. There's not an increase. It's flat or perhaps a decrease. So that being said, you know, I'm not going to keep harping on this. I'm pretty certain everybody's made their minds up on that COLA is really not what we want to do or how we want to do it. I get it. And for that, I regret that we don't understand what was supposed to be our priority. Thank you.
Council Lady Lee.
I didn't push anything. Sorry, your machine's acting up again.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just was jumping up to be someone different this round, but basically planning to vote no just for the same reasons on the last one. Again, just what I said in budget yesterday was don't like these kind of tit for tat amendments that we have here. You know, we've got a good substitute budget. You have your chance to honor the COLA later. That is an opportunity. If you do want to honor the COLA, that opportunity is out there. But just these little kind of tit for tat amendments, I just hope you vote no again. Thanks.
Councilman Glover, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, very quickly. Mr. Jameson, last year when we passed 717, 718, and 719, was there any language inside of that when we promised we would give a 3% COLA that we'd be raising taxes this year in order to accommodate that?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, we are on amendment letter I. Madam Clerk, would you open the machines?
You're good. This is a technical question. They can fix this with a patch. It'll take 15 minutes. If you wanted to, you could recess for 15 minutes and demand council members be back at 9:45 or whatever.
No, because then they'll caucus and it will be in a bigger mess.
Okay. She just is worried about what they would do if we recess. They could have conversations off site.
Unless it
we'd be in
goes dry
trouble.
completely. Hey, Jason. So we can manage it right away.
Jason, can you take a photo of that?
Well, hey, hold me.
Councilmember Pridemore, are you having trouble with your screen?
Not now.
Raise your hand if you're having trouble with your screen, please.
My amendment, because mine was like a one-time.
Okay.
I think we were just working with two separate finance people. I worked with Kim Daniel, and she said it's easier just to go
because I was just curious. I was like, that's kind of the wording I wanted.
He's working on David Costa.
No big deal. I was just curious. Thank you.
Able to vote now? 7 in favor.
Hang on. I'm trying to get it to turn on.
She'll go to a show of hands. Let me write this down.
Okay, you're on.
7 in favor, 26 against, and 3 abstentions.
Motion fails. Amendment fails, I'm sorry. We are now on Amendment J. Councilmember Glover, do you wish to move Amendment J?
I move approval.
Council Lady Glover, I'm sorry, Council Lady Vercher. Okay, we needed that tonight, so I apologize. Council Lady Vercher, committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Touche.
Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, none for disapproval, 1 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, would you please give a brief description of letter J?
This would reduce allocations to MTA and the Arts Commission combined totaling $3 million and assign it to the cost of living adjustments.
Thank you. Seeing no one in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. We are on letter J. Is everyone's machine working, and has everyone cast a vote? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines.
6 in favor, 29 against, 1 abstention.
Amendment fails. We are now on Amendment K. Councilman Rosenberg, do you wish to move Amendment K?
No, Madam President, I'll skip this one.
Okay, we're going to withdraw Amendment K and move to Amendment L. Councilmember Rosenberg, do you wish to move Amendment L?
Yes, please.
Council Lady Vercher, committee report, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 10 for disapproval, 0 against.
Mr. Jameson, would you give a brief description, please?
This would move $350,000 from the Chamber of Commerce Partnership 2020 program and allocate it to the Health Department and Metro Council.
Councilman Rosenberg, do you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam President. So this is our annual gift to the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is essentially a political organization. They send us letters opposing our legislation. They distribute a report card on us and distribute them to us as a means of pressure. They endorse candidates. They criticize locally elected officials. They send out attack mailers. And also they recruit to surrounding counties, which is great, but we're the only government that cuts them a check paid with our constituents' money. In a 3-year period, their payrolls have ballooned from $4.5 to $5.5 million, and the president's salary has gone from $247,000 to $471,000 over the last decade. I think that they'll do just fine without taxpayer dollars. On the other hand, we have a shortage. On the other hand, we have a shortage of nurses to serve the children in our public schools. And school nurses don't just help with tummy aches. They influence health by providing care, screenings, and referrals, monitoring immunizations, communicating with parents. They influence mental health by identifying mental, psychosocial, and emotional issues. connecting with parents and participating in anti-bullying, anti-violence, and suicide prevention programs. They influence families by providing education. They influence the community by freeing teachers to teach and participating in the development of emergency response plans. So essentially, with this amendment, we have the choice to use this money to pay for one executive salary, or we can provide health services to children in multiple metro schools that do not have any school nurses. Move approval.
Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. So we discussed this one pretty thoroughly yesterday in the Budget Committee, and I hate to get into lots of discussions or insinuations about an entity. I know we've been contracting with the Chamber for years. We heard yesterday from our own Office of Economic and Community Development that I believe they only have 2 people that actually work in the mayor's office on economic and community development. That's what the Chamber is there to work with us. I'm not sure what happens if you completely cut this thing out. They stop doing services directly with us. We lose that contract. I know that, I mean, I love school nurses too. I think that's a great program, but I mean, this whole thing that we work with within the city is a balance between trying to take care of everything that we've got going on. I don't know what happens if we get rid of this contract with the, or we just completely cut the funding for the Chamber. But when we do things like this, we take tremendous risk. I mean, the city, obviously we're in need of economic development. That's very important. That's how we've gotten to where we've gotten to. But so I'm just saying that if this city is going to continue to grow and be a successful major city, we have to be very careful with the cuts that we make. This is very serious. I mean, this is when we start getting into where we want to be and what we want to be when we grow up as a city of Nashville. This is very dangerous. Obviously, people can laugh, but this is the city of Nashville. We need to be responsible. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson, Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a question for Attorney Jameson. Was the money that was initially allocated for Partnership 2020 supposed to have been a one-time allocation?
It's historically been a one-at-a-time allocation, but I don't believe there was any limit previously to a one fiscal year allocation.
Okay, and are we under a contract?
With the Chamber?
Yes.
We do have contractual arrangements. We don't have anything that would require this specific allocation of money to them in this budget.
Okay. Well, this is new information for me. And I guess what I would do is step out on a limb here, because I'm not pro-chamber, anti-chamber, anything like that. But we in Antioch, all of us as council members have had issues with getting support from our chamber. They have been supportive in some aspects, but I think we have some work that needs to be done in that area. Maybe this will send the right message that if you're going to be funded through the council, then you're going to have to work for the people. And in our districts, we see those results. I do have concerns that we continually keep funding them at the level that they are being funded at, and we don't share that wealth to other nonprofits and organizations that we all have talked about in the budget and finance sessions. So although I commend you, Councilman Rosenberg, on this idea, I think that we will be a little bit short-sighted in just cutting it out at this juncture, but I think this is a well-intentioned move, and I think it's something that we do need to consider. Thank you.
Council Lady Angie Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. While I concur with Councilman Rosenberg on several points, I do want to make the point that the council, or rather the chamber, very kindly, collaboratively facilitated all our stakeholder meetings related to our sidewalk legislation. So we can partner with the chamber and business to advance our policy goals. And so I wanted to, commend them and point to doing more of that kind of collaboration where we're working together. Yesterday in Budget and Finance, I spoke to what I feel is the importance of some evolution in the area business councils, those very large kind of amorphous entities that don't seem to have much relation from any particular community. And to Council Lady Johnson's standpoint, this is something I think that helps our Office of Economic and Community Development, but likewise, in that same spirit, we need to make sure as a council with this $350,000 that we are investing and forging a partnership, right? That we are working on those mutual policy goals. We are pushing the chamber to engage more in fostering merchants associations that can grow into business improvement districts that can support out in Madison and Southeast and elsewhere. So I would encourage us to continue with this support, but to also engage with the chamber more around our goals for economic development across the county and policy. Thank you.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. The Chamber does do some work with Nashville. They also work with other governments, but they don't get paid by their taxpayers to do it. I also appreciate a passionate defense of executive salaries as much as the next guy, but the fact is they've got a huge pile of money they're sitting on, and they can survive without ours. Children without school nurses, on the other hand, might not fare as well. Thank you.
Council Lady Dowell.
I just want to say, one, I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Rosenberg. I mean, I've had the chamber to lobby their heart out against a couple of my legislations, and they did it successfully with you all with regard to adding more apartments out in Southeast Nashville. But I would be remiss to sit here and allow us to talk about the chamber so negatively, because they have done great work in this city. And I think for some of you who don't believe that, you should go to a delineated area and take a look at it and see what it looks like to not have anybody downtown, to deal with high unemployment, and to not have any companies desiring to come to your city. So I think $350,000 is a tiny investment to make for the work that they've done in our city. And that's, to me, absent of the private businesses investing in the chamber. And I would just say that when I came into office in Antioch, 2011, the area was delineated. I mean, we had trouble really growing the area because banks were not willing to lend money for businesses to invest in the area. And I don't think nobody understands the situation our community was in and what work effort it took to get people to take a chance and to invest in the community. And I've worked very closely with the chamber. And if you've had a disappointing relationship with them, then you need to work closer with them to get your money's worth. But I would say that our community has, and I'll give you a rundown, and I've said this before, and I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but we've had LKQ move in, HCA, Assurion, Drake Software, Calvary Logistics, Bridgestone. They moved in that dead Hickory Hollow Mall and invested there, which is huge. Slim and Husky's opening up tonight while we're sitting here. Community Health Systems that came over. Aramark down the street. They've started working with our small businesses. I've met with Ralph, kind of like Council Lady Henderson, when I got in office and submitted a proposal about starting merchant chambers. And this is what we're looking at today, of how we can work with those smaller chambers to get them to work with small businesses in our community. I think they're making some strides in that area. They have a ways to go, but again, we're only giving them $350,000 of our money. They've also helped a lot with regard to providing marketing packages and information that I need when franchises move in the area. And we've had several new franchises move to the Antioch area. So to say that, we need school nurses, but we should not, I I think we should not put school nurses against economic development because we need both. And we've got to get to where we're not internally fighting from one department against another, because both of those things are equally important. And we can do both. And that's the thing that I think the city has to get to the point and understand. It's not one or the other. We can do both. We just have to get our priorities in order. But the thing about, I will say, is that economic development and education go hand in hand. We need both. So I don't think we should compare. I'm going to support the $350,000. And I've said this before, and I don't have it with me, but most cities pay and contribute a lot more to their chambers, and they get a lot less. And so I do think that I get, maybe you don't, but I get the value for our investment. I'm proud of the work that they've done in our area. I hope to see it continue. We have 2 more new companies on the horizon that I've heard about, and I hope we secure those. That's increasing our tax base in our area. It's bringing it back alive. It's providing jobs in this community, and so I'm going to support them, even though, as Dave Rosenberg said, they lobbied against me, and I wish they stay out of that, and I've had that discussion with them, and just stick to economic development. But I'm going to support this because this money goes toward economic development, not the report cards they put on our desk. So I ask that you support.
Councilman Bedney.
I actually take pride on that report card when they put me down like not doing what they wanted. So I don't think I have got support from the Action Committee of the Chamber ever. So I don't really have any particular incentive, nor I will have anyway. But I still, having said that, I think that if we believe in the idea that we want to bring in companies to the city to help us grow our revenue stream and to create better jobs, unless we come up with a different model, that's the model we have now. We invest our amount of money with these people, they bring in additional monies, and they help our 2 staff person, right, to work on doing outreach to companies that are going to come to the city and resettle here. Now, like they say, things is on the details. Because we're giving that incentive, we don't get to necessarily look into their private information because they are not part of the city necessarily. So there are things that maybe we could be looking into. But I think that cutting the incentive without a plan B or any other idea is actually hurting ourselves. So I will suggest that we continue this investment level and that we find money for those nurses like Councilman Rosenberg is asking. Perhaps voting for Councilmember Mendez amendment, perhaps. But I think that we should really think twice before throwing the baby with the bathwater. Thank you.
Well, I don't think we did our job. So, okay.
Councilman Pulley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to add to the comments. I appreciate what everybody said and the intent of the sponsor. I echo what Council Lady Henderson and Council Lady Dowell have said in support of this, but I wanted to add that for me, you can add the cost to benefit ratio here. It's $350,000, and in order to duplicate the services that the council provides us in the economic development area, it would cost us exponentially greater amounts of money than we were providing. They've got 11 dedicated people to this, and we only have 2. So how are we going to get that service if we don't have them? We're going to spend a whole lot more money. So for that reason alone and others, I would support the Chamber's allocation, and I would ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to rise, along with some of my other colleagues, in opposition to this amendment. The Chamber, the Nashville Chamber, does help to bring jobs, companies and jobs to our region, as has been discussed, to help support our 2-person economic and community development group. some of my other colleagues have spoken at length about some of the relocations that have happened in parts of our city where jobs have been desperately needed, and there are now jobs that are present in those areas. And there certainly is value to that. While some of those private sector jobs may not directly benefit our Metro employees, they do help to attract additional sales tax revenues in particular. They would help to generate additional property tax revenues as long as Metro government adjusts our property tax rate appropriately in order to claim that revenue. If we go through our reassessments after having had a lot of growth like we do, and all of that growth is dissolved into a revenue neutral certified property tax rate, then we've had a lot of growth but not had any additional revenue, which is a good summary of where we are. Therefore, the way that we benefit from having growth and development activities bring companies to our community is to set our property tax rate appropriately to fund the increasing services that we also need to provide to our county. So this is I appreciate the effort at wanting to look closely at all opportunities for cuts. I do feel like, you know, our Metro employees often live in Davidson County, and their family members benefit from having jobs in the private sector just as much as our employees have benefits from working for us. But this small cut does not get us, frankly, where we need to be for COLAs, which were promised. It still does not fund education. We are still looking at property sales on a one-time basis to support recurring expenses. So the issue is that we have a property tax rate issue that we need to look at and make sure that our property tax rates are appropriate to fund our employees, our schools, and the services that we need to provide to our constituents, and this isn't quite the answer to that. So I'm opposed to this amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I won't belabor this, but again, just to reiterate, Councilman Rosenberg, I think your idea is great. However, I think we need more discussion on this, but I agree with Councilwoman Henderson and what she is saying in regards to things need to be reworked. We started out with $100,000 and now we're at $350,000, and so that allocation continually to go up for an entity. I know they assist our Economic and Community Development Office, but what I see in this city is a lot of inequities. You see, in North Nashville, there's no economic development, and I'm not going to be selfish and say that just because some things happen in Southeast Nashville, forget about everybody else. I think that we need to look at the fact that the chamber comes in here and works against people. They cluster poverty and do other things that are not equitable for all neighborhoods. So we need to have a conversation. I'm not interested in making this a punitive thing with this legislation tonight, but I think it opens up that we definitely need to have a conversation with the chamber because they're getting too much money and they focus it on what is considered the gentrified and affluent areas of the city. And people are tired of that.
I ask you to hold your applause, please.
You know, I want to see things over in Council Lady Haywood's area. I want to see things in North Nashville. We've got a lot of inequities in this city, and I'm not someone who has been in this council being self-centered, thinking that, well, as long as they're doing something in Antioch, then forget about everybody else. We need to have a serious conversation with the chamber, and you all need to hold their feet to the fire. I'm one of the exceptions in this council. They did support me financially, and I can speak against them because I'm not bought by anybody. If you want to support me because I'm good at what I do, then that's what it is. But I'm not here to kowtow and make them seem like they're doing a lot of things in a glowing nature, because they're not. And so I appreciate you bringing this forth, Councilman Rosenberg, and I think that opens up the dialogue with all of you. You all know that I'm leaving the council, so it's upon you to continue that dialogue and hold the chamber's feet to the fire and stop allowing them to come in here and keep certain communities distressed. Thank you.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I respect a lot of my colleagues' arguments here. They just don't seem to be against this particular amendment. This does not shut down the chamber or end their work in Nashville. They've got an $11.5 million budget. They'll be okay. So I ask for your approval, your support. Thank you.
Councilman Swope.
Call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Hang on.
Yeah.
Turn you on.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want, just for a point of order, did you see that I was in the queue?
Yeah, you were third down.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you were
Thank
third
you.
down. Okay, we are on Amendment L. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Is everybody's tablet working? Madam Clerk, please close the machines.
10 in favor, 23 against, 4 abstentions.
Amendment fails. Councilmember Rosenberg, we are now on letter M, Amendment M. Would you wish to move your amendment?
Yes, please, Madam President.
Council Lady Bircher, would you give us a committee report, please?
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 8 for disapproval, 1 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, would you give us a brief description, please?
Amendment M would decrease the allocation to the Chamber of Commerce Partnership 2020 by $175,000 to be allocated to the Metro Council.
Councilman Rosenberg?
Thank you, Madam President. So if we can't get school nurses, maybe we can piggyback on Councilman Elrod's effort to positively affect our city to the tune of millions of dollars a year. As we've discussed, our budget process sucks. It's not a secret. It's not the fault of our acting vice mayor, our budget chair, the Budget and Finance Committee, or anyone else who spent a lot of hours trying to put together budgets that work. We just don't have the tools to be good stewards of our city's money. This is, our budget's over $2 billion a year, and we have one financial analyst. I think that we can now do a second. So why don't we even go for 3 or 4 to match the 100 downstairs? We depend on, this is an amendment that just moves a little bit of the money from a group with a political agenda to hire a couple finance staff to help us independently evaluate legislation. It leaves them $175,000 of their money, so it's just that incremental step that some of my colleagues spoke about to ensure that we can save our constituents millions of dollars a year. I move approval.
Council Lady Gilmore?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to rise and say that I appreciate Councilmember Rosenberg's amendments, and I appreciated Council Lady Karen Johnson's question. I think when she originally asked the question, it's gotten muddled a little bit. She asked, Mr. Jameson, was this a part of the contract? And Mr. Jameson, you said that this was?
This has been an annual allocation. I'm not aware of an underlying contract.
Right, so it's more of a donation. So I just want to keep this in the minds of the council members. This is not tied to a contract, right? So I think we do have to do some things differently, but it seems like most people are not on board with that. But they are part of our city. It seems like sometimes with the council, I think Councilmember Rosenberg made a great point. A lot of constituents don't understand. As a matter of fact, they smear, they say we don't do the proper research. But I was counting how many hours we have spent on this budget. I think it's been about 25 hours for the last 5 or 6 days or so. And in addition to that, we still have other bills that are rolling in. So it's a vicious cycle. And unless you are part of the city council, I think you don't understand that there is not enough. We have very good staff, but there's not enough proper staff. And for whatever reason, the council members feel pressure not to empower themselves to do more and to help their constituents more. So I think we do have to do things a little bit differently. So I do appreciate the discussion, and I do appreciate Councilmember Johnson's question, which was, is this tied to a contract? And it is not tied to a contract. It is a donation. And we have other constituencies, other groups that could benefit from this. No one's denying what the chamber does. The chamber does awesome work. But I think if you go around through the 35 districts, you will see some of them are severely underserved. And if you look at what we are seeing with the kids, I shared that last night, I'm very concerned about our young people and the violence in the city. And a lot of times we try to nickel and dime our smaller organizations that really service the community. Some of these things were added in the mayor's budget. We said that, it was new line items, and I just want to speak to that quickly. They're new line items because of the distress in the community. There is a need for a Black chamber. There is a need for an LGBT community chamber. There's a lot of needs for this because there is a great gap. And if you run the statistics, African Americans are doubly unemployed in the city, even though other people we have a low unemployment rate, but we have high crime in this city, which is unusual because most of the time if you have high unemployment, you have high crime rates. So the numbers are going the opposite way. And we do have people in the city, even though it's a great city, we must be honest, that are disenfranchised. And yet we don't want to support our cost of living adjustments for our own employees. We're not talking about private companies, and we're talking about whether we should support the chamber for a donation. And we don't want to support our own employees. So I just want to remind us of that. And as we move forward, let's find some people, more people on our staff that can support us to help us do the work that we need to do so that we can be effective and we can work on behalf of our constituents, because that's what it's about. And it's not a slight against the chamber. It's just saying that we need to do some things differently as we move forward in the city. If we want to see changes in crime, if we want to see changes in economic development, we're going to have to allocate our dollars differently. Thank you very much.
Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, I appreciate the effort by my colleague, Councilmember Rosenberg. And I want to say that I was so deeply moved by Councilmember Gilmore's comments yesterday during the budget. We definitely do need to do a lot of things differently in our city. We do have a lot of young people who are hurting and in need of services. And the way to provide services to people in our city, and maybe in some cases even to expand services to people in our city who need it the most, is to set our property tax rate at an appropriate level to fund our government, to fund our employees, our schools, and the people whom we serve. If this particular line item, for example, were going to a specific FTE that had been identified in the council office, which could have been a great idea, that might be one thing. I think that the council needs to lead here. If we are asking our employees not to forego a COLA that we promised them, we should not be adding funding to our own department. We ourselves might need to work a little harder too. We need to share that burden and not be shifting any dollars to our department when we're asking others to take a cut. Again, for those reasons above, we're sort of nickel and diming our way a little bit through this budget. Through some of these amendments, we still are not funding COLAs. We still are not funding our schools. We still are selling properties on a one-time basis for recurring expenses. The financial mismanagement that has happened largely is not setting our property tax rate appropriately to fund our ongoing needs for this body. And so I will not support this amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dowell. Hang on. Okay, go.
I just want to say that, I agree with a lot of the comments have been said, but I'm going to also not vote to support this. And I think it's important to just state, just once again for the audience, that in a city when you have competing priorities, sometimes you have to do both things. It's not an either or. And if there's any area in this city seeking economic development, it's not going to fall in your lap sometimes. You're going to have to get up and go get it. Organize your community, get an advocate, work with the chamber. And I think it's there. And we talk about, I just want to say one point about I'm concerned about the whole city. I would like to see economic development throughout, and I think it will come. But I also think that the community bears a responsibility, and also your council person. I think North Nashville will be fine once they elect a leader who's going to stay in leadership there and lead that community and work with the chamber. And we will work with them as you have worked with us in our southeast area and as we look to work with Madison. I think it will happen, but I think we shouldn't penalize the chamber, because I think, and I will say this again, I think they do a good job for the work that they are paid to do. And I do think this is a little bit self-serving. I've advocated for years about putting resources at the council office, and we've always voted against putting people and staff in place to help us be more effective. So I'm not going to support this one, but I would say as this budget season ends, let's start today and start looking at the next budget season and start having conversations about funding nonprofits for youth violence, dealing with delineated communities. We should not wait until we're in the middle of an operating budget to bring forth all these amendments and all these changes and talk about all these problems. We've had 11 months to talk about issues in this city and to get funding, and I just think it's a little bit late now, so I'm going to no.
Councilman Swope.
Call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are now on Amendment M. Madam Clerk, please open the machines.
Anthony.
Everyone's tablet working?
You could just run
Has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines.
Yeah, I know.
7 in favor, 24 against, 4 abstentions.
Amendment fails. We're on Amendment letter N as in Nancy. Councilmember Scott Davis, would you like to move your amendment?
I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Councillady Vercher, committee report, please, on letter N.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 9 for disapproval, 0 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jamison, would you give a brief description, please?
Amendment N would decrease the allocation to the Adventure Science Center in the amount of $25,000 and assign that to the Bordeaux North Nashville Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope. Okay, Councilmember Hastings.
I'm sorry, that was to the prior bill.
Okay, thank you. Councillady Hurt, must have been previous, and Councillady Gilmore, were you seeking recognition?
Thank you so much.
There you go.
I appreciate you, and I guess this is the time, and this is about kind of where I jumped up last night as well. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Davis for all of his hard work, as well as the other council members, and of course our chair. We definitely want to thank her for that. But specifically for the viewing audience, if you don't know, the way our budget works is you have to identify monies where you're going to take from another organization and place them in the organization that you're looking for. So whether we disagree or agree with what organization or where they got the money from, I appreciate all the hard work that Councilmember Davis has done, and I shared that yesterday. And I specifically appreciate it because all of the organizations that he identified and all the following amendments that are coming up are organizations that are underserved and that could really use the resources. So I do think as we move forward, we have to look at a way to be a little bit more equitable, and this would be the time to do it according to how our budget works, but we're going to have to come together and to be on one page. And so the Adventure Science Museum has been in our budget for quite some time, so they're kind of like a legacy. So I don't know that it's fair. We talked about creating new ways for nonprofits to come in and how we would rate them and then decide how they'd be placed into the budget. But I just want to remind all the council members, this Venture Science Center has been in there for a long, long time, and that it is a required funding for the charter. So I think if we're going to reorganize and do and look at the way that we do nonprofits, we need to take all of the nonprofits out and start all over, because I do think it has an advantage. And it's not to say that it's not a good organization. It's just saying that our city is changing so much. We do want to make sure that we are moving with the needs of our city. So the Venture Science Museum is a great organization, but at the same time, there's some other organizations that could use some of these monies as well. And we don't have to fund it at the rate that we did fund it. It's only required to be funded at what rate, or what amount, Mr. Jameson? 15,000. And so here it's like 175,000. So we just want to be clear about that as well. It's required for the charter. Nobody's saying anything bad about the Venture Science Museum, but we need to also understand, just like other people say that we put our pet projects in here, that it was a connection there some many years ago. Because of that connection, that's why that is in here. And it's connected to that chamber as well. So with that, I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know, and I'll probably sound like a broken record depending on how many of these amendments are introduced, but the Venture Science Center rests in District 17, and I wanted to kind of speak to the importance of the center. And I don't doubt the importance of any of the organizations that Councilman Davis is proposing to move funds to, but I just want to give a sense of what Science Center is and does. So Science Center rests on Metro land. So as we talk about funding, I mean, we're talking about funding an organization or funding an entity that has a pretty strong city tie. Obviously sits right on the land that's just north of Fort Negley. It's in an area that is pretty heavily trafficked for visits to both entities. The Venture Science Center, I think a lot of us, or several of us in this room, probably went to as kids, and when we were going to it under several different names. Cumberland Science Museum, I think, being one of them. This funding, in part, helps fund those sorts of things. It helps fund field trips for the kids of MNPS to be able to go and experience, I think, the kinds of things that we would hope to experience, that our kids are experiencing regarding science and math and the arts. And one other thing I would say, if you look in, and I think my speaking time may be inaccurate, so sorry about the buzz here in a minute. If you look at what's happening, if you go into the Adventure Science Center, you'll notice two things. One, it looks like Nashville. When you go in it, there are kids from every background, every part of the city, kids probably from other parts of Middle Tennessee as well who go in. I've had the great experience of being able to take lunch buddies from, I'm looking at the Madam President. Is my time seriously up? Okay, all right. Well, I would ask that we not vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate this opportunity to speak much more than probably I have during my entire 3 years on the Metro Council. Once again, we certainly need to look at expanding outreach and opportunities to some of our new organizations or different areas of town. I think that's great. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Sledge's comments about what the value of the Adventure Science Center is, specifically to MNPS, which we are not fully funding. So the Adventure Science Center provides field trip and experiential learning opportunities to MNPS students. It helps our students to have an opportunity to get away from high-stakes, standardized test learning environments and get out and learn more about the world. And I want to see more of that made available to MNPS students as well as teachers. You know, once again, why should our sometimes economically disadvantaged MNPS students not have an equal experience to get out and relish our city's cultural assets and attractions as much as their wealthier schoolmates might? I mean, I want this to be available to all of our MNPS students, and so for that reason, I fully support maintaining the funding level that we provide to the Adventure Science Center, specifically because of its role in enhancing the educational opportunities for our MNPS students. Also, you know, to the point of working with new groups, we have had pretty robust debate already about funding allocations for the Greater Nashville Chamber as well as to the 4 minority chambers. These amendments in this series would actually be funding additional chambers. And if we're wanting to get away from funding chambers and funding schools, the way that we need to do that is by having a proper property tax rate that fully funds the COLAs for our employees, fully funds our MNPS schools, and that can operate consistently without requiring us to sell schools. Thank you.
Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just to quickly follow up on what Councilman Sledge and Councilman Withers said. This question came up yesterday, and I believe this is right after doing some checking. This money is used basically to help public school kids go to the Adventure Science Center for free. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get that opportunity. So this is why that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady Johnson, Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to rise, Councilman Davis, in opposition to this and your others, because again, we're pulling money just, at a win. We do want to help the other chambers, and I think that's very important. However, because of being a past board member on the school board and understanding that these funds are used for Metro Public Schools, that concerns me, that we're taking funds that our teachers have access to for Metro National Public Schools and putting them in the chambers. I just think this is an inappropriate move, and I would encourage us to have dialogue so that we can make the right adjustments to get money where it needs to go. Thank you.
Councilman Scott Davis.
Before I start my time, quick question, Attorney Jameson and Attorney Cooper. We can suspend the rules and take this money for the list of chambers we have, because people feel that we're taking it from schools. So I could take this money right now and send it right to the schools. I will amend that right now. If you allow me to suspend the rules, I will do it right now.
You'd have to suspend the rules. It's an amendment.
I agree with you, Councilor Johnson.
That's the rules. You'd be suspended.
I'll suspend the rules now. We watch it from back on home now. I will do it right now.
Is there an objection to a suspension of the rules?
See?
There's an objection to a suspension of the rules. So, Councilmember Davis, the floor is yours. Do you want to move your amendment?
I want to move this amendment, and it might fail. But once again, we had a chance to do what's right. I mean, Steve Glover, you're right. We can't do what's right. We try to cut, send the schools, want to help the schools, want to help the employees. But, when it's time to do it, we can't do it. And now we're in a bind where we may have to vote for a property tax increase because we're not willing to do what's right. Now, I will set aside these important nonprofits and chambers who we love dearly, all of us, But dang, the rich Adventure Science Museum with their $7 million budget needs this $174,000 because they're doing us a favor. They're helping our school children. Yes, they are, but they're rich. If they wanted to give those students, MTA is free to all our students. They could waive all the fees to come in there from the Metro school kids and hop on MTA to get there because they ride the bus for free. Okay, but I'm getting so tired of keep giving rich people more money when our teachers are suffering. And everybody's saying, I will ask for a suspension, but I can't get the votes. You see, back at home, I can't do it. Firefighters, police officers, paraprofessionals, everybody. What's the point? Because we don't have the political will to do what's right. And that's a problem. I mean, I'll do it. I'll put aside my agendas and my personal objections to help where we need. But we're not willing to do it because I said, okay, let's send it all to schools right now. Let's send it all to any department that has a lot of employees. I'll send it all to police, fire right this second. I don't care, as long as it helps somebody in Metro, one of these employees, school children. And we just don't have the political will. So I'll move my amendment. It fails. That's fine, but my point's been made. We just can't do it.
Thank you. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add a couple things on comments from earlier. While I think I understand the spirit of the sponsor, I wish I recognized the Adventure Science Center that's being spoken about, because if you go in there, it is not a palace to the wealthy. It is a place that, quite frankly, has exhibits that I think were in there maybe 20 years ago. And the new director is working very hard, I think, honestly, to be able to provide the kind of Adventure Science Center, the kind of science museum, honestly, that I think our kids really do deserve. So I just want to kind of be able to clarify that, because I think we're going to be having this conversation for a few amendments. That if you haven't been able to step in the Science Center, Adventure Science Center, please do. I encourage everybody to go to it, and I would love for you to visit both the center and the district. But this is a place that's serving kids. And as been stated before, it's serving kids from all around MNPS, and that's what these funds are going to. So I would very much appreciate the council if we voted down this amendment. Thank you.
Councilman Pardue.
Call for a question.
All in favor, call on the question. Opposed, motion passes. We are on letter N. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Is everyone's tablet working? Has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, close the machines, please.
Four in favor, 27 against, 1 abstention.
We are now on Amendment O. Councilman Davis, do you wish to move Amendment O?
Yes, I do.
Council Lady Vercher, could you give us a committee report, please?
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 6 for disapproval, 2 against.
Mr. Jameson, could you do a brief explanation?
Amendment O would decrease the allocation to the Adventure Science Center by $25,000 to be allocated to the Donaldson Hermitage Chamber of Commerce.
Councilman Scott Davis.
Once again, if you allow me to, I will send it all to the schools, because I think the schools help the children too, just like the Adventure Science Museum, I think. So once again, I'll suspend the rules to give the money to the schools.
Is there an objection to a suspension of the rules? There's an objection. Mr. Davis, Scott Davis.
Well, we try again. So let's move on. Let's vote for it.
Councilmember Swope.
Call the question.
You're the only one in the queue. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. We're voting on letter O. I would tell you you're out of order, but that was actually funny. Is everyone's tablet working? And has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, please close the machines.
So if we could just send it all to the schools.
3 in favor, 31 against, 1 abstention.
Amendment fails. We are now on Amendment P. Councilmember Davis, do you wish to move your amendment?
You know, if you guys would just send the money to the schools and the Metro employees, I wouldn't have to go through each bill now. But what again? Motion to suspend the rules to send the money to the schools.
There's a motion to suspend the rules. Any objection? There's objection. You're back on your bill. On your amendment.
Move approval.
Councilman Pardue, did you wish to be recognized?
To suspend the rule.
Okay, we are on letter P. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. You're going to get tired of me asking this question, but is anybody's tablet not working?
I am.
Has everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close the machines, please.
2 in favor, 30 against, 2 abstentions.
Okay, amendment fails. We are now on Amendment Q, which was withdrawn, and we are on Amendment R. Councilman Davis, do you wish to move Amendment R?
Yes, I do, with a brief explanation.
Council Lady Vercher, we need a committee report, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 7 for disapproval, 2 against.
Mr. Jamison, would you give us a brief description, please?
Amendment R would decrease the allocation for the Adventure Science Center by $5,000 to be allocated to iBox Youth Boxing Program.
Councilmember Davis.
Now, this program is ran out of Andrew Jackson Boys and Girls Club in Councilman O'Connell's district. Now, these children that participate in the program are some of the ones you want in this program. These are kids that need to be prayed for a little bit more than others at times. However, though, this program has worked wonders. There's 30 young men in this area that participate. This is the area in between Fisk University and Jefferson Street and Meharry. And the Andrew Jackson Public Housing area, is one of those areas where a lot of work is being done with the Boys and Girls Club and with his iBox program that's inside of there. Now, the $5,000, all they're asking is to help them get some equipment, that they have, but it's old, it's worn. They've had a lot of donations. Now, I'm more than willing, if you don't want to give them this measly $5,000 out of $175,000, maybe the Adventure Science Museum needs to come and pick these 30 young men up and take them there. Because I guarantee they're not going to come here and try to teach this and keep these kids out. Because once again, $7 million budget, we're going to give them another $175,000. So this is actually just $5,000 now. Or if you want, we can try to give it to the schools. But let's move ahead.
Council Lady Gilmore.
Thanks so much. I stand in support. Once again, I appreciate what Councilmember Davis has done. He's gone through the budget. We spent a lot of hours on it. He's identified monies. And $5,000, I would have to agree, that is not much at all. And he's displayed for you or shared with you where the location is. It's a part of Giving Matters. If you want to go onto the website, he's told you that it's 30 males. And if you just seen what's going on in our city, it just takes nothing to look on the news. Every day, a child that is the age of 12, which I find absolutely horrifying, has a gun, has shot someone, has carjacked someone. And I just think we have to put a little bit money in other areas towards our kids. And once again, I think we're not being clear. We're not saying that anything is wrong with the Adventure Science Museum. I'm a native Nashvilleian. I went to the Adventure Science Museum as a child. As schools go, I see the kids there. We're just saying that they are built in to the budget and they benefit from legacy. And if you don't understand legacy, that means you're probably a part of legacy. So we're just saying that we need to allocate some funds in other places. And I think $5,000 is not a lot out of a $175,000 budget. And I think he did a good job of telling where those monies are. And we're just saying, let's help more kids in other areas and just expand what we're doing, just double down on it. So I would ask the council members to support this. If you don't even support any of the other amendments, it's not much at all. It's not even 10% of the budget, $5,000. All right, thank you.
Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, I appreciate my colleagues looking out for young people in our community who have some challenges and need some support. I have many of those in District 6 as well, and I always appreciate it when people look out for young folks. really what it gets down to here for me is that, you know, in the council, we've had a really good discussion about the direct appropriation process for funding nonprofits. Some nonprofits, for whatever reason, there are many good groups out there, but some are more able to get into contact with council members, bring a compelling story, and bring supporters than others are. And so we, in an attempt to be fair, I think several of my colleagues have spoken about that we might need to look as a council body at just revamping our process for even considering direct appropriations to nonprofits to ensure that that is fair to the organizations and that we are fulfilling the mission of Metro government and frankly also spending taxpayer dollars wisely. So for that reason, again, nothing against this organization. I just stand against that. Last year, during our budget cycle, we debated for several hours about one particular direct appropriation. It was a worthy organization. But if we start to open those floodgates, we will be spending many hours debating individual direct appropriations to nonprofits when what we really need to be doing is spending our time focused on how do we actually fund our COLAs, our schools, our debt service payments, and do all of those things without having to sell properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hastings.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have been very quiet during this process and the learning process and looking and seeing all the things that have been going on. But one of the things that I rise today to speak about is this process. Councilman Davis is very adamant about finding sources so we can fund our kids. We already know. Now, the kids that we're talking about are kids that were just like me, that were in public housing, that are part of the situation that we called, that are crazy right now. And if we don't reach them, we won't get them. We have to figure out something. We can't sit back and say, hey, we have to look at appropriations and all of this stuff and over and over again. No, we have to find a real answer to life's questions right there. A lot of the constituents or the people that are here that work for Metro government or part of our Metro system, all of these kids are part of us, and we have to feed into them in order for that to be an answer that we can find so they can be better in schools, so they can be better people and become taxpayers and have families here and stay here in Nashville. We have to do a better job. And being able to push that off, and I will record and say myself right now, if we are going to start to find an answer to this and try to find out what we can do for these programs, we need to start right now. We don't need to push that off. We don't need to put it aside. So next year, a boxing program can find a way to be on our budget and we can fund some of these resources. Actually, I can tell you myself, the Metro Police Department used to have a boxing program that was a part of their system that was really successful. And we have several officers that are asking about bringing that back so that we can help our kids and take them out of that system of being and going into the jail system. We have to answer life's questions. I just wanted to rise to speak to that because that is something that is really passionate and close to my heart. And if we are funding everything else, I don't see a reason why we can't take funds from other places that we are continue to fund over and over again, and we're getting the same result. And one of the things that I find out, if we're doing the same thing over and over again, that's the definition of being insanity. And we can't continue to do that, especially when we're getting nothing out of it. Thank you.
Councillady Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support as well. I think we have to be intentional about our actions. $5,000. $5,000. If we don't invest in our children now, then we will be victims of them taken from us later. We've got to have political will to do things that are right, and we must share the wealth. So I stand in support and ask my colleagues to join me in making sure that we put something in place, that we be active in the lives of these children who need us most.
Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I wanted to ask Mr. Jameson, when was the Adventure Science Museum placed into the budget? Do we know what year?
So the charter, I think it's 18.11, lists 3 organizations that we have the ability to fund. So it's been, I think it was originally the Children's Museum, and the Adventure Science Center is the successor to that. So as far as I know, that was in the charter since its inception.
And the charter was created in what year?
April 1st of 1963.
Okay, so 1963?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I also have another question. What was the original amount?
It's actually $25,000.
Okay, so it's $25,000 and it's $175,000. So once again, I want to speak to legacy, because in 1963, I don't even know that African Americans could be in this particular, I don't think integration existed then. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about legacy. So when we try to get new things in, it's time. Now, whether you agree with this one or not, but that's what we're talking about, equity. Changing times. You got to incorporate different people in, different organizations in. This has been in the charter since 1963. And if we know the history of Nashville, I probably wouldn't even be in, I couldn't be in here. I couldn't advocate. If we don't talk about the budget now and these things now, when will we talk about them? This is the time to put them in. We got to talk about being more equitable, and we got to put things in context. And once again, as Mr. Jameson stated, it was $25,000. This is $175,000 now. And then whenever we talk about a new organization, people say, well, we need to do a process. We need to make sure that they're spending their money right. They can't be included. But there is a legacy. And until we understand that, there will be no more parity. So you might not agree with this, but as we move forward, I want us to think about that. Equity, parity, context, bringing people into the new so that we can have a better city for all of our citizens. Because right now, depending on what part of the city you go to, it's not equitable. And I'm gonna share this last story. I shared it last night. When I was walking down the street the other day, I saw 30 kids coming from one direction. They were cursing. They had nightcaps on their head. They had flip-flops on. I couldn't figure out what was going on. All I could hear them was screaming, and it disoriented me. Then I looked down at the other side of the street, and I saw 30 other kids. One had a taser, and he was just pulling that taser, talking about, bring it on, bring it on. And I said, kids, stop it. What are y'all trying to do? You're going to hurt each other. No one listened to me. It was 60 kids in the middle of the street, and I didn't fear for myself, but I did fear for the other ones. And by that time, one of the kids picked up a big boulder rock and threw it down the street and tried to literally kill the other kids. And the other kids once again said, bring it on. We're ready. We're ready. And it really scared me because I see the same type of things here that we see in other countries that we think don't happen here, but it does happen here. We are beginning to live in a place of the haves and have-nots, and I think people think it is cliche, but it is not. If you go in some parts of these cities, you will see poverty like third world countries. You will see people getting killed every day like third world countries, and I'm just trying to say, let's make it more equitable. If you don't agree with what we're doing, work with us on a process. There's a large disparity, and we can do better. We can do better than what we're doing. And if we keep on voting the same way, we're going to get the same results. That's all I'm saying. Thank you so much.
Councilman Bednarik.
So we, thanks to Council Lady Bircher, we went through a process to come up with this budget. We all got together for many days, and we listened to each other to understand what everybody's priorities were. And then she put together this budget, which was a compromise. So for the people watching on TV, if you wonder why these amendments are not passing, it's because they were not included after the process we went through all together as a council here in the basement of the courthouse. So it's not that we don't care about what happens here, is that we decided as a community, as a group of council members, to share what our priorities were. And that's what was put by Council Lady Bircher on her compromise amendment, which we're discussing right now. So I don't want you all to get the impression, if you are crazy enough to be watching this at what time is it? 10:30 p.m. You guys are amazing, by the way, here in the. This is just an expression of a compromise that Berkshire was able to put together. So just wanted to share that information. I won't be voting for this or any other of the Scott Davis amendments because we already decided that we were not going to include them on this compromise. Thank you.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a big fan of the Venture Science Center, but Mr. Jameson, Section 1811 says the council is hereby authorized to include in the annual operating budget for the general service district the following: a sum not in excess of $25,000 for any year for the use of the Nashville Children's Museum of Nashville, Tennessee, which is now Adventure Science Center. How are we giving $175,000?
So I think Councilor Gilmore was trying to find out when did we first start this process, and as far as we know, it was in the original charter back in 1963. Several years later, the state legislation specifically allowed, I think it's limited to metropolitan form of government, to allocate more than that. So we're allowed, and that's what we do now in the current budget. It's $175,000. That's permitted under state law.
Thank you.
Council Lady Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this one, Councilman Davis, because it's $5,000, and this one's not going to chambers. Okay, so this is a whole different ball game. This is $5,000 going to an organization that helps our children. And I think, again, we have beat this to death, y'all, I'm telling you, that this process has got to change. At some point, other worthy nonprofits in this city should have access. We are blocking communities out and keeping things amongst those who were connected back in the day. And when I say connected, I mean the affluent folks who had relationships with a metro government that doesn't look like it does today. We have much more diversity. We have a changing city that everybody sees. We're not the same Nashville that we were when the Adventure Science Center got their initial allocation. So $5,000 would not hurt the Adventure Science Center. One, because I sat on the board. Many of you heard me say this before. I was a sitting board member on the Adventure Science Center. So I know the executives that sit on the board because I come from the corporate arena, and then I've worked in the nonprofit arena just recently. So I understand the challenges on both ends, but the reality is you have corporate executives who get stock options. They can cash in those stock options, and I'm telling you, you can cash in 2 stock options and probably get more than $5,000. Am I right, Council Lady Dowell? Because you're at HCA, which is where I was. But I say all that to say $5,000 won't hurt them. And it's still going towards youth and our children. So for that reason, I will support this amendment.
Councilman Pardue.
I obviously love my wife more than the rest of these guys. I'm ready to go home. I'll call for the question.
There's been a call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? We are on letter R. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. The ever-famous question tonight, are your tablets working? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines.
15 in favor, 20 against.
Motion, or the amendment fails. We are on letter S. Councilman Davis, do you wish to move letter S?
Yes, I do, with a brief explanation.
Council Lady Vercher, we need to get a committee report, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 9 for disapproval, 0 against.
Mr. Jameson, would you give us a brief explanation?
Amendment S would decrease the allocation to the Adventure Science Center by $25,000 and allocate that to the Madison Rivergate Area Chamber of Commerce.
Councilman Davis.
Move for approval.
Council Lady Van Rees, were you seeking recognition?
On behalf of the Madison Rivergate Area Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much, but we support the Adventure Science Center.
Thank you. Councilman Swope.
I'll withdraw that.
In the name of the children, call a question.
All in favor of calling the question? Opposed? Motion passes. We are on letter S.
Did he withdraw it? I thought he withdrew.
Were you serious about withdrawing it?
Yeah.
Then it's withdrawn.
They don't support it then.
Motion's withdrawn. We are now on letter T. Councilmember Davis, do you wish to move T?
Yes, I do.
Council Lady Vercher, we need a committee report, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 10 for disapproval, 1 against.
Mr. Jameson, give us a brief explanation, please.
Amendment T would decrease the allocation to the Adventure Science Center by $20,000 and allocate that to the One Fund, the program managed under the Nashville Minority Business Center.
Councilman Davis, floor is yours.
Some of us may not be familiar with the tenants, but the National Minority One Fund. Once again, several years ago, there was only one organization that would give loans to African Americans, Hispanics, and LGBT business owners here in town. And this was them. And once again, you know, the Adventure Science Museum, we're only obligated to give them $15,000 or $25,000. And they've been in the budget every year. I think last year was funded at the same amount, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. And once again, we're trying to help those communities that have been left behind by this Nashville boom. So, and once again, I'm willing to even get with this noble not-for-profit, I'm willing to try to spin the rules to give the money to the schools or the COLA. You know, since people say they're for the schools, they're for the COLA, I'll put my intentions aside and try and spin the rules once again.
There's been a motion to suspend the rules. Is there any objection? Seeing objection, floor is yours. Ready to move?
Well, I'm ready to move on.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Well, hang on. Councilman Withers, do you wish to? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. We are on letter T. Everybody's tablet working? Has everyone voted? Mr. Kendall, is your tablet working? Madam Clerk, close the machines.
Five in favor, 29 against.
Amendment fails. We are on letter U. Councilman Davis, do you wish to move letter U?
Yes, I do.
Council Lady Vercher, we need a committee report, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, none for disapproval, one against.
Mr. Jameson, could you give us a brief description, please?
Amendment U would decrease the allocation to the Adventure Science Center by $15,000 and allocate that to the Why We Can't Wait, Inc.
Councilman Davis.
Move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
Floor is yours.
Now, one of my colleagues, and I may be wrong here when they said this, so if I'm wrong, I apologize. In the work session, in both our work sessions, these amendments were included. The people from iBox and Why We Can't Wait, Gideon's Army, and a lot of those other organizations were in the crowd. So these were presented. And maybe, other council people didn't think they were that important. Councilor Virtue did a fantastic job. She included a lot of worthy nonprofits in this area. And I'm not beating up on the Adventure Science Center. I remember the Cumberland Caper. I grew up I graduated from Metro schools, mostly elementary, middle, and high school. And Ralph Schultz was over the Cumberland Caper. And one of the things I remember is, them welcoming everybody, once again, like Councilman Sledge says. However, though, when you have a nonprofit that raises that kind of money, the United Way is a worthy nonprofit too. But we're not giving United Way any more money because, once again, they're rich. They have institutional leveraging in the city to give them a lot of money. These small nonprofits, if we're trying to curb youth violence, why can't we give $15,000 or $5,000 to help decrease that? Now, if the Adventures now, once again, and I said it, and Bob Mendez, you're a strong guy, so please, I'm just picking on you just for the sake, man. All right, if I have $5 million or $7 million, and I ask Bob Mendez, hey, give me $100,000 so I can help the kids in your neighborhood. But then I can't give it to the schools because we were not willing to suspend the rules to give more money to them. And so I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. We say we want to help the kids, but we don't want to help the kids. We say we want to, help the schools, but I can't give the money to schools because we don't have the political will to do it. And so once again, we're here. But if I vote for this adjustment, I can't go back and help these worthy nonprofits. So either way, we're stuck. And I'm just sad because we're failing the kids again. We've already failed our Metro employees by not offering a COLA. So we're going to fail these kids too. Because once again, we used to say all ties lift all ships, but not in the neighborhoods we live in. So, it's just, I'm not trying to be depressed or offer despair. This council has worked hard through this budget process, but, once again, low unemployment, higher violence, and high unemployment in African-American neighborhoods. High crime rate with African-American males. I don't know. We're looking pretty shady here. And maybe I'm just giving up for today, but it's sad. And, a lot of you are some of my closest friends here. And I want to keep my commitment. I'm going to help save that park because Ms. Copeland has asked me to and Colby Sledge has asked me to. I just wish the Adventure Science Museum would do more in those communities. Even though they don't have to do it in my community. They can go to Freddie's, they can go to Erica's, they can go anywhere, they can go to Miss Haywood's. If I'm such a big bad guy, well, fine. They can go to Doug's neighborhood to help his kids. But we really got to change Nashville because you have a really severe problem. When people in Green Hills are getting robbed outside their beauty salon, you got issues. Come on. I move for approval.
Councilman Pardue?
Call for the question.
There's been a call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? We are on letter U. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Is everybody's tablet working? Has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, close the machines.
Seven in favor and 31 against.
Okay, the amendment fails. Councilman Sledge, do you wish to move your amendments? Hang on. Okay, you should be on now.
Yes, Madam President, I would request that we take Amendment W first, if that's all right.
Okay. Council Lady Vercher, we need to get a committee report, please, on W.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, give us a brief explanation, please.
Amendment W would substitute the proposed transfer of property Mural School and instead replace that with the property located at 336 Woody Crest Avenue. The entrance is off 501 Interstate Boulevard South.
Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. So first off, before I get into the details of the bill, I want to thank first of all Councilman Cooper for carrying these amendments in Budget and Finance yesterday. Thanks to all the Budget and Finance Committee for supporting this amendment. So the gist of it is this: when the Murrell School property was inserted into the budget, there were a lot of problems with that, and I don't blame anybody in Metro for trying to find ways to work on what's a very hard budget year, but the Murrell School property, if you take it at face value, you think that it's just a school that has been basically consolidated with another school with an MNPS system. It was an alternative learning center. But it is more than just a school. There is a park, there is a community garden, there is a playground, there are basketball courts, there is green space, and as has been noted, I think, by many residents and activists and advocates who I cannot thank enough for being here tonight and throughout the last several weeks, it is the home site of William Edmondson, who was the first African-American artist to have a solo show at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Among his many, many accomplishments, he was a sculpture artist. His home is no longer there. The only thing that's left there that memorializes him as a marker, a historical marker. And as we have gone through this process, I think I have been reminded that there's a lot of importance in remembering our past, especially a past that has been fairly neglected. I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten from people who said I had no idea who William Edmondson was before this effort. But we also have to talk about the present and the future of this property as well. The present of this property is that it is the green space for the children and families of the Edge Hill homes and of the surrounding Edge Hill area. It has been a quandary for me over the last 3 years to try to figure out who maintains that property, because it's not Parks property and it's not Public Works, it's schools property. And it took about 2 years and the efforts of several dedicated neighbors just to get trash cans, just to get adequate trash cans over at the Murrell School property. I'm hoping for a lot more. And so what I'm doing and proposing in this budget amendment tonight is that we substitute the proposed sale of a piece of property, an MNPS property, for another NPS property, and I want to talk a little bit about that. I totally acknowledge that a one-time sale of property for reoccurring funds, for general operating funds for the schools, is not a good budget practice. I will not advocate for that one bit. What I will advocate for is considering what kind of property we're looking at and what the importance of it is. And I think I've tried to list what the importance is of the Murrell School property. The property that's listed here is essentially a bus parking lot and depot. It sits on property that is 50% larger than the Murrell School property. And this property, I hope all of you get the chance to go drive in this property. This property sits on top of a hill that overlooks some of the most unbelievable views of Nashville you will ever experience in the downtown area. And we park school buses on it. It makes no sense to me why we do this. It is also located in District 17. And this has been a conversation. I've had conversations with the administration about what the potential of this property could be. I think once we start Councilman Cooper's Blue Ribbon Commission, I think this would probably be one of the things they would look at, quite honestly. But what this does is it creates the opportunity for the community to have a real community-led discussion on the future of the Murrell School property. practically every person, to a man or woman who I've spoken to, doesn't have real strong feelings about the Merle School property itself, the school. But the rest of that property is important for the reasons that I've just listed. MDHA has made an effort, as indicated, that it might be interested in purchasing it as part of the Envision EdShell process. That's not a bad option. It allows for a community discussion, but we really ought to be starting this discussion from scratch. It should be led by the community members who use this property, who are invested emotionally in this property, and who want to be able to see this property used for years and decades and generations ahead. So once again, I really can't thank you enough, especially in my absence yesterday, for supporting this amendment in Budget and Finance Committee, and I ask that you do the same tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the passion that you speak with this property about. And frankly, I supported it yesterday because I don't believe we followed the processes. We haven't surplused the property yet. We haven't done a lot of things we should have done. And I applaud you for the passion that you have for this piece of property, because there's just as many people who have the same amount of passion for the fairgrounds also in your district. So I hope we will all remember this as we're talking things through. I will continue to support this because, once again, I don't believe we followed our process. I don't believe that we've done it correctly, as I don't believe we've done several things correctly. But I just hope we all remember the passion that's just been shared. Thank you.
Councilman Scott Davis.
I stand in support. One of my dearest, closest constituents is the grandniece of this fine artist. The Merle School was moved from here to the Glenn Enhanced Options Building in the Fighting 5th District. The kids are excellent. The staff there is great. And they're a treasure. And I stand in support of definitely the Merle School, which now is in the 5th, and protecting this property.
Councilman Hastings.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to stand. I wanted to be on the part to where I know the artist, Mr. Edmondson, has done a lot of great things, and evidently there is a connection between his artistry and also the Metro government, because I know there's also art off of Charlotte Avenue where the John Henry Hale community, which is the area I grew up in, that I looked at on a continuous basis, and I didn't really know who that gentleman was until later in life. But we have to continue to keep those things that are around and make sure we give honor where honor is due, and make sure that not only that we learn to appreciate from which we have come in history, because there's a lot of things that we can learn from our constituents or the individuals that were before us. So, Councilman Sledge, I stand in support with you and your community, and you guys do what you have to do with your community in District 17, and I will do everything that I can to support you.
Councilman Swope.
I actually completely support Councilman Sledge's motion right now. If you haven't noticed, and I remind the body, or I would advise the body to look behind you. And it's now your turn, guys. Raise your signs. These people have been sitting here for 5 hours, probably 6 hours, because they're got front row seats. It's been quite amazing that in the middle of the thousands of emails we've gotten on budget issues, ranging from potholes to mayor's office expenditures, the majority of them are on this particular piece of property. And if you've read any of them, most of them are Form ones, but there's quite a few that aren't. And if you've read them, these people are very passionate about this piece of land. I think it was a mistake for the mayor's office to suggest the sale of this land. I agree with Councilman Glover that it was done completely improperly. And if, with councilmatic courtesy to my fellow councilmen, I think your idea for the bus parking lot is a fantastic idea. So I ask you all to support this amendment.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Madam President, is anyone else in the queue?
Yes.
Previous question.
Call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. We are on letter W. Madam Clerk, please open the machines.
Okay. Just if W passes, I doubt he'll want B, but, okay.
Is everybody's tablet working? Has everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close the machines, please.
37 in favor, none against, 1 abstention.
Motion passes, or amendment passes. Councilman Sledge, do you wish to move or withdraw letter V?
I wish to withdraw Amendment V.
Okay, we are withdrawn. We are now going to move to Councilmember Mendez's substitute. So I'm going to call on Councilman Mendez. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to move the 50-cent substitute budget with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
Not brief.
Floor is yours. I'm sorry?
87.
What number?
87.
87. Let me get a committee report.
Okay, thank you.
Council Lady Vercher, I'd like a committee report, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 7-4, 6 against.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez, the floor is yours.
I'm not sure I heard whether there's a second, but I'd like to move the 50-cent substitute budget. All right, thank you. First of all, I appreciate Council Lady Vercher's leadership of the committee and everybody's hard work. I know that the hour is late and people have put a lot of time and in many instances waiting to get the full amount of input that they could get through today and not deciding until today. Hopefully we can get through a discussion of this quickly and efficiently given the hour. There is $150 million worth of documented need in the budget through fiscal 21 that's currently not in the budget. And that covers $14 million worth of pay plan for this year, fully funding the schools for this year for $39 million, avoiding the one-time sale of assets, not using 5% funds, replenishing the 5% funds we've already blown through, covering the pay plan for next year, covering some $57 million worth of debt service we know is coming online in fiscal 20 and 21, and covering minimal inflation, less than what's running nationally. It's not being hysterical or crying chicken little to point out the facts that there is $150 million worth of need that there currently is zero plan whatsoever to cover over the next 3 fiscal years until we get to the next property tax assessment. From 1985 to 2005, we regularly adjusted the tax rate every 3 to 4 years. During that time period, the adjustment between reassessments was never less than 53 cents. We've got a tax rate that's low regionally. The other cities in Tennessee have 2 to 3 times the tax rate that we've got. Over right around $5 for Chattanooga and Knoxville, $7, and I think it's $7.70 in Memphis. This is not a tax and spend or extravagant budget. This would be the lowest increase between reassessments in the history of Metro. It just covers the things that I mentioned, and in addition, provides an expansion of our current tax relief program, where now we have a matching $2 for every $1 that state spends for qualified elderly, low-income, and disabled people. We'd move the program to 3 to 1. There's been talk about displacement. That's the main argument that the administration has had. And the truth is that based on total housing costs that cover mortgage, taxes, and insurance, this would raise overall cost of housing by 1 to 1.5% tops. We have tried to cut expenses, and I believe that we're going to, we've taken, this body's taken $140 million out of the capital improvements budget just in the last couple of weeks. No matter what happens, we're going to be aggressive about that. But the fact of the matter is that even if we eliminated every last bit of tax increment financing, we'd recover $23 million a year. And with $150 million worth of documented need, that wouldn't get us there. We can't cut our way to moving the city forward. We've got a broken promise to employees. We're out of step with historical practices. And the only real choices are to, if you want to cover the COLA and the pay plan this year and next year, this substitute is the only way to do it. I don't mean this as criticizing as it's going to sound, but as we went through second reading and we basically joked our way through second reading, I thought about the Metro employees that were sitting in the back of the room and watching on TV and sitting up here in front watching us do our job. And the fact is, I wondered whether we were really serious about living up to our promise about COLA and respecting what Metro employees do for us. I don't know that we've got enough seriousness about doing it, and we certainly don't have a plan to take care of our business for the city this year, next year, and the year after that. If you want to fund the COLA and the pay plan for next year, the pay plan we committed to, you need to vote yes on this substitute. If you want to be able to have Metro cover debt obligations that we've already signed up for, then yes, we'll have to work hard on expenses and look at incentives, but you need to vote for this substitute in order to make that work. And finally, if you know that you can't vote to repeal the pay plan in a few minutes, if you can't repeal the pay plan, then you need to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Councillady Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've debated whether I should speak now or whether I should speak during the pay plan because my comments touch on both of those and all of this legislation before us. I feel that we have an obligation to fairly compensate our Metro employees who work hard every day to make the city such a great place. And quite honestly, they make us look good a lot of the times because I don't see us out there filling potholes or fixing broken water mains. I know that there are people in this council who feel like the 3-year pay plan that I was the sponsor of as your personnel chair over the last 2 years tied the hands of the future councils and was a bad decision. I disagree with that. I think that we've tied our own hands on a lot of the ECD deals and tax abatement programs, and quite frankly, the administrations of the past, and we'll see what we have coming before us in the future, that have been too willing to spend our public funds on giveaways and sweetheart deals for developers and others who, quite frankly, don't need it as much as our employees do. And as you can tell, it's personal for me because I sat there with our employee representatives and we sat with the administration who made a commitment to me and to our employees and to all of us last year that the finances would be in order and would be there to support a 3-year pay plan. And I asked those employees to stand with us and support this council and let go of the past issues, of the past missed step increases, of the past missed COLAs that they did not receive when the economy was bad. And they agreed to that. Our administration agreed to that, and we agreed to that. So now we are seeing the consequences of our past decisions of this council with some of the deals that we have made, the consequences of past councils have made, and we must address the shortfalls in our school budget and meet our obligations to the men and women who work hard for our city and keeping it running. Today, that means supporting this option and being responsible because there are some actions that we can take tonight that we can adjust in the future, but there's some options that we can take tonight that we can't take back. We can't take back the missteps of our employees that they missed in previous times. We can't take back cost of living increases, as we all know that we ourselves and our neighbors are feeling that cost of living go up. I look forward to continue working in the future with all of you because I think we've all come to realize that it's not sunshine and roses every day here. We have tough decisions to make in the budget, and I've been working with our legal counsel to propose some legislation in the coming months that I look forward to discussing with you and making sure it's done right. So tonight, I'm asking y'all to seriously look at this proposal. This is not a politically easy proposal for many of us, for all of us. I mean, I don't think this is an easy decision that we're making tonight. I know I've lost sleep over it, and I'm sure many of you have too. So as I look forward to working with you, we have to find a more sustainable and equitable solution so that as Nashville's moving forward, we're all moving forward. And at the end of the day, I don't think any of us want a city where those who work to make it great can't even afford to live here. Thank you.
Councilman Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a couple more points. You've heard some really good points from my co-sponsors here. We've been through this long budget process, and my thought is it's always been about two choices. Number one, move forward with the mayor's budget or our substitute budget, which is very similar, but we made some good tweaks along the way, or be bold and fund the government as we should for the next 3 years with this 50% increase, 50-cent increase. I understand if you can't get there. I know where a lot of you are at. I understand it. But you've heard several great reasons, and here are my couple points. First, we should have done this last year with the appraisal. I think we're all sitting here wondering why we didn't. We've taken advantage of none of the growth of Nashville over these boom years. We've spent on capital. We've invested to make this city great. Parcel by parcel, we've grown, we've added value, and we've continued to invest. But then when the rate plummets, you have to correct it to take advantage of the growth, or we see what we run into with our city budget. Selling land for one-time operating, as we've discussed at length, is a terrible idea. We have finite resources in this city. Both pieces of land we've discussed in Councilmember Sledge's district. I think the move we just made was great, but they both could be affordable housing projects. They both could be community park space and that these folks have showed up for. They need to go through the community process with the council member and not be used for the operating budget, either parcel. We've discussed a parking plan to raise revenue. I think, you know, that's going to be great at some point. I just don't want to, it feels rushed. Another big point, I think we're going to be back here next year. I really do. I think we're going to be back here having a similar conversation. I think everyone is hoping the growth will rescue us from this. And thank goodness Nashville is red hot. I mean, I think that the growth has helped us in that regard, but I think you're going to be back here in the same position having a similar conversation. Most importantly, finally, this is the right thing to do for our employees. If I promise my employees a raise, I'm going to do anything I can do to get them a raise, and I think that's how we all feel. And we have this in front of us here. That's why we're having these conversations. MNPS needs to be funded. Our teachers and our support employees need to be adjusted to what we promised. Our general government employees need to receive what was promised. It's time to do the right thing, and we can right the ship for the next 3 years by making a bold decision. And I hope you'll vote with me. Thank you.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd like to ask Finance a quick question, if I may, please. When the budget was proposed last year, the 3-year pay plan was proposed. At that point, did you give us any warning that we would need to raise taxes in order to accommodate the promises we made?
No, we did not, because we felt that the revenue sources would be adequate.
Okay. And do me a favor, other than the mayor, has the overall management structure in the mayor's office changed since last year?
I don't think so.
Correct. I would agree with that. So here's where we are. Tonight, Mr. Jameson, let me ask you a question. Did we end up cutting one thing out of the budget in order to accommodate expenditures for the cost of living adjustment?
No.
That's, again, what I thought. So here's the challenge. We think it's very easy because the taxpayers apparently have an unending money source for us, but they don't. They have not seen a 16% increase in their wages, as we're asking them to do for a tax increase. They have to make hard decisions every day, but yet we've been incapable of making hard decisions. Now, don't get me wrong. I have fought as diligently as I know how to try and accommodate the cost of living adjustments. I offered up what I thought was real solutions that would not damage the metropolitan government, that would allow us to sit down and actually invoke what Councilmember Cooper wants to do on the Blue Ribbon Study Group to figure out where the rest of the savings could come from. We did do that, but we didn't do anything else. We didn't cut anything else. So I personally will find it impossible to go back to my constituents and say, I'm raising your taxes because we can. And so I appreciate Councilman Mendez. I appreciate all the sponsors on this. I do. But until we can collectively look at making some real cuts that are significant for the taxpayers in Nashville, I think it's pretty shallow that we ask them to shoulder the responsibility that we have placed our city in. We knew this was coming. We knew it. And if we chose not to listen or chose not to pay attention, that's our own fault. I have no problem taking blame for not fighting harder in the past. But I don't think that it's proper for us to just stick our hands out and say, give us more money, because guess what? We haven't done our job to cut and do the things that we should have done and that we had the opportunity to do, and we failed. We failed. So with that, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to support this, because I know the people in my district, their checkbook, just because they've got checks left doesn't mean there's money there. Thank you.
Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Budget Chair Vercher. As being in your chair previously, I'm well aware of what it takes, and you unfortunately are having a year that is much more complicated than ours sometimes. So I want to thank you for your focus and your fortitude in driving us forward. Secondly, we've all seen, I hope we've all seen the stats sheet that the sponsor, my colleague, Councilman Mendez, has provided. It's very informative. Well, I mean, it's the best I've ever seen. It explains every question that you may have. And so with that, and because you've heard from other sponsors, I'd like to touch your hearts from a more of a compassionate side of this legislation. You know, I'm a retiree from Metro government. I served Metro government, the people of Nashville, for 33 years as a police officer. I've served 7 years as a councilman, so I've experienced during those almost 40 years, I've experienced both ends of legislation. I've been on the receiving side of it for 33 years, and I've seen how it all comes together the past 7. And with that, it has opened my eyes about being a Metro employee. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. And you have to endure, and you have to just relinquish some ideas you may have. I started when I was 21, and I was told at 21, son, if you want to make money, don't be a Metro employee. But I stayed with it. This substitute is not all about money. Some of it is, but not directly. It goes way beyond that. It's about educating our children of today and our leaders of the future. It's about providing services to our citizens. It's about our commitment to the teachers that dedicate themselves to make sure all children have an equal chance to a successful future. In going into detail, it's about the paraprofessionals who take a job in the classroom that most of us wouldn't even want to take on. It's the office staff, the food services staff, custodial staff, and all who are dedicated to assuring and securing our children's future. It's about restoring programs that assist the students lagging behind in their reading ability to catch up. I've witnessed that program, Reading Recovery, and they had to make some big, hard decisions, but it was a wonderful program. I witnessed some students who go from unable to read, and I hated to see that program being cut. It's providing transportation for after-school programs such as NASA. It's about a promise. It's about the policeman, the fireman, the public works driver, the water services, emergency services, safety, codes, and on and on. It's who are working the streets of Nashville, who cleans up your mess, cleans up our mess 24 hours a day to provide us a clean and safe place to live. And I urge you to remind you that this is a promise that we have made to our employees. And one last thing, I'm going to cut it very short. We made a promise last year to provide for our employees. We had to sacrifice for this good city. We can make it right for them. We can make it right. At a previous meeting, one of our meetings, it was said, you're either with us or against us by one of our colleagues. This is our chance to be with them and live up to that promise we made them.
Thank you. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. I've spoken quite a few times tonight, so I'll try not to repeat myself a whole lot. We've had a lot of great and impassioned discussion, in particular with regards to funding nonprofit organizations to help our youth, and I know we're all committed to that. Really, what it comes down to is, as a city, the way that we provide coordinated services to take care of our youth, particularly those who are disadvantaged in a variety of ways, is to fully fund the M&PS budget, to put teachers in classrooms, to pay our paraprofessionals, to fund school counselors, to fund restorative practices training and trauma-informed care so that our students who are coming to school starving and traumatized at home can get the services that they need so that they can focus on learning. That is how we provide those services. Once those needs are met by fully funding our school system, some of the other needs may still remain but will be greatly remedied. This budget substitute would fully fund M&PS, at least at a reasonable level. We have had extensive discussions with Dr. Joseph and our school board to ensure that if we do come up with additional funding for M&PS, that I feel confident that enough public pressure has been put on the school board and Dr. Joseph that those funds will go to the classrooms this time. I've had a lot of discussions with constituents about the fact that Metro Council does not have a line item budget control over the school board, but a lot of pressure has been put on this time. And I think the teachers in particular are organized more now than they have been in the past to make sure that funds go to the classrooms where I think we all want them to go. From a personnel committee standpoint, if you do not vote for Councilmember Mendez's substitute, you will have to vote to repeal the pay plan that we all passed last year. So that really is the choice. If you try to this time take a politically expedient step and say, well, I'm not going to vote to raise taxes, but I'm also not going to repeal the pay plan, if you try to do that, what would happen if that were successful is that we would have either the mayor's budget or the Budget and Finance Committee chair's budget that would not be funded for employees. That actually would have a dramatically worse effect on employees, because then the finance director would be in a position of having to lay off employees and do across the board cuts to departments. So the only way to fully fund MNPS, to maintain our promise to our employees, and to take care of some of our debt obligations and the things that we need to do is that we need to create a past mistake. Did we make a mistake in the past? Yes. It was by not readjusting the property tax rate in order to recognize the revenue from this growth that we have. And so it's one thing to say we made a mistake and we failed Nashville, but we are balancing the budget on the backs of our employees and our teachers. So I encourage you to consider strongly rectifying that by doing a modest rate correction that fully funds MNPS and our employees so that everyone can share in the benefits of this growing economy. Thank you.
Councilor Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I am rising in support of Councilmember Amanda's proposal. Yes, it will increase property tax by 50 cents. But just think about last year. We adjusted our certified tax rate from historical low from $4.65 to $3.15. So it's, we are getting an email. Yes, you're going to raise us 16% tax. Yes, 15 cents, compared to $3.15. Yes, it sounds like 16% increase, but if you use the same mathematics, we reduced certified tax rate by 30%. And last year, for the result, 26 out of 35 districts actually paid less tax dollar. So we will raise tax, but we will actually correct. Personally, yes, I enjoy the rate adjustment because in my district, majority of average property owner actually ended up paying less in tax money compared to a year ago. And so, yes, this year, by supporting this Mendes amendment substitute, yes, we will ask somebody to, yes, enjoy the less tax to, please pay up a same amount. But, that would be crazy. I mean, nobody, I did not run for this office. Yes, when I'm in the office, I'm going to raise your tax. That's not promised. Nobody promised to be here to raise the tax. And, Councilman Glover said, we are not cutting. But if we don't adopt this substitute, we will not be able to give any cut because we are either adopting Councilmember Voucher's substitute or Mayor's proposal. So either way, we won't be able to cut it. But instead, if we adopt this Mendes substitute, we will be able to keep our promise. I mean, quite frankly, it's kind of crazy, cost of living adjustment. Each year, every cost is rising. Not giving raise, it's same as reducing their pay. And then we are asking more. We are so used to open the faucet, clean water coming out of the faucet. Who is making it sure our drinking water is clean and safe? Our Metro employees. We drive the street. Yes, miraculously, potholes is fixed. Who's doing it? Our Metro employee. And many of us are so lucky, we don't have to call for police for robbery or fire, but who's going to be there when we need them? Our Metro employees. And, somebody tonight will be watching us on the Metro channel who is going to be doing it to keep us honest and transparency. our Metro employees. So it's about time to keep our promise and reward them as they deserve so. So, if you are, many of us were, supported by SEIU. They donated for our campaign. So let's return their favor. Make it right. We can do it. Don't be afraid.
Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to recognize a couple of people, Chair Vercher for her very, very hard work on this. It's a very tough year, and it's tough on us because it affects so many people. Not that we're under a lot of pressure, but that it affects so many people. We're all very, very, very concerned about teachers, about education, and about our employees. And if anybody knows Tanaka Vercher, there's nobody who is more passionate about that and those issues than she is. So we're working very hard to try to accommodate this. We have tough choices, and we're all trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. I've struggled with this mightily. Those things are exceptionally important. Where I struggle most is with the civic engagement component with respect to this. We've known about this for about a month, that this proposal's been on our laps. And I walk around and I talk to people and purposely engage people when I run into them and ask the question, hey, what do you think about the tax increase? And I have yet to have a person who didn't embarrassingly look at me and say, I'm sorry, I don't even know what you're talking about. So it really concerns me that we're going down a road where probably 95% of the city has no idea what we're about to do. I know that we just got through pulling a flood mitigation system off of the CIB, and the main argument was that community engagement was poor and it was unpopular. I'm not sure how we can engage the popularity when most of the city doesn't have any idea that this is coming. And I can assure you that the community engagement to this point has been relatively non-existent. So that concerns me. I hear bold and political will applied to those of us who may have a different view of this. It would be really easy for me to support this. The pressure is on me to support it. My district had a pretty easy road with respect to the property assessment. Our property values went down, so many in my district saw property tax decreases. But it's up to me to think about more than just people in my district. I also think of those who were impacted beyond that, those who have already seen effectively a property tax increase. Now, I'm more than happy to go down the road, and I think it's incumbent upon us to move forward in a way where we responsibly look at this, and I'm happy to engage the community moving forward about letting them know why we need such an increase and look at all kinds of revenue streams to fund this, because it's very important that we address these needs. So for the reasons that I've already stated with respect to community engagement and those who might be deeply affected by this, I'm not in support of this bill, and I remain supportive of Councilor Vercher and all the hard work she's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I'll be brief. I know it's late. I actually kind of follow with Councilman Pulley what he just said. 2 points. One is, would say, I think it's fair to say that everybody in here is concerned about the city, its employees, its schools, its kids. So everybody's on the same page with that. It's just how we get there. The second point does follow with Councilman Pulley, and that is that most people have no idea that we're up here voting on a tax increase. I think if they did, we would be seeing a lot more emails. We haven't had time to go out and have public hearings, so most people don't know that this is going on. One last thing, and this is a story. This is a true story that happened to me this morning. I ran into an individual I know this morning, and I know this person has a pretty difficult time making ends meet every day. And this is true. And I asked them point blank if they knew that council was meeting tonight and was looking at a tax increase.
they didn't. And as Councilman Pulley said, I think a large majority of the people in Nashville have no idea that we're up here doing this tonight. When I told them that we had one before us, that person looked down, realized that this is a big problem, and then walked off. So what I would simply say is, again, we're all concerned about this. I think Council Lady Vercher has done an amazing job. Never seen anybody work this hard on something that is really this difficult. And I don't think we give up. Depending on what happens tonight, I think we keep looking for those sources and we keep trying. But at this point, I got to remember my friend, and that we all know, we all heard it time after time, that Nashville is not an affordable place for people to live, and if we're not careful, we're just going to keep making it less and less affordable. Thank you.
Councilman Kendall.
Thank you, Madam President. I will talk for a minute. I won't repeat myself. I haven't spoken tonight. But I want to also commend Council Lady Vercher. I think you've done a great job with your committee. But I guess I don't think anybody in here is more passionate about education than Ed Kendall. Served on the school board, as we all know, for many, many, many years. I've seen the school board bring budgets to the council where they say, and the council says, what about this wish list? So we changed it to critical need. They would always change it back to wish list. You remember that, don't you, Mr. Glover? But I guess I've been in a district. I hear people talking about taxes going down. I'm in one of the districts. I think we're the second highest in property valuations going up in the 21st district in the city. I believe Scott Davis is in the first, I think 93% or so. We were 77%. So I'm conflicted on this because of my passion for education, and I know what teachers do every day. My wife was a retired school teacher. My granddaughter is now a school teacher. My sister was a school teacher. My brother was a school teacher. So I'm very aware of what these people do on a daily basis. But this conflict that I had two calls today. I had one from a lady who lives in a more elite portion of my community. They're right off of West End in a condo that's about $500,000, and she supports it. I got a call from a single mom who has 2 kids who makes about $40,000 a year, somewhere in that neighborhood, and she's against it. Now, I've heard Mr. Schuman and Mr. Pulley talk about a lot of people don't know what we're doing. Maybe we ought to start talking about this is not a tax levy. This is not an increase. This is an adjustment, which we should have done anyway. You know, I feel, Mr. Schuman, we talked about how great this city is, and I've heard for the last 3 years that we're the hottest thing in the world. You know, we're getting all this money. We got all these people coming in here. So it makes me feel like I'm a drunk who went down on Broadway, some kind of way went to sleep and got clipped. I'm serious. I was shocked when we started talking about we don't have money. We can't do this. And Mr. Glover, you asked a question of our finance people. Did we promise people this? Well, when we promised them, did we have the money? Or did we expect to have the money? I want to know what happened. You know, I know what happened. I mean, I've sat here and listened tonight about how we squandered some money. To be honest, when I say squandered, we gave it away to corporate business. I appreciate what Mr. Swope and Mr. Glover did. I think they went under the table, under rocks, everywhere trying to find savings. So did Scott Davis. The money's not there. I don't care where we look. We can look behind all the doors we want to try to find money to service our schools, fire department, police, these COLA raises for the next year. And what I appreciate about the budget is it does some of that. But what worries me is we're going to be in this same fix next year. I'm going to get up again drunk, wonder what happened to the money. But on a very serious note, we've got to find a way, a stream, that we can continue to fund this government. Can I have one more second since I didn't talk earlier? And so I'm encouraging you. I spoke with the mayor today, and I spoke with Sean Joseph and different people. And I think I promised both of them different things. I probably was drunk. But seriously, I have sat here and listened. I don't see any other way that we can resolve this for the next 3 years other than this substitute, this substitute bill. I wish that were not the case, and I think we ought to start talking about it in a different way. Mr. Pulley, well, not walk up to the person and say, what do you think about the tax increase? Walk up to him and say, what do you think about the tax adjustment we get ready to make? But that's what we're doing in essence. We're just not doing it at the proper time and a proper place, but that's what it amounts to. And I think if you do that, you may save yourself. I'm not a politician, I'm a public servant. So I'm not worried about the politics of it. So I encourage you to vote for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Mr. Davis, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Hypothetically, just like a lot of us, we're torn. I'm torn. A lot of us, we've lost sleep. We looking at, the pension fees. We're looking everywhere. And as a son of a school teacher, and a son-in-law of a school teacher too, this hurts. So if this council chooses the property tax adjustment and chooses Mendez's bill, can the mayor veto this?
Yes.
Okay. Now I ask that question. If that happens, we then have to come back and have another meeting and have 27 votes to override that.
Correct.
And so we'd have to, if hypothetically, I'm not speaking for the mayor, okay? If that happens and we don't get 27 on the second round, then the mayor's budget becomes law, correct?
Correct.
So there is a possibility that we can vote for Schulman's bill, Mr. Mendez's bill, and then we can vote for the increase and still have nothing to show for it. Because the mayor could veto it, and we can come back and say, hey, we didn't have enough votes to override the veto. That is a possibility.
That is a possibility.
Tough decisions, y'all. We're all torn here. So I just want to make that clear to the people back at home about what could happen and its truth. So I'm going to sit down now and pray some more. Thank you.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Oh, man, it's late, y'all. District 8 is a bit of a yin and yang, sort of south of Briley Parkway, north of Briley Parkway, the Inglewood story, the Maplewood story, the Madison story. About 60% of the folks that live in District 8 live north of Briley Parkway, and we spent a year in several meetings, lots of vibrant discussion over the annexation. And with that annexation, those folks went from GSD to USD and had a tax rate increase. They've paid that. I think the average is about $320 a year that they had to pay already. And they're seeing results from that now. Streetlights are going up, about 1,000 of them. Garbage and recycling will be underway before the end of the summer, and so they can see it. They can see what they're paying for. They understand it, and they talked about it, understood what it was, because we took the time to talk about it. I agree with my colleague Mr. Pridemore that Mr. Mendez has done an amazing job explaining this. The problem is we're the only ones that really that are hearing it, and I'm really, really concerned about that. There's not been one single public meeting specifically about this. I wish we had another even 8 weeks to have the meetings, to have the discussions, to do that. We do not. And because of that, and because of the other yin of the yang in my district where it's gone, property values went up as much as 80%, they're also paying already. I can't do this again without getting that feedback. I've reached out to them. We have a deficit of neighborhood associations. It's really, really hard to talk to folks, and so we're working on that. And just in the last 24 hours, I've had 9 neighborhood leaders step up and say, this is we're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to set up some neighborhood associations. We're gonna have to get together. We're gonna have to be more cognizant of what's going on. So that's great, but that doesn't help me tonight. So I'm going to support Ms. Vercher's amazing work, the work of the committee, and I know that over the next year we're going to have to keep talking about this. It's not easy. I'm with Mr. Pulley. It's not going to be easy. We're going to be knocking on doors again next year, and the conversation is going to be about this. And I'm hoping that it will be, because I think we will eventually need to do something sooner rather than later, but it cannot be without that public input. Thank you.
Councilmember Swope.
Thank you. I actually agree with Council Lady Van Rees. No one knows about this. This is coming completely out of thin air to 750,000 people who will wake up tomorrow morning and go, uh-oh, what just happened? With the exception of the fine people at NOAA, every email I've gotten on this is threatening my life if I raise taxes. You can count on my not voting for this particular amendment, or this particular substitute, even though I commend Councilman Mendez on an unbelievably good job of presenting this. And I've told him in person, you almost convinced me this was good for the city, but I don't think it is. The first budget meeting, when Chair Vercher sat everybody down, I think you used a word that lost its way in translation somewhere along the line. That word was compromise. You used it quite a lot, and you actually defined it. And I'm not going to paraphrase you because it's too late and I can't remember. However, I think that over the course of the 100+ hours that we've spent on this, compromise went away. It ceased to exist, to where, as Councilman Davis just said, we don't have any options. Your options tonight are to raise taxes out of the blue to a constituency who, in particular, my district, average person is going to pay an additional $467. And that's after they basically got 0 tax cuts last year. It just kind of remained stagnant. So my people aren't very happy about this. And with 30% of them or so in the retired mode, that's money they don't have. So how do I explain that to them? Well, my explanation is going to be very simple. This council did not compromise. It was suggested numerous times, and why we didn't explore this further, I don't know. And I'll take responsibility for not pushing it farther. But it was suggested that we do some heavier cuts, cut $10 million out of a $2.4 billion budget, and do a very modest tax adjustment of 10 cents, maybe 20 cents at the top, that would cover the schools and the COLA with some cuts. Now, in my mind, that's compromise. That's asking everybody, ourselves included, to pony up, tighten our belts, and make the budget that we currently have work. Do we need additional money for the COLA? Do we need additional money for the schools? Absolutely. I would actually have supported a 20-cent tax increase, which would have covered all that. And moving forward, it would have covered our debt service for the next couple of years. We wouldn't have money to roll in, which is what 50 cents does. I think it's too much. I think it's too soon. So my question to you, Councilor Jameson, is if this substitute fails tonight and Chair Vercher's substitute passes, can we, in 60 days' time, come back with a 10, 15-cent tax increase?
As I was saying earlier, we have not, in the history of Metro, amended a budget ordinance after it passed. But there is no charter prohibition against amending a budget ordinance. We've just never done it before. So if the specific question is, could we adopt additional ordinances that have funding mechanisms, we'd be allowed to do that. It's just not been done.
Well, like was joked about from the floor earlier, I would say this council has been through a bunch of firsts. I ask you to vote no on the substitute. Thank you.
Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I stand as one of the co-sponsors, encouraging the rest of my colleagues to support this tax correction. It's not a tax increase, it's a tax correction. And I grew up in Nashville. I'm from Nashville. I'm glad to see the changes in Nashville. I remember when we were called the Athens of the South, because we were known for our education and our colleges. I never thought the day that I would see us be called the IT City. So I share that because of the aspirations. What does a IT City look like? A IT City looks like a place where the men and women work, they have a living wage, and they make a decent living, where the kids are well educated, and everybody comes here and they say, not only are they known for their honky-tonks, but they're known for their education. They're known for the way that they treat their workers. They're known for the way that they have insurance, and it's just a progressive city. We say that we are a progressive city, and we call ourselves the IT City, and we're a good city, but when I think of the IT City, those are the things I think about. Education, we really got to get there. And it's not just education for some, it's education for all. The teachers are paid well. I see Miss Easy, she's come to every meeting, and I so appreciate you. I really do. She told me she worked at Harris Hillman. She said, look, I make $12 an hour. She said, but some people are not married like myself, and they wouldn't be able to stay in the city if they made $12 an hour. And to me, that is not necessarily a IT city. That's the part of the city that's not so it. I think about the firemen, the police officers. We just got to do better. You know, the IT City is a beautiful place, but there are some places where the light is not shining. And I think we can get the light to shine if we come together and we just make the tough decisions. It takes a little bit of courage, but I think if we do it, we can really move our city forward and move education up to the top. We only have really 2 good schools here, 2 good high schools, but they have a plan where they can bring everyone forward. They talk about social, emotional learning. That is very important. When I was out one time in public, I don't know, maybe I just have these most bizarre occasions. I was out, and while I was out, I was actually out where they started shooting. And I hit the ground, and I remember having tears in my eyes thinking, where's my daughter? And this was here in Nashville. And I remember the police coming to the scene, and when they arrested who the shooters were, it brought tears to my eyes, because once again, who was it? It was 12-year-old and 14-year-old black males. This tax correction seeks to do that. It helps many people, just not a couple. Like we said, it helps our firemen, it helps our police officer, it helps our teachers, our paraprofessionals, it helps our kids in school get a really good education. It helps with the testing, and it's just really an equalizer. It takes a little bit of courage, but I think we can really get there to be a true IT city. We know that a lot of people don't move here in the city because of our education. So they work here, and then they go and live in Franklin. So we need to share with our constituents that if we increase or correct the taxes, that we'll have more people to live in Nashville because we'll have better schools, which in return will generate more revenue because we'll have more people that live in houses that can afford it. So it's a multiplier effect. And I don't think in history, any time In our history, have we ever let a mayor's budget go through? But I think tonight, if we don't make some tough decisions and come together, a mayor's budget may come through. And that would be very disappointing. So I do think we need to pull ourselves together. And I want to thank Councilmember Pridemore and Perdue for their service and that heartfelt, impassioned speech. I appreciate it. I was a teacher. I taught for 7 years. I had to get out of it because I was a single parent. And I was making $27,000 with the education. It is very rough. We've got to pay our employees. So I close and I ask you to support the tax correction. It's a correction. It's not an increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Haywood.
Thank you. I think it's past my bedtime, so bear with me. And I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible. But I have 2 questions. Well, first I want to take issue with Councilman Kendall. You may be like 6 months or so older than I am. I'm not real sure. But you don't know more about education than I do. I'm a retired teacher. I've been in education ever since I was 5. Okay? Now, that's number one. The second thing is, and I feel like I should know the answer to this, but approximately how many Metro employees do we have in Metro Nashville? Is that a question that's not even legitimate? How many Metro employees across the board?
If you count Metro specifically, it's a little under 10,000, and then if you add in the... If you add in the Metro Nashville Public Schools, that's about 8,000. I think schools is between 8,000 and 9,000.
So altogether, how many Metro employees? Pardon? Okay, we'll just round it to 20. It behooves me to think that no one really knows about what we're talking about. If we have that many employees, and just say if each one told a friend that's not an employee. So it just behooves me to think that nobody knows about what we're talking about tonight. That's number one. And the second thing is just 3 points I want to make. Point number one is I stand in support of this substitute, mainly because my constituents have contacted me, and an overwhelming majority of them are in support of the increase. That's number one. The second reason I stand in support because I am a retired teacher. I left teaching to run for office to come to council, so I know quite a bit about being a Metro employee. And the third thing is I'm a minister, and in talking to the people in my district, which is District 3, you know, we feel like we are our brother's keeper. So everyone that has contacted me is in favor. I would be remiss not to applaud Council Lady Bircher. Never seen anybody so competent and passionate and gifted at what she does. And everyone that has worked so diligently, I commend everyone. The last question, I only had one. Do we normally have community meetings to make tax adjustments? Is that something that's routine?
The tax rate adjustments that typically accompany the assessments that are done in the year before are typically part of the initial ordinance offered by the mayor, and a public hearing is built into it. So the answer would be yes, there would typically be a public hearing that included it.
I'm new at this, I was just asking. Okay, thank you. But again, I stand strongly in support of Councilman Mendez's amendment. Thank you.
Council Lady Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me first say that I am so very, very proud of our finance chair and the job that she and her committee have done and others have done to look through and try to find cuts for this and all of the work that they're doing. Thank you. But I am rising in support of the substitute adjustment. This has been very hard for me. I have had headaches over this, sleepless nights, like all of us, I guess. It's been very difficult for me. And just coming in, I guess as the last person coming in, I hear the conversation about, well, we did this last year, and we didn't do this, and we should have seen this happening, and all of that. Well, from my standpoint, we're here now. So we have to look at what we need to do the right thing. And the comment was that nobody knows what's happening. I'm going to tell you, I've been going through my email sitting here. From 6 o'clock to when I stopped looking, I had gotten 117 emails, and most of them were on the tax adjustment. So people do know. I recognize that there are some folks in my area who are going to look at how my vote will be tonight and have some criticism about it. In talking to some of the folks that I care about this whole ordeal, what they told me was, Antoinette, do what your heart says is right. And doing this is the right thing. Not just because it's doing a COLA, but because you've got folks that are putting their lives on the line. You've got police positions that haven't even been filled, that they were looking to fill. Was that because of the type of salary that nobody wanted to come do that work? I have people in my district saying that they called a policeman about something and it took them over 30 minutes to get there. Well, we need more. How do you get more? I've had people talk about education and how they knew education. I have been in education one way or the other all of my life. My parents were teachers. I came from a little place called Buckingham County when teachers' starting amount was $20,000. I know what it's like to struggle. And so you're expecting teachers to do more now. I can still remember my first custodian, Mr. Lewis, the nights that he stayed at school doing things. My sister, who is a teacher now, comes home at 9 o'clock every night because she's doing extra work. These folks need us to hold to the promises that we made. And even if we don't want to look at what happened last year and say, well, we should have done that, we didn't do it, okay, let's go, we'll find something else. Look at where we are now, and let's just do the right thing. Let's just do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hastings.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise at this moment. It's such an important time with Councilman Mendez's bill that is bringing forth. I have been puzzled so much about what's going on. It's kind of funny, you know, Councilwoman Gilmore had to come over here and pet me up and ask me if I needed some water and some ice, because this is a hard time for us. We have looked at every avenue, every option, and it's really hard, especially when you don't have an answer to life's questions, especially at this point. I do understand a little bit about the metro school system because I was there. I was at Hillwood High School there teaching. And now I was a member of SEIU once before in my life, so my heart is there as well. I have a lot of family members who are back there in the back and all of that good stuff. And then, too, to talk to the other council members who were before us, it's kind of different. See, your area is a little more affluent than mine. And my area has the largest African-American community that's in the city. But our tax rates went up. And also, my biggest thing was to put an extra percentage on the tax rate that's coming forth in 2019 is going to be horrible for my community, because the people that we're representing, we're talking about giving raises to, are the people who live in my community. That is one of the toughest things ever, because the more we give out a percentage of a raise to this same community, we give a raise to them, they're going to be paying it now in taxes. You know, the system is backwards. It is. I don't know what to do in that phase, but I tell you what, I'm just relying on God to give me what I need in order to find answers to those questions so that we can get into a place. And it's going to take all of us to be able to come together to be able to fix this issue. Yeah, this is a big issue, but I can tell you just from this standpoint, with every one of the people that come in and who live within my community, I live, I work, and I play with these same people. I go grocery shopping at Kroger's with these same people. They ask me questions about what in the world are y'all doing and what is going on. We have to make sense of this, especially when it comes down with us putting monies into places over and over again that we have been doing for 1960 that doesn't make any sense anymore. We have to do something else differently. And we gotta find a way to pay our employees. We gotta find a way to make sense of this education cycle, because the school board has to take some responsibilities as well. When we give them, they need to pay the employees. We gotta do a better job. And I just wanted to stand up at this point of being able to say, think about the people that we represent. And that is what I'm doing today. And I plan on standing forth and doing what I have to do for the betterment of our community, especially with looking for the long haul of your tax dollars and not being a fictitious individual, of being able to say, hey, we'll take your dollars, but we'll do something else with it. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Lady Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to express support and appreciation for Council Lady Vercher's work. I would have liked to have seen more cuts, truly, and I did support them through some of Mr. Glover's amendments and otherwise. I think I even could have supported a smaller adjustment, but this is a tax increase. An adjustment is a euphemism for a tax increase, with all due respect. And I think sometimes there's a perception, sometimes, rightly in part, that District 34 is a fairly affluent and fortunate district, and indeed we are fortunate, but we're also the grayest, oldest district demographically. I have many, many seniors who live in my district and have reached out to me, and I know, like you all, we have all knocked these doors, but I have seniors on limited income who, bought their home back in the, the 50s or the 60s, and they have paid for that, and they are retired, and they have been, reaching out to me. So, I also want to kind of circle back to some things that colleagues have been saying as to, the promises that we have made. And indeed we did, and we are responsible for those. But I would like us to remember that we also share this burden with the mayor's administration and finance. And so we might also ask, why did finance and the mayor's administration not propose a modest rate adjustment after the reassessment, right? Because they wanted to pass the transit plan, right? They wanted to be able to say they had the lowest certified tax rate, et cetera. So I think, certainly we bear responsibility. I'm not shirking that, but I think we also need to look at this in its entirety. So if you, say to folks that, we are going to support a tax increase when we've not really truly gotten our house in order. We have not really dug as deeply, with all due respect, into the budget as I think we could or should, and that is why I do support the Blue Ribbon Commission and the work that I hope this council will do to dig deeper into the budget more intentionally. And again, I think, the community, through the transit conversation and otherwise, we definitely need to have these conversations, and I think it's good that we do. I appreciate very much the work of Councilman Mendez. I concur that he has presented the information very well and contextualized that for folks to understand. But, as a community, we need to talk about, teacher salaries, transit, schools, parks, what are the broader community's priorities, and have a more comprehensive discussion in that regard. As it relates to COLA, and that is just very painful. I know that our budget committee, that's really what we prioritized through our cuts to fulfill that commitment. But again, I go back to the mayor's administration. When they said, we're going to fund this 3-year plan and we have sufficient revenue to do that, we then approved that pay plan based on that. And so I think, we need to look at how we do this process and work on that in the coming years. But at this time, I cannot support Mr. Mendez's substitute bill.
Thank you. Councilman John Cooper.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. It is late, and I want to surprise people by I'm going to make a point for the mayor's office, any mayor's office. This is because there has been engagement, actually. The mayor was elected less than a month ago, and this budget was made public well before that election. And he got 55% of the vote, and a pretty big turnout election, actually. Even I believe in a honeymoon, and this budget was out there. And 55% of the public, the only engagement that has happened has really happened on that budget. Now, I think Council Lady Van Rees makes an incredible point about the lack of public engagement around a tax increase, and it's something that we should really ponder. But this is what the mayor has chosen to do with his political capital. His choices are in this budget. And now, it's maybe not what I would have done, but he won the election, and this is a strong mayoral system. Now, I don't think we're getting the change that we need, and we're not cutting spending enough to justify a tax increase, and you shouldn't increase taxes on people when you're also building a stadium for billionaires and giving away 10 acres and making a whole lot of other incentive choices. But as to the point of engagement, the engagement that we can point to is a mayoral election less than a month ago. Thank you.
Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. When I first approached my constituents to ask them their opinion on this potential tax increase, and I'll use Council Lady Henderson's terminology as a tax increase, the general response I got was, I'm willing, but I want to know why. And that's probably the toughest challenge I think we've had as council members over the last couple of months about answering the question why. I want to give special thanks to Vivian Wilhoit, who came out and spoke to members of my district, and we tried together to answer that question, why are we in this situation? And as we continue to have that conversation in my district, I heard from more and more folks. Thankfully, they are not as murderous as the people in District 4, but I can say that I heard from a wide range of folks. I started hearing from teachers from the school down the street from me. I started hearing from PTO members in the schools in my district, I started hearing from Metro employees. I heard from private sector employees. I heard from small business owners. I heard from large business owners. I heard from community advocates. And I know that some of us have talked about the fact about engagement and community engagement, but I want to try to put it in perspective. Every other property tax increase that has been driven throughout this Metro government's history has been driven by the mayor. Again, this is one of the first. If a council is going to seriously consider an effort, the communication is incumbent upon us. It is incumbent upon us as council members to communicate, to get the feedback, and then make the best decisions that we can based on that communication. And I can tell you that there's no unanimity in District 17, and I'm actually glad for that. But I think that the majority of folks who I've talked with, who I've tried to engage and connect with resources over the next couple months, have told me, even in the last 15 to 20 minutes, okay. I don't love it, but okay. And I understand it. And I've actually experienced a lot of what Councilman Kendall has as well. And I'm thankful for this in District 17, that the more affluent members of the district have said, we're willing to pay more. And I think that speaks to the fact this is the most equitable and, quite frankly, maybe the only equitable tax source of revenue that we have in this city. We've been stripped of a lot of different other opportunities by the state legislature, and maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong. But this is what we've got. And if we don't do it this year, guys, we're not going to do it next year. Let's just be frank about that. 2/3 of us are up for re-election next year, and we just got to talk about those realities, all right? This is the time to do it. This is the time for us to be able to look into the eyes of the people who we ask a lot of. I don't know about y'all, but I ask a whole heck of a lot from our Metro employees. And they've been incredible in their response. I'm not sure I can look them in the eye and say, I expect the same level of work that you've been giving me, but you can't expect that level of responsibility and work out of me. So I'm going to use the last 45 seconds to try and stress the process that we face. Whatever you decide on this substitute, on this acceptance vote, please don't sit on the sidelines. Because if we pass this thing with less than 21 votes, we pass this thing 18-16, and some of y'all decided not to vote, well, we put ourselves in quite a pickle. Because we can't pass this thing with 21, and then we put Council Lady Virtue's substitute in peril, which actually does a lot of great things, including work for our raises for our paraprofessionals. So all I would ask you to do is whatever you decide, press yes or no on this thing. Because if not, we're going to find ourselves here until 12:30 tomorrow morning, and I'd prefer not to do that. So thank you.
Councilman Mendez. Oh, hang on. I lost you. Okay.
I was trying to be at the end of the line. I don't know whether
There are two more. You want me to skip you and come back?
Thanks.
Councilman Bednae.
Vote yes.
I'm sorry?
Vote yes to support the amendment, the Mendes thing.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kendall.
Actually, Councilman Mendez should probably speak because I was going to call for the question.
Okay. Councilman Mendez, you're the last one in the queue.
Thank you. I guess the thing that I'll end with is a couple of the addressing the issue of compromise. You know, I got the amount of need over the next 3 fiscal years for Metro Finance. I tried to, I mean, you know, we've been working together for 3 years now. You all know me. I was not trying to make a made-up number that would be subject to compromise. And even as I was basing it on the actual need, based on actual numbers from Metro Finance, I was debating with myself whether I should have just driven it higher to leave room for the compromise. And I decided to play it straight and because I wanted to go through the whole process being able to say that the facts were rock solid. And here we are a month and a couple days since this first got put out, and I think the facts are rock solid. I didn't make them up, and so I would beg the benefit of the doubt that I played it straight at the front end about what the actual need is. If we go with the mayor's budget or moving a couple $1 million around in the other substitute, that reflects a compromise. It reflects a compromise that we're going to balance the budget out of our savings account, out of one-time asset sales, and on the backs of employees and school children and teachers. I think I can't be as eloquent as Councilman Pridemore was about what it means to Metro employees. So I'll leave it at that and renew the motion to approve the substitute for the 50-cent adjustment.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Mr. Jamison to explain the vote. Mr. Jamison.
This is the motion to approve the substitute. There will be potentially 2 votes on this substitute. This first motion, again, is to approve the substitute. It is not the adoption of the substitute. The motion to approve the substitute would simply need a majority of those voting to be approved. There can be no amendments. If you do approve that substitute, it displaces the first substitute by Councilor Vercher, and you cannot go back to that. You would then, if you approve by a majority, move on to a motion for the adoption of the substitute as the final substitute ordinance. That would require 21 votes. If you do not have 21 votes, we cannot go back to Councilor Vercher's, and the mayor's would presumptively be adopted.
Councilman Mendez.
Just because Mr. Jamison used the phrase of the substitute a bunch of times, in an abundance of caution, I want to make clear we are voting on right now on the 50-cent substitute budget. That's what we're voting on.
Yes. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Are there any questions? Is everyone's tablet working? Everyone's voted? Madam Clerk, please close the machines, tally the vote.
$19 in favor and 19 against.
I get to vote. No. We are now on our first substitute, as amended, Councilor Vercher's. Madam Clerk, please open the machine. Is everyone's tablet working? All right, hang on. Give us a minute. Yeah.
Councilors, to adopt the budget as amended.
So Councilor Vercher would move to adopt the substitute with the amendments. And that's what the motion is, I assume.
We're on the substitute as amended.
Can you do it?
I'm going to ask Mr. Jamison to explain this one more time before we vote. Mr. Jamison, would you clarify, please?
So we moved to approve Councilor Vercher's substitute previously. That was simply the approval vote that was adopted by a vote of 30-2, 4 abstaining, 3 not voting. She would now move to approve the substitute as amended. And those amendments were Amendments B for the Blue Ribbon Commission, Amendment F, which would move $103,000 from finance to council, and Amendment W, which would substitute the mural school property for the Interstate Boulevard property.
We're waiting on the machine, so just bear with us, please.
Well after midnight. Well after midnight. Cinderella complex.
It's the Y2K problem.
Do I need to make the motion to move the substitute, or is it already?
Essentially made it for you.
Okay.
I said we're moving the substitute.
Okay. I just want to be.
We're done.
We're good. Everyone's tablet working. Take that as a yes. We still have some folks who haven't voted yet. Please cast your ballot, please. Madam Clerk, please close the machines. Tally the vote.
34 in favor, 4 against.
The substitute passes. We are now on BL 1247, and I am going to ask, we're going to be looking at
1185, the tax levy. What's that? Yeah, the tax levy, it's right next to it. It's 1180, we gotta do it. 1184, then you go to 11.
It's not on here. That's what I'm saying.
Where do you get these? I mean, shoot, whoever gives these to you.
So can I just give me yours?
Sure. That one.
All right. We're on BL 2018-1185, sponsor Councilwoman Vercher, an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2018-19 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metro Charter. Councilwoman Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 7-4, 4 against, and I move for approval.
There's a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? We need a roll call vote. Yeah, we need a machine vote, guys. I'm sorry. So go ahead and, Madam Clerk, open the machines. If everyone will vote.
Thanks. Okay, but do you want to finish? Do you want to go ahead and finish?
Okay, has everyone voted? Everyone's machine's working. Madam Clerk, please close the machine, tally the vote.
"36 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention."
Motion passes. Okay, we are going to move through RS 2018's 1247, 48, and 49. We're not going to take them together. However, I am going to call on either Mr. Cooper or Ms. Lomax O'Neill to please explain the ramifications of these next 3 votes.
Based upon the substitute budget that just passed, these 3 resolutions must pass, or the finance director would be forced to impound departmental budgets to fund the pay plan that was approved last year, and that would certainly result in many layoffs because that would be about an $18 million hole in the budget.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go and read each one at a time. Resolution RS 2018-1247, sponsors Vercher and Withers, adopts a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metro government, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, and the police and fire departments effective July 1, 2018. Councilwoman Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended this approval of 4-4-5 against. I don't have my.
That's okay. We've got another.
Oh, you have it up
committee
there. What
report.
do you have?
I don't have it.
Don't have it.
Am I on the original or are we doing the amendments?
1247.
We're on 1247. I don't have it up here, so hang on. We're going to look it up.
Give me a second. We had approved, did not pass. It was 4-4-5 against.
It was 4-4-5 against.
Okay.
And Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. The Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations, and Housing Committee met this afternoon, and we considered Resolution RS 2018-1247. The Personnel Committee recommended disapproval, 5-4-0 against.
Councilwoman Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for approval.
We have some in the queue. Councilwoman Murphy.
Again, I know I spoke a little bit earlier and I got a little choked up and upset, and it reminded me of a story of my father. He was in the legislature for 16 years, and since then, since I guess I was about 2, he's been out of it. And every time he's seen one of the laws that he worked hard to pass get undone in the current legislature, he tells me it's like losing one of his children. And for a long time, I kind of took that personally. But here we are again tonight. Like I said earlier, not by choice of my own, but by the choice of our now mayor and our former vice mayor. He appointed me your personnel chair for the past 2 years. And the first year, the administration brought me in so we could go over the pay plan, and we talked about the issues of the past, and we talked about how they had done a pay study, and they talked about how we did new classifications, trying to right the wrongs, and trying to right and correct the history of missteps and missed pay increases to all of our Metro employees. And so that first year was a great first step. We made some corrections there and some classifications. And so going into last year, I was very excited when they presented me a 3-year pay plan. Because again, they said that the finances were in line and we were going to be able to do that. And we all voted, well, I think you can look back at the votes. The majority of us, overwhelmingly, super majority of us, believed them and supported that and passed it through. And so again tonight, I'm unfortunately going to be voting against these pay plans because I do feel like it was the right thing to do last year to make that commitment, to stand up with our employees who make our lives better every day. And also, you know, just like when we sit down in our budget and we talk about what is our debt services every year, we should have sat down and made this a priority because we knew it was there from the beginning. And so I just, again, wanted to give you that background that the 3-year pay plan that we all passed last year as a council was that compromise with our employees to let go of the past wrongs and to move forward in a new direction together, hand in hand, and work together. And it's just, it's tough on me to let that go. And as your personnel chair for the past 2 years, and now the baton is with Councilman Withers, who's been leading us, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to let go of what I think was good planning last year, not just for the financial security of our employees to be able to make their own budgets at home work, but I think that we should have stepped up and made our budget work the same way. And so that is, I know it's late tonight. Thank you for listening to me rant and get this off my chest, but I just, this one, it's been tough to watch this one go down because I think we did the right thing last year.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Mr. Jameson, I have an amendment B on this. I would like to move the amendment.
He does have an amendment. It was timely filed.
Okay, we have an amendment. We have a committee report on the amendment.
We do.
Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 8 against, 2 for.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, would you explain the amendment, please?
Briefly, the amendment B to RS 2018-1247 would have the pay plans from last year increased by 1.5%, and the open range merit increases would be reduced from 2.5% to 1.25%.
Councilman Glover.
This is merely a way for us, and this is kind of the last-ditch effort for us to at least give the employees some form of recognition and a very small crumb of the COLA that we had promised. And so in order to be equitable, what I'm simply saying here is it will provide, without adding any money to the budget, it will provide 3.5, somewhere in that range, about $3.5 million that'd be spread out for a cost of living adjustment for, and you're going to see it in the next couple. I have the same amendment, and it reduces the open range down. It's my understanding that the department heads can kind of dictate who gets what in that. So we're saying 1.25% there. We're cutting it in half, and we're at least giving some opportunity for us to give a little bit of a COLA throughout this process. And I hope that you can support this because, again, while it certainly is nowhere near what we'd promised, at least it's better than what they have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Withers, are you seeking recognition on the amendment? The floor is yours.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee did not consider the amendment itself because we recommended disapproval of the resolution entirely. However, I did want to make my colleagues aware that in discussion with Human Resources, I know there is the desire to provide at least a portion of a COLA, at least something, with the effort of getting that to all employees. It is my understanding from Human Resources, and if Mr. Attorney Cooper would like to weigh in and provide additional clarification, I'd welcome him to do that. But it is my understanding from Human Resources that within the general pay plan for general Metro employees that the open range component actually goes all through the spectrum of Metro employees. It is not necessarily concentrated in sort of the upper pay ranges of Metro employees. And so sort of making this kind of an adjustment would actually have a negative effect on general employees, including some of those that are at our lower ends of the pay range, is my understanding. And if Attorney Cooper needs to provide clarification, he's welcome to do that. But for that reason, I'm encouraging my colleagues not to support the amendment. It certainly is well-intentioned, but I think that we will find that the actual implications of that are negative towards some of our lower range employees who we are trying to help the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, would you please respond?
I don't have, it is true that open range runs the gamut. It's not just upper level employees. I don't have the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that a 1.25% open range decrease is nowhere near the cost of a 1.5% COLA. So I think you're still looking at an impoundment situation because the whatever the council passes as the pay plan has to be funded, and so the finance director would just have to find the funds to make that work. But again, I don't have the dollar amounts for what both of these would be.
Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity. Does it move from the 3 years to 1 year now, this pay plan?
Mr. Jameson.
The underlying resolution would do that, yes.
Okay, so we would be repealing and canceling the 3 years, moving to 1 year, and then the substitute is just saying a percentage of? I'm not clear about that.
There is a third amendment that Councilor Vercher may or may not offer that clarifies that this not only adopts a 1 year pay plan, it explicitly rescinds last year's 3 year pay plan. So this would explicitly have that effect, if not implicitly, with that adopted amendment. I'm not sure I answered your question.
I think you did. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilor Allen.
Thank you. As we evaluate the suggestion for the amendment, which I understand is, again, just something to try to make sure that we can offer something to employees, can someone address the question of how many people are qualifying for either the STEP or the open range, and what percentage they would be getting from that?
Not me.
Mr. Harmon, I turned on your microphone.
Council Lady, I believe that there are 80% of the employees that are covered under the STEP and the open range. That's right.
So of the 9,000 employees that are Metro, not teachers, that are Metro employees, 80% of them will be getting a STEP or an open range.
That is my
increase.
understanding from the HR department, yes.
Under this pay plan that we're adopting. So this is disappointing, but it's not nothing. Okay,
Right.
Thank you. That's a little better. I appreciate that clarification.
Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Actually, this doesn't, I don't think, and Mr. Jameson, maybe I didn't read it close enough. I thought we were moving 1.25% into the cost of living adjustments and not saying that we would adjust it to 1.25% on cost of living adjustments. But that being said, I mean, we obviously are not going to do, and we're not going to support anything on the COLA. We've made that very clear. But I want to ask this question, Ms. Lomax is gone. So, Chris, I'm going to ask you the question. If we had honored our word and given the cost of living adjustment of 3%, would that have voided the STEP increases and the other things that were already built into the pay plan?
No, Councilman, as I understood it, the COLA was in addition to the STEPs and the open range.
Okay, I just want to be very clear. It's not that everybody's getting something. They're not getting what we had promised. They are getting that. What we promised, they're not getting. And so this was a way to move some of the money back over again to where everyone would be able to receive a portion. Certainly nowhere near what we promised. But, if this doesn't pass, I won't even worry about moving the other amendments that I have because it's just a waste of breath and our time. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to vote on the amendment. We need to have a machine vote. Madam Clerk, please open the machine. Is everyone's tablet working? Madam Clerk, you can close the machines, please. Tally the vote.
11 in favor, 18 against, 5 abstentions.
Okay, the amendment fails. Council Lady Vercher, did you want to bring your amendment to the floor?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to move Amendment C, and if Mr. Jameson can explain to the body this amendment.
Can you give us a quick committee report first? Council Lady, committee report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 6 for disapproval, 5 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson.
Amendment C to 1247 would simply make it explicit that this RS 2018-1247 repeals the 3-year pay plan equivalent from 2017.
Seeing no one in the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the machine. Yes.
For Mr. Jameson, could you please explain that? Because I'm befuddled right now.
Sure. So last year we had a 3-year pay plan that was adopted. This year the administration has offered a 1-year pay plan. Now the implication is that implicitly overrules what we did last year. But just in an abundance of caution, this would make it explicit. The 3-year pay plan is out, the 1-year pay plan is in.
So basically, we're taking something away that really hadn't been. It was just in words, right? So
well, the resolution, again, this resolution, setting aside the amendment, even if you don't adopt it, the resolution implicitly, I believe, repeals the 3-year pay plan you did last year. 3-year plan last year, it's a 1-year plan now. All this amendment does, it's make it technically and explicitly clear that it is being repealed. But it's the underlying resolution that makes the change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, please close the machine and tally the vote. We have one that hasn't voted. Council Lady Gilmore, is your tablet working?
21 in favor, 2 against, 9 abstentions.
Okay, measure passes. We are on RS 2018-1248, sponsors Vercher Gilmore.
As amended.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to move it as amended. So Madam Clerk, open the machines. We're going to vote on it as amended.
I'm brain dead. Turn me up.
Madam Clerk, can you close the machines and tally the vote, please?
24 in favor, 2 against, and 7 abstentions.
Motion passes. We are now on RS 2018-1248. Sponsors Vercher Gilmore and Withers adopts a new pay plan for employees of the Metro Board of Health, effective July 1st, 2018. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 6 against, 3 for.
Councilman Withers, Personnel.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee recommended disapproval with 5 voting for disapproval and 0 voting in favor.
Thank you. Council Lady Roberts.
I'm not on this.
Councilor Gilmore, it's written wrong on my sheet. Councilor Gilmore, Health Hospitals.
If there's someone else, could you come back to me for a second, please?
I'm sorry. Do you need us to pull it?
You did.
Health and hospitals.
Okay, so I wasn't in the committee meeting, so that's why I was saying to give me a second. But Council Lady Hurd shared that it passed. It was 5-4-0 against, and it was recommended for approval.
Thank you. Council Lady Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. I also have an amendment for this resolution as well, and I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, we've got a motion for the amendment. Is there a second?
And if we can have Mr. Jamison explain this amendment as well.
And do you have a committee report?
I do. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 5 for disapproval, 4 against.
Mr. Jamison.
This is Amendment B to RS 2018-1248. This should be at page 5 of your packet. This would do as previously. It would make explicit the repeal of last year's multi-year pay plan in place of this one-year pay plan this year.
Council Lady Blaylock.
Thank you. Again, I think we all wanted to do the COLAs, and it's very sad that we're not able to do that this year. I'm very much looking forward to having Elrod's extra money into the council that's going to allow us to hopefully have a financial person that will help kind of alert us when we do certain things. Because I do believe that if we wouldn't have given Metro General the $17 million earlier this year, we would have clearly been able to do the COLA. And I think that had we known that would have been the case, maybe many of us would have changed that vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Withers, were you seeking recognition again? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to rise on this, sort of similar to the last one. It's my understanding from the Human Resources Department and other folks that, once again, the open range component of the pay plan actually extends all the way through the personnel in the Board of Health. And so reducing open range component would have a negative effect on some of those employees, again, who are at the lower end. Just wanted to provide that clarification. So the amendment that was recommended is well-intentioned, but may not have the desired effect. And I would...
So this amendment is to reverse the vote that we took last year.
Sorry, I was speaking on a different amendment. I apologize.
Okay. That's okay. Councilman Swope.
As co-sponsor of Amendment A, it's withdrawn.
We're on
no use in wasting the discussion.
Amendment B. We're on Amendment B. We're not on Amendment A.
We're on Amendment B. Okay, we're going to move the amendment. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Does anyone need clarification of what we're voting on right now? Yes. Mr. Jamison's going to explain.
This is a technical amendment. This is making explicit that this amendment replaces and repeals last year's 3-year multi-plan with a 1-year plan. It is implicit, but in the abundance of caution, it was determined to submit this amendment to make it explicit.
Madam Clerk, oh, you've got the machines open. Is everybody's tablet working? Councilman Davis, is your machine working? Okay, Madam Clerk, please close the machines and tally the vote.
24 in favor, 1 against, 6 abstentions.
Okay, we're now going to move the bill as amended. Madam Clerk, please open the machines. Is everyone's tablet working? And has everyone voted? Madam Clerk, close the machines.
23 in favor, 2 against, 5 abstentions.
Motion passes. We are
49. 1249? Yeah.
We are now on Resolution 2018-1249. Sponsors Vercher, Robert, and Withers. Adopts a new pay plan for employees of the Metro Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1, 2018. Councillady Vercher.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 6 against, 3 for.
Councillady Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Safety voted 5 against, 0 for.
And Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam President. The Personnel Committee voted for recommended disapproval, 5-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councillady Vercher, do you want to move your amendment?
I'd like to move the amendment.
Having been properly moved and seconded, seeing no one in the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the machines.
Madam President, I have the committee report for that amendment,
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 5 against, 3 for.
Councillady Roberts, do you have a
I do.
committee report?
Public Safety voted 5 in favor and 0 against for not considering the amendments.
Councilman Withers.
The Personnel Committee voted against the bill and therefore did not consider the amendments.
Thank you. And Councilman Swope, did you want to be recognized for this? Okay. Okay, Councillady. Okay. Are you asking for recognition now? Question? Point of order? Yes. Okay. Councillady Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, hang on, you just went out. Hold on. Try that again.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I just wanted to know what the procedure was if they're not considered in committee and we're voting on them. Mr. Jameson?
The underlying resolution was considered in committee. That is what is required under the Rule 15 of the council rules. The amendments themselves can be offered before the committees, but the lack of a recommendation is not required before a final vote.
Okay, and just say the first part again, but if the main bill is considered, it's fine. Right. But if the amendments are not, it has no bearing on whether it comes to the floor or not for a vote.
That's correct.
All right,
Committees can make recommendations, but Rule 15 requires eventually a committee recommendation on the underlying ordinance or resolution.
All right, thank you for the clarity.
Madam Clerk, close the machines, please. Tally the vote.
19 in favor, 1 against, 8 abstentions.
Motion passes. That was on the amendment, so now we're going to, Councillady Vercher, you want to move it as amended?
I'd like to move it as amended.
Is there a second? Second. Having been properly moved and seconded, Mr. Swope, are you looking for recognition on this?
I need to withdraw Amendment A.
Okay, but we're on Amendment B.
Yeah, we never got to Amendment A. We skipped right over it.
Needs to be offered.
We're good.
Okay.
We're good. Okay, we're now going to move the bill as amended. Madam Clerk, please open the machine. Madam Clerk, please close the machine. Tally the vote.
20 in favor, 2 against, 6 abstentions.
Motion passes. We are now on BL 2018-1186. Sponsors Virtue, Syracuse, and others. Establishes a program for the purpose of providing assistance to low-income elderly residents of Metro government for the fiscal year 2018-19. Council-Lady Virtue.
I move for approval.
Did you have an amendment?
For 1186.
No. 87, but not 86.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay. Council-Lady Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you clarify, as we were discussing the substitute with the tax increase, I thought that this was sort of a tandem proposal that would take us to like a 3-to-1 match rather than our typical 2-to-1. And I just want to understand, is this indeed funded if we've not passed Mr. Mendez's bill? I mean, it's admirable to have this tax relief, absolutely, but I thought it was a companion to what Mr. Mendez's approach was.
That's correct. Councilmember Mendez's second substitute to the operating budget would have included an increase of this particular fund to $5 million, which would have gone from a 2-for-1 match to a 3-for-1 match. With that not on the table further, the underlying ordinance from both the administration and the substitute adopted by Council-Lady Virtue is sufficient to fund the originally proposed 2-for-1 match that we've historically made.
Thank you. So this maintains the 2-for-1 match.
Correct.
Thank you.
Council-Lady Virtue.
I move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1187, sponsor Virtue, amends the Metro Code to codify a fee schedule for operational permits issued by the Fire Marshal's Office. Council-Lady Virtue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move the amendment.
Hang on, we froze. There's a second. Is there anyone that wishes recognition on the amendment? You have a committee report?
Do I need to suspend the rules on this?
Yeah, you do. Need to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? I'm sorry. Seeing none, you're on your bill.
Thank you so much, Madam President. This is basically correcting a typo. And with that statement, I'd like to go ahead and move for approval.
Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Council-Lady Virtue.
Oh, I'd like to move the bill as amended.
Is there a second? Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. BL 2018-1206, sponsors Council-Lady Hurt, O'Connell, and others, provides the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown Nashville as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 9:00 p.m. on July 3rd, 2018, and ending at 6:00 a.m. on July 5th, 2018, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2018 July 4th celebration and related activities and events. Council-Lady Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Council-Lady Allen.
I'm just checking to make sure we're going to come back and get bills 1191 through 1194, which are on the hard copy but not on the tablets. They are like underground encroachments.
We already did those.
No?
We did those at the last meeting.
Okay. They're
Thank
showing
you.
up in the hard copy. Great.
That's okay. Thank you. Council Lady Vercher. Did you move approval? I'm sorry,
This
Council Lady Hurt, you moved approval. I apologize. It's 1:10 in the morning. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. We're going to adjourn, but the Urban Council needs to meet up here immediately afterwards in front of the council chambers, and that would be Council Members Cooper, Mendez, and Schulman. And so if there's no other business for the council, is there a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Opposed? We're out of here.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.